Chapter 2549. Although the Netherworld sect disciples were unhappy to be ordered around like this by Lin, they had no way out now that things had gotten to this point. What's more, they had come here to kill Yang Kai. Go! Yin Lusheng suddenly waved his hand and shouted. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa, asterisk the 20 or so Netherworld sect disciples flew out in unison and surrounded Yang Kai in an instant. Moreover, they seemed to be very particular about their positioning. Above, below, left, right, front, and back, leaving no way for Yang Kai to escape. Yin Lusheng watched nervously, fearing that Yang Kai would use the space divine technique to escape at this time. If Yang Kai sensed something was wrong and fled, then all their efforts would be in vain. The spirit array had not been arranged yet, and the space had not been sealed, so there was no way to kill or capture Yang Kai. But to his delight, Yang Kai seemed to be a little arrogant and did not care about the more than 20 Netherworld sect disciples, just standing there quietly. Serves you right for being so arrogant. Do you think you're invincible just because you've broken through to the Emperor realm and have space principles? Today, I'll let you know that there is always someone better than you. Yin Lusheng was secretly delighted, but on the surface, his expression remained unchanged as he locked onto Yang Kai with his divine sense. In the blink of an eye, the more than 20 Netherworld sect disciples had already taken their positions. Asterisk walala, asterisk after a series of noises, these 20 or so people summoned their artifacts one after another. These artifacts were all the same, as if they had been refined by the same person. They were all large black banners that fluttered in the wind. A series of rustling sounds rang out. They exuded an extremely cold aura. These large banners were exactly the same as the Netherworld Purgatory banner that Yang Kai had obtained from Zhongzhenyong in the Shattered Star Sea. Obviously, they were the same kind of artifact and seemed to be the favorite of the Netherworld sect disciples. However, the power fluctuations coming from the Netherworld Purgatory banners in the hands of these disciples were not as good as Zhongzhenyong's, so they should not have been refined to perfection. Everyone was in position, the banners had been summoned, everything was ready, only one thing was missing. Yin Lusheng's lips curled into a smile. A sinister smile appeared on his face as he shouted, "Set up the formation." The 20 or so disciples of the Netherworld sect shouted in unison as their hands danced in the air. In an instant, an extremely subtle connection seemed to be formed between the 20 or so people. A layer of invisible restrictive power connected the 20 or so people together, sealing off the heaven and earth. Faint black energy gushed out of the Netherworld Purgatory banners. It began to diffuse toward the center. Array? Yang Kai seemed to be startled. His face was a little flustered as he asked, "What array?" Yin Lusheng laughed loudly and said arrogantly, "Naturally, it's the spirit array that will take your life." At this point, he no longer had to worry about anything. The heavenly net absolute sealing formation had already been set up. Space was sealed. Even if Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, he wouldn't be able to escape from this world unless he had the ability to break this array. But how could a First-Order Emperor Realm Master break the heavenly net absolute sealing array arranged by more than 20 Tao Source Realm disciples using the Netherworld Purgatory banners? Even a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master would be trapped for a moment. Yang Kai was horrified. Looking at Yin Lusheng with a pale face, he gulped and asked, "Brother Yin, what kind of enmity do you have with me? Why are you treating me like this? In the Shattered Star Sea. I let you go, don't you care about our old friendship at all?" Yin Lusheng was delighted as he coldly snorted, "Let me go? Don't make it sound so nice. If I didn't have the information you wanted, would you have let me go? What kind of old friendship do you have with me? Yang Kai, don't talk nonsense. Today, this place will be your burial ground." Yang Kai said bitterly, "Brother Yin, do you really want to kill me?" Yin Lusheng raised his head and sneered, "What? You still want to live at this time?" Yang Kai grinned and said, "Who wants to die if they can live? Brother Yin, why don't you let me go today, and I'll visit you another day to thank you." Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? You have the nerve to say that? Yang Kai said helplessly, it seems that Brother Yin has already made up his mind to kill me. What I say is useless, right? Yin Lusheng shouted, no matter how eloquent your words are, no one will listen to you. Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh. He stretched out his hands and brushed his hair back, saying with a sad face, Brother Yin, I have another request. Humph, what else do you want to say? A sneer hung on Yin Lusheng's face as he felt extremely refreshed in his heart. He didn't know why, but when he saw Yang Kai's helpless appearance, he felt as if he had just ravaged dozens of young girls, and the pleasure he felt was almost impossible to vent. Please let me die in this most handsome posture. Yang Kai turned his face to him, looking at the sky with his hands clasped behind his back. Lin Er's mouth twitched as she whispered to Old Fu, this person is really shameless. Old Fu didn't know what to say. Yin Lusheng suddenly frowned and shouted, You're toying with me. At this moment, he suddenly realized that Yang Kai was talking so much nonsense to him not because he was afraid, nor was it because he was about to die, but because he was clearly playing with him. Yang Kai laughed and said, I'm just playing around, Brother Yin, why take it so seriously? You don't really think this young master is afraid of you, do you? The mischievous expression on his face made Yin Lusheng so angry that he almost coughed up blood. As soon as these words fell, space principles surged and Yang Kai's figure suddenly blurred. But soon, his body solidified again and reappeared in place, not moving at all. The heavenly net absolute sealing array really lives up to its reputation. Yang Kai raised his brow. Although he had heard Qi Hifeng mention the power of this spirit array and knew that it could seal off the world, Yang Kai still wanted to try and see if he could leave this place. Now that he tried, he found that the surrounding space was really isolated. Even with his attainments in the Tao of space, there was no way for him to teleport. What are you waiting for? Yin Lusheng roared when he saw this, lest Yang Kai escape if he was too slow. The 20 or so Netherworld sect disciples received the order and poured their source chi into the Netherworld purgatory banners in their hands, suddenly urging the power of the spirit array. Asterisk hoo hoo hoo, asterisk a series of ghostly wails and wolf howls rang out, making everyone feel as if they had suddenly arrived in the Netherworld. A chilling aura spread out, causing the ground to freeze. The surrounding trees, flowers, and grasses instantly withered and turned into ashes. The 20 or so Netherworld purgatory banners constantly poured out thick black chi, and within this black chi, countless Yin souls and ghosts could be vaguely seen, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. In just 3 breaths of time, the world sealed off by the heavenly net absolute sealing array became pitch black, and if one looked from a distance, it was as if a huge black sphere had suddenly appeared between the heavens and the earth. This black sphere was several tens of meters in diameter and covered a large area, causing Yang Kai's figure to completely disappear. The power of the spirit array was already so terrifying, so it would be even more terrifying if it was fully unleashed. Yin Lusheng's mouth was filled with a sinister grin as he stared at the huge black sphere, seemingly wanting to witness Yang Kai's death with his own eyes. If Yang Kai had a little hope of escaping before, then now that the power of the spirit array had been fully unleashed, Yang Kai had no chance of surviving. Shrouded in this spirit array, one's vitality would be constantly drained away. Not only that, but the power of the 20 or so Netherworld purgatory banners would also be greatly enhanced by the spirit array, and coupled with the joint attack of the 20 or so Netherworld sect disciples, Yang Kai would be ground to death. Yin Lusheng, you've done everything you can to take my life. Do you really think this young master can't break this spirit array? Yang Kai's shout suddenly came from the black sphere, full of energy, as if he was not affected by the spirit array at all. Yin Lusheng's eyes narrowed as he suddenly had a very bad feeling. Before he could reply, a terrifying energy fluctuation suddenly spread out from the black sphere, followed by a deafening explosion. The already huge black sphere seemed to have expanded rapidly under the eruption of some kind of energy, as if it could collapse at any time. The 20 or so Dao Source Realm disciples in charge of the Heavenly Net Absolute Sealing Array all turned pale and trembled violently, almost suffering a backlash from the spirit array. Yin Lisheng was shocked, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Hua Feichen was also aghast. How is this possible? Didn't he just advance to the Emperor Realm? Although he couldn't see what Yang Kai had done just now because of the isolation of the spirit array, it was obvious that he had used some kind of powerful secret technique to affect the spirit array to this extent. How could someone from the Emperor Realm who had just advanced to the Emperor Realm achieve this? Hua Feichen thought that if he were trapped in this spirit array, he would only be able to wait for death, unable to shake the spirit array in the slightest. What he saw in front of him was so unreal. Hong, another loud explosion rang out, and the black sphere that had just recovered expanded again, this time even more violently than before. A series of explosions rang out, and some of the 20 or so Dao Source Realm disciples coughed up blood as their bodies swayed. Yang Kai's previous attack had shaken them a little, and before they could recover, another attack came. This time, they were really injured. Although their injuries weren't serious and wouldn't affect the operation of the spirit array, who knew how many times Yang Kai could release such an attack? If this were to happen a few more times, this formation might really be broken. Martial Uncle Hua, Brother Yin, we can't hold on any longer. Someone shouted loudly. Yin Lisheng was also stunned. He wanted to kill Yang Kai, and for this purpose, he had specially brought so many people from the sect, even inviting the Second Order Emperor Realm Hua Feichen, and even arranged the Heavenly Net Absolute Sealing Array. If he still couldn't kill Yang Kai with such a lineup and capital, how could he return to the Netherworld sect? How could he face his honored master who had such high hopes for him? If he failed, it would be even more unbearable than killing him. Hong, a third explosion rang out. Pu, more than 20 Netherworld sect disciples coughed up blood as their faces turned pale. A crack appeared in the huge black sphere, and a thick black chi suddenly spread out. Yin Lisheng's eyes were dull. The spirit array was really about to collapse. And it had only been 5 breaths since Yang Kai attacked. Chapter 2550. Young Lady Lin, please help us. Seeing that the Heavenly Net Absolute Sealing Array was about to be broken, Hua Feichen could no longer hold back and turned to the red-clothed girl. Lin pouted, what kind of broken spirit array is this? More than 20 people can't even trap one person, and you still have the nerve to say how powerful this spirit array is. When this young lady asked for help, didn't you say you didn't need it? Now you know to beg me. Hearing this, Hua Feichen coughed up blood, thinking that this had nothing to do with the spirit array. It was entirely because the enemy was too strong, and the person who arranged the spirit array wasn't strong enough. The higher the strength of the person who arranged the Heavenly Net Absolute Sealing Array, the more powerful the Netherworld Purgatory banner would be. Otherwise, it wouldn't have become the Netherworld sect protecting array. He and Yin Lisheng thought that this attack would be foolproof. After all, Yang Kai had just broken through to the Emperor Realm, so how strong could he be? As long as the space was sealed, they wouldn't be able to do as they pleased. But reality was completely different from what they imagined. Yang Kai's strength couldn't be judged by common sense. Young Lady Lin, please don't make such sarcastic remarks. Hua Feichen was so anxious that sweat appeared on his forehead. If this Yang Kai escapes, I'm afraid young Lady Lin's matter will fail. Lin suddenly came to her senses and said, that's right. Then I'll help you this time. As she spoke, a crystal-clear jade bowl suddenly appeared in her hand. The jade bowl wasn't big, and it was held in the palm of her slender hand. It emitted a pure white light, and there was a picture of an ancient kasha in the bowl. It was unknown who had carved the ancient kasha, but it looked very lifelike. It was even swaying slightly, as if it was alive. Lin shouted. She raised her hand. Taking out the jade bowl, she shouted in a low voice, "Go." The jade bowl suddenly turned into a white light, and flew above the black ball. It expanded in the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a semicircular white light curtain. It directly covered the black ball, and covered it in it. Not only that. The ancient kasha in the jade bowl also turned into a real existence, taking root in the earth and becoming a towering ancient tree, releasing a strange fragrance. Kong, at the same time, Yang Kai's attack came again. The black ball abruptly expanded again, but with the white light barrier formed by the jade bowl, the black ball was suppressed before it could expand any further. The 20 or so disciples of the Netherworld sect had pale faces, thinking that the array would definitely be broken this time. Despite the backlash, when they saw that the formation was safe and sound under the cover of the light screen, they were pleasantly surprised and worked even harder to stimulate their own source qi to activate the power of the formation. Hua Feichen was envious. He swallowed his saliva and said, "Is this the Tai Osmanthus bowl?" This emperor artifact was extremely famous. There were very few powerhouses in the Eastern Territory who didn't know about it, but those who had seen its true appearance were few and far between. It was also Hua Feichen's first time seeing one. With his eyesight and experience, he naturally knew how terrifying this emperor artifact was. "Why? Do you want it?" Lin turned her head and glared at him. Hua Feichen looked terrified and hurriedly said, "I wouldn't dare, it's just that young lady Lin has opened this old master's eyes today. This trip was really worth it. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up, I can't control this thing for long." Lin's face turned slightly red as her source qi kept flowing out like a flood. It was obvious that summoning this emperor artifact consumed a lot of her source qi and she couldn't maintain it for a long time. Hua Feichen seemed to have woken up from a dream and said solemnly, "Young lady Lin, please cooperate." As he spoke, he gave Yin Lusheng a meaningful look, and the two tacitly understood each other, their figures flickering as they rushed towards the black sphere. Lin formed a series of hand seals and waited for the two to approach before suddenly opening a gap in the white light barrier, allowing them to pass through. The 20 or so Netherworld sect disciples naturally followed suit, allowing Hua Feichen and Yin Lusheng to smoothly rush into the heavenly net absolute sealing array. Inside the array, Yang Kai let out a soft cry of surprise, an extremely strange expression on his face. Previously, he was about to break this bullshit formation, but for some unknown reason, an extremely tenacious force suddenly appeared and stabilized the chaotic formation. Not only that, but the surrounding space was also sealed even more tightly, giving him a feeling of being suppressed. Inside this ghost-like array, Yang Kai felt as if he was in a strange fog, unable to extend his divine sense too far. Naturally, he didn't know that Lin had used an extremely powerful emperor artifact to obstruct him. He even thought that he had underestimated the power of this array. Asterisk chi 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 chi, asterisk the sound of something breaking through the air kept coming from all around as one Yin soul after another roamed around him, waiting for an opportunity to attack. The heavenly net absolute sealing array was arranged with the Netherworld Purgatory banner as its foundation, and the black fog that sealed the heavens and earth was also released by the Netherworld Purgatory banner. With the support of this array, the power of the Netherworld Purgatory banner was naturally greatly enhanced. Yang Kai was inside the array, which meant that he had to fight against more than 20 Netherworld sect disciples with Netherworld Purgatory banners. It was not as simple as 1+1. The strength of the Yin souls and ghosts seemed to have been greatly enhanced. Although Yang Kai tried his best to disperse them, he was only able to kill a few. Previously, he was focused on breaking the array, so he was now trapped. It was only at this moment that he realized the strangeness of this formation. Shrouded in the array, Yang Kai found that his vitality was slowly draining away. The black fog around him contained an extremely corrosive force that was corroding his physique and emperor qi. Asterisk woo woo woo. Asterisk his ears were filled with those bone-chilling ghostly cries. Ghostly figures were hidden in the black fog, constantly attacking from all directions. Yang Kai flicked his fingers and sent out a series of moon blades in all directions. Although this part of the heavens and earth was isolated, making it impossible for him to teleport out, inside this black sphere, there was no restriction on him using space force. The power of the moon blades was terrifying, and as they tore through space, the ghosts were reduced to ashes. At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly felt a sense of crisis and instinctively pushed his palm behind him. But this palm hit empty air, and instead, his right shoulder was hit hard, causing his blood to tumble as he staggered back. Fortunately, his body was strong, otherwise, this palm would have been enough to break his arm. Yang Kai, inside the heavenly net absolute sealing array, I am the master. If I want you to live, you will live. If I want you to die, you will die. You have no chance to live. Yin Lusheng's voice suddenly came from all directions, drifting erratically, making it impossible to determine where he was hiding. Yang Kai frowned, faintly feeling that things were a little troublesome. Yin Lusheng and Hua Feichen were both from the Netherworld sect, so at this moment, they were like fish in water inside this array. On the other hand, Yang Kai's hands and feet were tied, unable to display much of his strength. With this array devouring his vitality and countless Yin souls constantly attacking him, if he didn't think of a way, he really might not be able to leave this place alive. Yang Kai's thoughts turned sharply, but before he could stand firm, he felt a chill on his neck. In his shock, he summoned the myriad sword and slashed at the cold intent. With a crisp clang, sparks flew everywhere. A surprised voice sounded, which seemed to belong to Hua Feichen. He obviously didn't expect that Yang Kai would be able to detect his sneak attack in such a desperate situation, causing his attack to fail. Brandishing his myriad sword, Yang Kai looked around. Although he still couldn't see clearly, he still smiled and said, Yin Lusheng, the Shattered Star Sea let you go once, so you should have taken care of yourself. I didn't expect you to come to the ancient lands to kill me. Since you are so eager to die, this young master will fulfill your wish. Yin Lusheng was furious and retorted, you're still so stubborn even when you're about to die. I'd like to see what kind of waves you can still stir up. Yang Kai grinned and said, just wait and see. Don't cry later. Yin Lusheng was furious and wanted to say something more, but Hua Feichen interrupted him and said, Martial nephew Yin, be careful with your words. He is searching for your location. When Yin Lusheng heard this, he felt that Hua Feichen was right. Yang Kai was clearly at his wit's end, so he kept provoking him to speak so that it would be convenient for him to search for his location. He immediately shut his mouth. Yang Kai, however, sneered and said, do you think this young master can't do anything to you with the help of this bullshit spirit array? I'll make you kneel and beg for mercy within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Shameless boasting. Yin Lusheng was really angry and couldn't help but shout. Hua Feichen was also trembling with anger. He had never seen such an arrogant guy who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He was clearly at death's door, yet he was still shouting. He didn't know where his courage came from, but he secretly decided to torture him when he caught him. After a few exchanges, no more words came out of the black sphere, only a constant swishing sound. The red-clothed girl and old Fu stood outside. Although they didn't know what was going on inside, they understood that Yang Kai was definitely not having a good time. Because every once in a while, Yang Kai would let out a muffled groan, apparently being attacked by Hua Feichen and Yin Lusheng. Lin was trying her best to stimulate the power of the Tai cinnamon bowl, and although it consumed a lot of her strength, her small face was full of excitement. Like Hua Feichen, she was secretly looking forward to the scene of Yang Kai being tortured. As long as she could capture Yang Kai and vent the anger in her heart, it would be worth it no matter how much she had to pay. Asterisk peng peng peng, asterisk inside the black sphere, sounds of fighting could be heard from time to time, but it was obvious that Yang Kai was completely at a disadvantage and could only passively take a beating. If it weren't for his extremely keen grasp of space force, allowing him to detect every attack before it arrived, he would have died countless times already. Even so, at this moment, he was in a sorry state, with countless wounds all over his body. Although none of them were serious injuries, the accumulation of them was extremely shocking. He's still not dead. Yin Lisheng was both shocked and angry. Yang Kai, like him, had just broken through to the Emperor realm, but at this moment, he was showing strength that far exceeded his own, which was really hard for him to accept. But it should be soon. Inside the spirit array, his vitality was draining away and the cold Yin energy was seeping into his body. Now that he was injured, it wouldn't be long before he was an arrow at the end of its flight and became a fish on the chopping block. Chapter 2551. Feeling proud of himself, Yin Lisheng laughed wildly. Yang Kai, did you think you would have such a day? How could he not be proud? A master proficient in the Tao of space, capable of tearing space at will, was now trapped here alive by him. The joy in his heart was simply indescribable. So, although he knew that this was not a good time to talk to Yang Kai, Yin Lisheng couldn't help but shout. Hua Feichen didn't say a word, constantly looking for opportunities to attack. Yang Kai blocked a blow and retreated, holding the myriad sword in front of his chest in a defensive posture, coldly snorting, frogs at the bottom of a well, looking at the sky as if it's the size of a well. Today, this young master will open your eyes, you bunch of trash, and see how I break your bullshit spirit array. Saying so, he flipped his hand and a bracelet suddenly appeared. Although this bracelet was a woman's accessory, it didn't look suitable for a woman to wear because it was covered in mysterious runes and pulsing with spiritual energy. At a glance, one could tell it was a powerful emperor artifact. You still dare to be so arrogant? Yin Lisheng was furious, and under the cover of the heavenly net absolute sealing array, he stealthily approached Yang Kai, raised his hand, and was about to launch a sneak attack when a buzzing sound suddenly reached his ears. This sound was extremely strange, sounding like countless mosquitoes and flies flying over. What is that? Yin Lisheng frowned, but in order to avoid any trickery, he didn't dare to attack and instead retreated a little. Something that will take your dog lives. Yang Kai stood in place, sneering as he waved his hand and released countless pitch-black insects from the bracelet. The bracelet was naturally the insect enslavement bracelet, and the pitch-black insects were naturally the evolved soul-devouring demon insects. Previously, when he was besieged by countless Yin souls and ghosts in the cave, Yang Kai suddenly had a thought. He didn't know if his soul-devouring demon insects had any effect on these Yin souls. Because soul-devouring demon insects specialized in devouring spiritual energy. And they could even devour demonic qi. And to some extent, Yin souls and ghosts were the aggregation of spiritual energy. At that time, there were too many people and Yang Kai couldn't release his soul-devouring demon insects for experiments. Until just now, he had quietly released a few soul-devouring insects, dealing with Yin Lisheng and Hua Feichen while waiting for the result. After giving it a try, the situation was as he had expected. Those Yin souls and ghosts were simply delicacies prepared for the soul-devouring insects. Not only could the soul-devouring insects devour those Yin souls and ghosts, they would also not let go of the black gas here. They seemed to like this energy very much. Since the results of the experiment were out, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't be polite with these people from the Netherworld sect. As soon as the insect enslavement bracelet appeared, countless soul-devouring demon insects flew out from it and spread out in all directions. These insects were like hungry wolves rushing into a flock of sheep, capturing the wandering Yin souls and ghosts. In an instant, waves of mournful howls rang out. Although these Yin spirits did not have the thoughts they had when they were alive, under the gnawing, they still let out miserable cries, which made one's hair stand on end. Yin Lisheng and Hua Feichen were both startled. They didn't know what was going on, only that they seemed to have suffered heavy losses. The situation was unclear. They didn't dare to launch another attack rashly. They were afraid that they would fall into Yang Kai's trap. What's going on? Hua Fei-chun could only helplessly ask the 20 or so disciples in charge of the spirit array. Only they knew the situation inside the spirit array because they were the ones who arranged it, and the foundation of the spirit array was their artifact. It could be said that their lives were closely tied to this spirit array, sharing life and death with it. Not good, Elder Hua. A disciple shouted in horror. That person suddenly released a swarm of insects. A swarm of insects? Hua Fei-chen's eyes widened as he angrily shouted, "What's so surprising about a swarm of insects? Kill them for me. What a bunch of trash." Inside the heavenly net absolute sealing array, even the Emperor realm could be strangled, so why would it be afraid of a swarm of insects? Why were all the disciples the sect had accepted so useless? The disciple said in horror, "Elder, these insects can't be killed and are instead devouring the spirit array." What? Hua Fei-chen was really shocked this time. The Yin souls and ghosts that filled the black sphere were the Netherworld Purgatory Banner's spirit array. They didn't have physical bodies, and were the same as the Yin souls in the Ancient Land's passageway. They were condensed from the resentment of people who died, and were cold and treacherous. There are actually insects in this world that can devour the spirit array? What kind of insects are they? Not waiting for Hua Fei-chen to continue asking, a chill suddenly came from the front, heading straight for his face. Hua Fei-chen turned pale with fright and shouted, "Little brat, you dare to launch a sneak attack." This chill was obviously caused by Yang Kai's sneak attack. Hua Fei-chen hurriedly blocked it as he shouted. With a series of explosions, the corners of his eyes almost burst open as he was forced to retreat with a look of horror on his face. This was the first time he had faced Yang Kai head-on. Previously, he had only used the power of the spirit array to launch sneak attacks, so he didn't expect Yang Kai to be so strong. With the suppression of the spirit array, he was actually able to force a second-order Emperor Realm Master like himself to retreat. Is this little brat even human? Hua Fei-chen couldn't help but feel like he was in a dream. Yang Kai laughed, "You did this to me, so why can't I return the favor? What's so strange about launching a sneak attack on you? Does Elder Hua think that this young master should have just washed his neck and waited for you to chop it off?" Hua Fei-chen's mouth twitched, but he couldn't help but snort, "That would be for the best." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, "Then let's see if you have the ability." As he spoke, his figure flickered. It was unknown how he accurately determined Hua Fei-chen's position, but as soon as he attacked, he launched a devastating attack. Hua Fei-chen turned pale with fright and hurriedly shouted, "Martial Nephew Yin, help me." As a second-order Emperor Realm Master, he was being attacked by an opponent who was a minor realm lower than him in his own spirit array, yet he had to call for his martial nephew's help. This was a complete loss of face. But compared to his own life, what was face worth? Naturally, Yin Lisheng wouldn't let Hua Fei-chen take the risk alone, so he rushed over and shouted, "Yang Kai, don't be so arrogant." The two martial nephews instantly joined forces, and under the surging of their Emperor Qi, the Netherworld sect's secret techniques bloomed in a dazzling display as they fought Yang Kai. A series of explosions rang out as violent energy fluctuations spread out in all directions. Both Elder Fu and Lin had strange expressions on their faces as they hovered in midair. Old Fu frowned, "What the hell is the Netherworld sect doing? A bunch of trash." The girl gritted her teeth and cursed. She had even summoned an Emperor artifact like the Tai Cinnamon Bowl to help, but she didn't expect the Netherworld sect to still be unable to take down Yang Kai. "Young lady, do you want this old master to go and help?" Old Fu asked. Looking at the rumbling sounds inside, Hua Fei-chen and Yin Lisheng probably wouldn't be able to win for a while. Old Fu was a first-order Emperor Realm Master, so if he could help, he would definitely be able to suppress Yang Kai's arrogance. No need. Lin flatly refused. This young lady has already given them enough face by personally helping them. Why do you still want to join in the fun? If they can't even win, then the people of the Netherworld sect are too useless. Old Fu didn't dare to disobey and could only bow his head. At this moment, a cry of alarm rang out. Old Fu's eyes narrowed as he looked in the direction of the sound. He saw that the 20 or so Netherworld sect disciples who were controlling the spirit array were all trembling as if they had been struck by lightning. Their faces were as pale as paper, and beads of sweat were dripping down their foreheads. Some of them were even bleeding from the corners of their mouths. They seemed to have suffered heavy injuries. What's going on? Old Fu's eyes widened, but he couldn't understand what was going on. A Netherworld sect disciple shouted, "Elder, save me. This disciple's banner is about to be completely devoured." The Netherworld sect disciples cultivated the Netherworld Purgatory banner with their lives, so their strength was greatly increased with it in hand. However, if the Netherworld Purgatory banner was damaged, they would also suffer a severe backlash. They were indeed only controlling the spirit array and weren't fighting Yang Kai head-on. However, the soul-devouring insects that Yang Kai sent out were constantly devouring their soul banners at an extremely fast pace. This disciple was quite unlucky. The banner souls he released were completely devoured by the soul-devouring insects, causing his Netherworld Purgatory banner to be severely damaged and he himself to suffer a great backlash. Before he could finish his words, a black light suddenly shot out from the huge black ball. It was the Netherworld Purgatory banner that he had risked his life to cultivate. However, the moment this disciple saw his secret treasure, he didn't show the slightest joy. Instead, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying, he hurriedly got up, turned around, and ran. The Netherworld Purgatory banner seemed to have a mind of its own and chased after him. In the blink of an eye, the Netherworld Purgatory banner caught up with the Netherworld sect disciple. With a bang, the Netherworld Purgatory banner exploded, turning into a mass of black energy that enveloped the Netherworld sect disciple. Ah! An extremely shrill scream rang out, as if he had been subjected to the most terrifying torture in the world. The black energy was like balls of black fire that attached to the disciple's body and wouldn't disperse. Like an all-pervasive viper, they drilled into his flesh through his pores. As he screamed, the Netherworld sect disciple kept rolling on the ground, scratching his face with both hands. He used so much strength that he actually tore off his own flesh. In the blink of an eye, this person was covered in blood and bones. How could this be? What happened to him? On the other side, the red-clothed girl who was controlling the Tai Kasha bowl's power turned pale and couldn't help but ask in a trembling voice. She had never seen such a terrifying scene before. If it wasn't for the unbearable pain, how could a person do such a thing to himself? 10,000 ghosts devouring body. Old Fu swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said in shock, "This person is finished." The Netherworld Purgatory banner's power was greatly reduced, and the Netherworld sect disciple also suffered a backlash. This kind of backlash was even more unbearable than being thrown into a pot of oil and being squeezed dry. As he spoke, the black energy on the disciple's body converged and drilled into his body. An even more shrill scream rang out. The man kept rolling on the ground, tearing off pieces of flesh with his own hands. Soon, blood dyed the ground red. Chapter 2552. In less than 10 breaths of time, the Netherworld sect disciple suddenly twitched all over before his vitality was cut off and he lay motionless on the ground. At this moment, there was not a single part of his body that was intact. Even his brightly colored intestines had been pulled out by him, making for a terrifying sight. Black energy was still burning on his body, as if it would continue to burn until the end of time. Shio shio shio, streaks of black light flew out of the heavenly net absolute ceiling array one after another, shooting towards the Netherworld sect disciples with incomparable accuracy. The disciples were scared out of their wits and fled one after another, shouting for Elder to save them. How could Hua Fei Chen have the time to save their lives? At this moment, he and Yin Lisheng were still being chased by Yang Kai. They couldn't even catch their breath, so even if he knew that the disciples were suffering from the 10,000 ghosts devouring body, he was powerless. However, even if he had the time at this moment, there was no way he could save those disciples. For the disciples of the Netherworld sect, the 10,000 ghosts devouring body was the most terrible torture and the most unbearable way to die. This was related to the secret art they cultivated and the artifacts they sacrificed. But after all, this was the foundation of the Netherworld sect, so which disciple didn't cultivate it? Screams rang out one after another, but this time it was not the Een souls, but the disciples of the Netherworld sect who were being devoured by the 10,000 ghosts devouring body. In just 30 breaths of time, the Netherworld sect had lost nearly half of its people, all of whom died from the backlash caused by the Netherworld Purgatory banner being damaged. However, the Spirit Array was still operating. The Heavenly Net Absolute Sealing Array was a rather peculiar Spirit Array, but it was also a very flexible Spirit Array. 5 people could set it up. 10 people could also set it up. 20 people could also, so even if many of them died, the Spirit Array did not stop operating. It was just that the color of the black sphere seemed to have faded a lot, and 3 figures could be vaguely seen flying around inside, fighting fiercely. With nearly half of the people on their side dead, the remaining Netherworld sect disciples were naturally frightened. They knew that if they didn't escape now, they would be no different from their dead brothers. Sooner or later, they would die from the backlash. But since Hua Feichen didn't speak, how could they dare to escape? If they really escaped at this time, they would definitely be hunted down by the entire Netherworld sect, so they could only grit their teeth and hold on. Summon the Ghost King, a bunch of idiots. Een Lusheng suddenly cursed. The Netherworld sect's disciples were all shocked when they heard this. Then, a look of determination flashed across their faces as they formed hand seals and circulated their source chi. Then, they spat out mouthfuls of blood essence. It sprayed towards the black ball. The dark red blood was imprinted on the black ball, just like rainwater falling into the sea, quickly disappearing. However, the banner spirit within the black sphere seemed to have been provoked by something as it roared continuously. Hua Feichen promptly flew over and stood in front of Yang Kai. Een Lusheng quickly retreated, glaring at Yang Kai with resentment. The next moment, a ghost banner suddenly appeared in his hand. It was the symbol of a Yellow Springs disciple, the Yellow Springs Purgatory banner. Holding the ghost flag with both hands, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood essence at his artifact. With a wave of his hand, the ghost flag began to expand. Huff! Huff! A rhythmic sound suddenly came from the ghost flag, like the sound of breathing, giving off a strange feeling. Along with this sound, the thick black chi and countless banner spirits within the black ball seemed to be attracted by something and converged towards the Yellow Springs Purgatory banner in Een Lusheng's hand. In less than a moment, all the black chi and banner spirits disappeared. Yang Kai's group of 3. Their field of vision was clear, leaving only the white light curtain of the Taiasmanthus bowl covering the ground and sealing off space. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat as he instinctively felt a sense of danger. While fighting with Hua Feichen, he glanced over at Een Lusheng, only to see Een Lusheng grinning as he shouted, "Yang Kai, let's see if you'll die or not." As soon as his words fell, the Yellow Springs Purgatory banner in his hand suddenly burst into a mass of black fog. Inside the black fog, 2 scarlet eyes suddenly flashed with a strange light, as if they could devour one's soul, making it impossible for anyone to look away. Immediately, 2 huge ghost claws stretched out from the black fog. As the black fog swirled, a huge figure appeared. This figure was more than 50 feet tall. Its entire body was pitch black, but its face was repulsive. There was even a single horn that curved towards the sky on its forehead. Its mouth was filled with fangs. As soon as the figure appeared, it gave off an extremely oppressive feeling. The surrounding air seemed to have dropped to the freezing point in an instant. Huff, a stream of white chi spewed out of the figure's nostrils and froze the void. Ghost King. Old Fu's eyes narrowed. He knew that these people from the Netherworld sect were going all out, otherwise, they wouldn't have used such a secret technique. Once this secret technique was used, it was either you die or they die. This Ghost King was different from the Ghost King in the Ancient Lands passageway. The Ghost King in the Ancient Lands passageway was naturally born and cultivated to such a powerful level over the years, but the one in front of them was a fusion of the banner spirits controlled by the Netherworld sect disciples. It was undeniable that the Ghost King's aura was extremely powerful, comparable to that of a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Even old Fu, who was watching the battle from the outside, couldn't help but shiver. On the other hand, Lin, whose cultivation was lower, was unaffected, but a faint layer of light flickered on her body. It seemed that it was this light that prevented her from being corroded by the yin qi. "Martial uncle, help me!" Yin Lusheng shouted. Hua Fei-chen immediately fainted and forced Yang Kai back. His figure flickered, and he retreated to Yin Lusheng's side and punched himself in the chest. *Poo, blood spurted out from Hua Fei-chen's mouth and sprayed on the Ghost King's body, increasing its aura by a lot. Forming hand seals, Hua Fei-chen and Yin Lusheng both wore solemn expressions, seemingly resonating with each other and establishing an inexplicable connection with the Ghost King. Yang Kai stood in place with a solemn expression, his eyes darting around as he sized up the Ghost King. As expected of a top sect in the Eastern Territory, they actually had such a strange secret technique. Yang Kai thought that victory was in his hands, but he didn't expect such a change. On the other side, Yin Lusheng gritted his teeth and shouted, "Yang Kai, I didn't expect you to be so strong, but can you be stronger than the Ghost King? This is the combined strength of more than a dozen people from my Netherworld sect, you will die without a doubt." Yang Kai snorted, "You've said this many times today, but this young master is still standing here, isn't he?" Yin Lusheng couldn't restrain his anger, so he didn't want to waste any more words with him. Forming a seal with his hand, he shouted, "Die." As soon as his words fell, the Ghost King's eyes burst with crimson light as it rushed towards Yang Kai like a marionette. "Swallow it for me." Yang Kai pointed his finger, and countless soul-devouring demon insects flew out, forming a cloud of insects in mid-air and colliding head-on with the Ghost King. Hong Long, the insect cloud suddenly collapsed, and countless soul-devouring demon insects were sent flying and fell to the ground, their life and death unknown. On the other hand, the Ghost King was completely unscathed and its momentum was not reduced. After all, the insect cloud was composed of countless soul-devouring demon insects, so its structure was not dense, so how could it withstand such a collision? Naturally, it scattered at once, looking as if it couldn't withstand a single blow. Yin Lusheng laughed and said, "Who told you to be arrogant, who told you to be presumptuous? Serves you right today." The meaning of his words seemed to be that he felt Yang Kai had nothing to lose. Yang Kai sneered as he stared indifferently at the approaching Ghost King, not moving in the slightest. Yin Lusheng's laughter came to an abrupt end as he stared ahead with wide eyes, only to see that the Ghost King's body was covered with dark insects at some point. Obviously, they had quietly landed on it during the head-on collision just now. Kacha, the sound of silkworms biting mulberry leaves rang out, and the Ghost King showed an extremely pained expression as it opened its mouth and howled, its speed suddenly slowing down a lot. This. Yin Lusheng was dumbfounded. He didn't expect these strange insects to be so powerful that they could even swallow the Ghost King. Hua Fei-chen's face flickered as a trace of confusion flashed across his eyes. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he exclaimed, "Soul-devouring demon insects. These are soul-devouring demon insects." He was a second-order Emperor Realm Master and had cultivated for who knows how many years. Naturally, his knowledge and experience were extremely rich, so it was not surprising that he recognized soul-devouring demon insects. He didn't recognize them at first. After all, these soul-devouring demon insects were very different from the ones he had seen in ancient books. Whether it was their size or ferocity, they were incomparable to those recorded in ancient books. Only now did he have a flash of insight. After knowing that these were soul-devouring demon insects, Hua Fei Chen's expression became extremely flustered. Yin Lusheng might not know how powerful these soul-devouring demon insects were, but he was well aware that the Netherworld Purgatory Banner and Yin souls were most afraid of these things. No wonder so many disciples have been killed. It turns out that these things are the cause of so many troubles. As he spoke, the soul-devouring demon insects that had fallen to the ground slowly got up, flapped their wings, and flew out with a buzzing sound, pouncing towards the Ghost King. In the blink of an eye, the huge Ghost King was covered by the soul-devouring demon insects, leaving only its two scarlet eyes vaguely visible. Gnawed by the soul-devouring demon insects, the Ghost King seemed to be unable to be controlled by Yin Lusheng and Hua Fei Chen, constantly writhing and howling in pain. Hua Fei Chen knew that the situation was not good, so he quickly shouted, "End this quickly." Once the soul-devouring demon insects appeared, they couldn't afford to delay. If this dragged on, the Ghost King would be gnawed until there was nothing left of it. At that time, he and Yin Lusheng would also suffer the pain of being devoured by 10,000 ghosts. More than a dozen disciples had died in front of him, and Hua Fei Chen didn't want to follow in their footsteps. Yin Lusheng was also a smart person, so he naturally understood the gravity of the situation, so he immediately joined forces with Hua Fei Chen and forced the Ghost King to attack. Roar, with a roar, the Ghost King's two eyes became even redder, as if they were filled with blood. It no longer paid attention to the interference of the soul-devouring demon insects and directly flew towards Yang Kai. In mid-air, the huge ghost claw reached out and a black scythe suddenly appeared in its hand, slashing towards Yang Kai. Chapter 2553. The Ghost King's attack was extremely shocking. Before the attack even arrived, the biting cold wind had already cut Yang Kai's skin painfully. Wang, the myriad sword hummed as Yang Kai slashed it upwards, pushing his Emperor Qi fiercely as a dazzling sword light burst forth. With a bang, sparks flew everywhere. The Ghost King's pouncing figure paused slightly, its huge body leaning back a little, showing just how powerful Yang Kai's attack was. The feedback from the Ghost King made Yin Lusheng and Hua Fei Chen's eyes shrink at the same time, unable to believe what they were seeing. At the same time, Yang Kai was sent flying like a rag sack, crashing directly into the white light curtain before coming to a stop. A trace of horror flashed across his eyes, as if he hadn't expected the Ghost King to be so powerful. On the other side, Yin Lusheng saw Yang Kai suffer a loss and couldn't help laughing. With me and martial uncle Hua working together, this Ghost King's strength is comparable to a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Yang Kai, what are you going to use to fight me? Quickly die. As soon as he finished speaking, he urged the Ghost King to pounce on Yang Kai again, wanting to take Yang Kai's life before he could catch his breath. Chi. The huge black scythe slashed down again with unstoppable might, directly cutting Yang Kai's body in half. Hua Fei Chen raised his brow and shouted without hesitation, "An illusion." With the two of them working together, their perception seemed to have become extremely sharp. They immediately saw that Yang Kai had already escaped, and that what was cut in half was just an illusion left behind by Yang Kai. "Ghost King, come back." Yin Lusheng also shouted without hesitation, changing his hand seals continuously. The Ghost King suddenly burst into a cloud of black mist. It disappeared strangely. The next moment, 3 meters in front of Yin Lusheng and Hua Fei Chen, Yang Kai's figure strangely appeared, his expression indifferent, the myriad sword in his hand pulsing with sword chi as he slashed towards the two. Yin Lusheng met his eyes and sneered. There wasn't the slightest panic. Behind Yang Kai, a cloud of black fog suddenly appeared. In the black fog, the Ghost King's body was faintly discernible, and a huge sickle swept across the sky. Yang Kai frowned as a chill ran down his spine. How could he not know that the Ghost King had caught up to him? He didn't expect this thing to be so difficult to deal with. It was like a maggot in one's bones that he couldn't get rid of. He had originally planned to capture the ringleader and kill Yin Lisheng and Hua Feichen. He would not fight the Ghost King head-on. But now, it seemed that this plan was not going to work out. In a hurry, Yang Kai had no choice but to flee from his original spot. When he reappeared, he was already more than 100 feet away. What's the point of jumping around, Yang Kai? If you're still a man, let's go all out and fight. Yin Lisheng was furious. He found that although this space had been sealed, making it impossible for Yang Kai to use his space ability to escape, Yang Kai was still able to move freely in this sealed space, as slippery as a loach, making it impossible for him to catch him. Yang Kai sneered, "You joined forces with your martial uncle and so many brothers to support you, yet you still have the nerve to say that you want to go all out and fight with me? Are you out of your mind?" Yin Lisheng's face was filled with embarrassment, but he still stubbornly said, "If you have the ability, you can also find your martial uncle and brothers. This Yin won't say anything to you." Yang Kai snorted, twisting words and forcing logic. He pointed the myriad sword in his hand at Yin Lisheng and said provocatively, "Surnamed Yin, new and old grudges are destined to be settled today. If you're still a man, fight one-on-one with this young master and see if this young master can beat you to the point that even your mother won't recognize you. My mother died a long time ago, why bother with her?" Yin Lisheng said angrily. Yang Kai said sarcastically, "You are the chief disciple of Netherworld sect and an overlord of Great Desolate Stars territory. What's wrong? You don't even have the guts to fight one-on-one with me?" Yin Lisheng's face was gloomy and anger surged in his heart. Even the Ghost King under his control flickered with light. Whether it was as the chief disciple of Netherworld sect or as the overlord of Great Desolate Stars territory, Yin Lisheng had his own pride. If it were anyone else who said this, he would have already rushed over and slapped them, but facing Yang Kai, he really didn't dare to fight one-on-one. He had also seen Yang Kai's strength and ability. He was definitely not his opponent, so he would be the one to suffer a loss. "Martial nephew, he's stalling for time," Hua Feichen said with a cold face. As he spoke, he glanced at the Ghost King intentionally or unintentionally. The Ghost King's body was densely covered with soul-devouring insects, which were constantly emitting crackling sounds. Obviously, they were devouring the Ghost King's energy. In such a short time, Hua Feichen could already feel that the Ghost King had weakened a lot. If he continued to dawdle, he was afraid that before Yang Kai could kill him, the Ghost King would die first. Once the Ghost King was destroyed, all the Netherworld sect disciples present would suffer a backlash, including him and Yin Lisheng. "I know." Yin Lisheng gritted his teeth. "There's no time to lose, hurry up." Hua Feichen shouted as he formed a seal again. Yin Lisheng cooperated with him and glanced at Lin, outside, whether intentionally or unintentionally. "What a waste." Lin coldly snorted. A group of people was fighting one person, and even something like the Heavenly Net Absolute Sealing Array was arranged, yet they were still being slaughtered. How could this group of people from Netherworld sect be so useless? If she had known this earlier, she wouldn't have come to them to help her vent her anger. Now that she hadn't vented her anger, she had accumulated a lot. Especially when she saw Yang Kai strutting around, Lin's lungs were about to explode. She couldn't wait to go up and teach him a lesson herself. She didn't even consider that she was from the Third Order Dao Source Realm. How could she have the ability to teach Yang Kai a lesson? Didn't she see that Hua Feichen, Yin Lisheng, and the others were now facing a formidable enemy? Aoo. It was unknown what secret technique the two Netherworld sect disciples from the Emperor Realm had used, but the Ghost King suddenly roared towards the sky, and the scythe in its hand became even more powerful. Its huge body, like a willow catkin, floated in front of Yang Kai in an instant and swept towards him. Yang Kai said impatiently, "Do you think this kind of attack is still effective against this young master?" Yang Kai was no longer in a hurry to capture their leader. He just needed to continue wasting time with this group of Netherworld sect disciples, and it wouldn't take long for the soul-devouring insects to devour the Ghost King. At that time, he wouldn't even need to take action personally, as the people from the Netherworld sect wouldn't have a good end. So when he spoke, he was about to move away. But at this moment, the huge ancient Xianxia phantom on the white light curtain that had been covering the earth shook, and a branch peeled off from the light curtain and swept towards Yang Kai like a bolt of lightning. How could Yang Kai have thought of such a change? He didn't know how this white light curtain was formed, and thought that it was something arranged by the Netherworld sect disciples. Previously, this thing didn't make any unusual movements, and only sealed the space around it, so Yang Kai wasn't prepared at all. This moment of carelessness caused one of his arms to be tied up by the branch. Stunned, he struggled hard, but he couldn't break free. But this wasn't the end. As the ancient Xianxia phantom continued to shake, 3 more branches attacked him like soft whips, accurately wrapping around his other arm and 2 legs. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai was entangled by 4 branches and pulled into the shape of the Chinese character. The branches tightened and dragged him into the air. Yang Kai turned his head and glared at the red-clothed girl called Lin, only to see that her small face was slightly pale and her hands were forming seals as if she was using some kind of secret technique. It was all her doing. Yang Kai suddenly realized and gritted his teeth as he shouted, "Little girl, you're courting death." Because he was worried about the other party's background, he had only given her a small punishment in Desolate City. Now that he saw her mingling with the people from the Netherworld sect, he didn't want to do anything to her. He just planned to deal with these people from the Netherworld sect and ignore her. Who would have thought that she would have such a strange method, catching him off guard? Yang Kai's heart was filled with killing intent. Lin was also taken aback when she saw him so fierce, but she soon gritted her teeth and said, "I won't die even if you die." Lusheng laughed and said, "Young lady Lin, well done. Let's see how this little brat will hide." Although Hua Feichen didn't say a word, he was still pushing his Emperor Qi to control the Ghost King to rush in front of Yang Kai with Lusheng. The huge scythe swung down and the aura of death rushed towards Yang Kai. Lusheng's eyes widened, seemingly wanting to enjoy the scene of Yang Kai's death. Hua Feichen also had a smile on his face, feeling that this matter was finally over. If Kai Yang was still able to escape under these circumstances, then that would be too inconceivable. The attack arrived in an instant, causing Yang Kai's pupils to shrink to the size of a needle tip as he shouted, "Dragon transformation." With a deafening roar, a golden dragon head appeared behind Yang Kai. The whole world seemed to tremble as dragon pressure filled the air, causing all creatures to submit. The Ghost King pouncing towards Yang Kai couldn't help but pause slightly, its attack also pausing for a moment. Lusheng and Hua Feichen opened their mouths wide as they stared at the roaring dragon head in a daze, a feeling of absurdity rising in their hearts. Lin was even more unbearable. Her cultivation was the lowest, so under the influence of the dragon pressure, her tender body swayed and she almost fell. Affected by this, the power of the Tai cinnamon bowl was greatly reduced. She couldn't display the full power of this emperor artifact, nor could she maintain it for long, so under this influence, the pure white light curtain showed signs of collapsing. Fortunately, she had seen a lot of big scenes, so she quickly grit her teeth and held on, not daring to let Yang Kai break free from her shackles. The golden dragon head phantom flashed and drilled into Yang Kai's body. Immediately afterward, Yang Kai's hands turned into dragon claws and strange dragon scales appeared on his exposed skin. Even behind him, a dragon tail composed of golden energy appeared and swept across the ground, creating a shocking sight. Kong, the Ghost King's attack arrived as expected and landed directly on Yang Kai's chest. Guzhi, a teeth-numbing sound of friction rang out, and sparks flew everywhere. The Ghost King's attack didn't seem to have hit flesh and blood, but rather the hardest artifact. Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood, but what stunned everyone was that while the blood of others was red, his was golden. On his chest, there was a foot-long wound that was so deep that his bones could be seen. Even though Yang Kai had used his dragon transformation secret technique, which greatly increased his defensive power, he still felt uncomfortable after taking the Ghost King's attack head-on. Chapter 2554. If it weren't for the soul-devouring insects devouring a lot of the Ghost King's power, and if it weren't for his powerful physical body, this blow would have taken his life. Although his life was not in danger, his injuries were extremely shocking, especially around his wounds, where there was a dark energy entangling them, hindering Yang Kai's recovery and eroding his flesh and blood. This was the Ghost King's Yin energy, which was extremely difficult to expel. He didn't die. Yin Lisheng's eyes widened as he exclaimed in shock. He couldn't believe how hard Yang Kai's body was, and that strange secret technique he had just used. He clearly saw a dragon head and felt a pure dragon pressure radiating from it. Could that really be a divine spirit? Thinking so, Yin Lisheng's legs trembled for no reason. I can't hold on much longer, Lin gritted her teeth and whispered. With her weak cultivation, it was already very rare for her to be able to use an emperor artifact like the Tai cinnamon bowl for such a long time. She couldn't hold on for much longer, and with her mind shaken by the dragon pressure just now, her source chi was running out and she couldn't hold on any longer. Yin Lisheng and Hua Feichen were shocked when they heard this and didn't dare to be negligent. They pushed their emperor chi and controlled the Ghost King to attack again. It wasn't easy to use this young lady's power to restrain Yang Kai and make him a target. If they still couldn't kill him, then only death awaited them. You're all going to die. Yang Kai's eyes flashed coldly as he struggled to break free. With a few cracking sounds, the branches that bound his hands and feet were broken. Lin let out a soft cry, as if she had suffered some backlash. The pure white light screen slowly retracted. It turned back into a sparkling and translucent jade bowl and flew towards her, disappearing into her body. Without the suppression of this emperor artifact, Yang Kai suddenly felt the pressure on him lighten, and his whole body was full of energy. It wasn't until now that he realized that the white light curtain was actually an emperor artifact. The Ghost King pounced ferociously, but Yang Kai acted as if he didn't see it, his expression solemn. Emperor Qi surged like a tide as he quickly formed a series of hand seals. Flowing time Great Emperor, withering glory, shuttling like a dream. The moment the flowing time Great Emperor used the divine technique of the Great Emperors, time seemed to freeze at this moment. The seal rumbled towards Yin Lisheng and Hua Feichen, but the two of them were completely unaware of it as they stared ahead with wide eyes. It felt like an instant, but it also felt like millions of years. By the time their eyes regained their clarity, the seal was already in front of them. Yin Lisheng's face filled with horror as his hands quickly danced. Blood essence kept spurting out of his mouth as he shouted, "Martial uncle, hold on." No one knew what kind of secret technique he used, but he quickly retreated like a loach. At the same time, his essence, energy, and spirit rapidly weakened. Even though he had just advanced to the Emperor realm, his cultivation level also plummeted. This secret technique seemed to be extremely harmful to the user. Hua Feichen was inconsolable. The others didn't know what kind of secret technique Yin Lisheng had used. However, he was extremely clear about this. Yin Lisheng had obviously severed his own cultivation. He had used this opportunity to cut off his connection with the Netherworld Purgatory banner. In this way, he wouldn't suffer the backlash of the 10,000 ghosts devouring body, but correspondingly, he would be giving up all his years of cultivation in the Netherworld sect. Everything would have to start from scratch, and there was even the danger of damaging his foundation. He had been entrusted by this martial nephew of his to come here with more than 20 disciples to help him get rid of his enemies, but at this critical moment of life and death, he had actually fled and pushed himself out to take the blame. What could be more depressing than this? Hua Feichen almost coughed up blood in anger as he cursed the Netherworld sect for raising such an ungrateful wretch. How could he not have seen it before? It was true that distance tested a horse's strength, and time revealed a person's heart. If he had a choice, he would rather have stayed in the sect and meditated. How could he have run out into these muddy waters, putting his life on the line? Before he could finish his thoughts, the flowing time great emperor's shuttling like a shuttle seal had already reached him. It was also thanks to his resistance that Yin Lusheng was able to escape. At a rate visible to the naked eye, Hua Fei Chen's skin became old and his vitality quickly drained from his body. It was as if thousands of years had passed. Bastard. Hua Fei Chen turned his head to look in the direction Yin Lusheng had escaped and cursed while clenching his teeth. Then, his head tilted and he fell to the ground, gasping for breath. The principle of time had eroded his body, making him unable to resist at all. Death was only a matter of time. Without his control, the Ghost King suddenly went berserk, its eyes turning red like burning charcoal as it waved the huge scythe in its hand and attacked aimlessly. Ah! More than a dozen screams sounded at the same time as the Netherworld sect disciples who were still at death's door fell to the ground one after another. Black energy emerged from their bodies and burned them like flames. They had obviously suffered a backlash and had no hope of survival. Yang Kai didn't pay any attention to them, nor did he care about the Ghost King that had gone out of control. He just coldly glanced in Lin Er's direction and snorted, "I'll deal with you later." As soon as Lin Er met his cold gaze, she couldn't help shivering. It seemed that she really wasn't scared, but she still stubbornly glared at Yang Kai, not flinching. Yang Kai's figure flickered as he chased after Yin Lusheng. "Young lady, run." Old Fu's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he hurriedly sent a message. If they didn't run now, they might not have another chance to escape. 2 Netherworld sect masters from the Emperor realm had joined forces, more than 20 disciples assisted them, and even summoned their Ghost King, but they still couldn't do anything to Yang Kai and were instead being slaughtered. This guy called Kai Yang, his strength was simply too strong. His loss in Desolate City was not unjustified. With the strength he showed, killing him would be no different from crushing an ant. "What are you running for?" Lin shouted angrily, "This young lady is right here, let's see if he dares to attack me." She said this out of anger, mainly because no one dared to kill her. What's more, her legs were weak and she really couldn't run. Old Fu was anxious and said, "Young lady, can't you see that he is in a killing frenzy? If he accidentally injures young lady's precious body, how can this old master explain it to master?" Lin Er snorted, "Give him 180 times the courage. Let's see if he tries." Old Fu didn't know what to say. Because of the young lady's interference, Yang Kai was struck by the Ghost King, and his wound was still bleeding. He definitely wouldn't let the young lady go easily. Old Fu's earnest persuasion was useless, but he didn't dare to force the young lady, so he was really anxious. On the other side, Yin Lusheng didn't escape far before Yang Kai caught up. Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, so tracking and escaping were his forte. What's more, Yin Lusheng's strength had plummeted, and his aura was constantly weakening. He was on the verge of the Tao Source realm, so how could he outrun him? As he ran, he looked back and saw Yang Kai following behind him like a ghost, his face so cold that it was almost possible to scrape off a layer of frost. While chasing, Yang Kai ridiculed, "Run? Let's see where you can run to." Yin Lusheng knew that he couldn't escape, so he steeled his heart and suddenly summoned an object in his hand. Gritting his teeth, he turned around and was about to activate its power. But the moment he turned around, he was startled because Yang Kai was already standing in front of him, staring coldly at the object in his hand. Before Yin Lusheng could activate his power, Yang Kai had already swung his myriad sword. Shua, one of Yin Lusheng's arms flew out. Blood gushed out from the severed arm like a fountain. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and took the object that Yin Lusheng had been holding in his hand, glanced at it, and coldly snorted, "Emperor Authority Bead. I knew it was this damn thing." Previously, in the Shattered Star Sea, he had suffered a big loss at the hands of Seeking Passion Sect's young sect master Feng Shi, so he knew that the most outstanding disciples of their sects had treasures bestowed by their elders to protect them. The Emperor Authority bead was the most common thing. Although it was not easy to condense and was still a consumable, if one had one on them, they could turn defeat into victory at a critical moment. Feng Shi had almost used his father's Emperor Authority bead to kill Yang Kai. Once bitten by a snake. 10 years of being afraid of ropes, how could Yang Kai not be on guard against Yin Lusheng? So this time, he didn't give Yin Lusheng a chance to summon the Emperor Authority bead and directly cut off his arm. Yin Lusheng, whose arm had been cut off, seemed to have only just realized what had happened. Staring at his severed arm in a daze, he screamed miserably, staggered back, and fell to the ground, his face ashen. Sheng, a cold light approached as Yang Kai, holding the myriad sword, looked down at Yin Lusheng condescendingly. The tip of the sword pointed at the bridge of Yin Lusheng's nose. The sword chi was like the tongue of a viper, swallowing and spitting. Yin Lusheng's screams came to an abrupt end as he couldn't help gulping, a look of horror on his face. He knew that he had been thoroughly defeated. Even if Yang Kai spared him this time, Yin Lusheng was afraid that he wouldn't be able to cultivate again, because in order to escape, he had used a forbidden technique to sever his cultivation, damaging his foundation. At this moment, his strength had fallen to the Saint King realm, and it was still falling. Speaking of which, we don't seem to have any deep enmity between us. Yang Kai looked at Yin Lusheng, letting the blood from his chest drip to the ground as he said expressionlessly, "You're courting death." If he had stayed in the Netherworld sect to consolidate his cultivation and put aside his grievances with Yang Kai, he might have been able to take over his master's mantle and take charge of the Netherworld sect in the future, but he had brought people here to intercept and kill Yang Kai. One wrong step after another. Yin Lusheng grinned. On the path of the martial Tao, who can say clearly what is right and wrong? Today, I am defeated, but in the future, you may not be able to reach the peak, so what are you so proud of? Perhaps. Yang Kai nodded in agreement, but I can go further than you and see more. Yin Lusheng's mouth twitched, seemingly speechless. What are your last words? Let's hear them. Yang Kai asked lightly. Yin Lusheng ground his teeth. I will wait for you on the Yellow Spring Road, still so stubborn. Yang Kai coldly snorted, pointing his sword forward, believe it or not, I won't kill you and will refine your soul. Yin Lusheng closed his mouth at once, no longer daring to act presumptuously. Sometimes, death was not the most terrible thing, what was more terrible was to live a life worse than death. Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at him, grinning, I was just kidding. As he spoke, the myriad sword sank slightly and slowly stabbed forward. Yin Lusheng's eyes widened in an instant as he clearly heard the myriad sword stabbing into his body and into his heart. That slow and terrifying feeling instantly enveloped him. Chapter 2555. My Netherworld sect will not let you off so easily. A murmur sounded from not far away. Yang Kai turned his head and saw Hua Fei-chen lying on the ground, his eyes wide open as he stared at him. His eyes were completely ashen, as if he had been dead for God knows how many days. After saying this, his head tilted to the side and he breathed his last. He had been hit by the flowing time Great Emperor's seal of shuttle, but he had managed to hold on until now. Yang Kai naturally didn't care about the threat of death. Reaching out, he took the space ring from Yin Lusheng's hand and threw it into his sleeve. This was the chief disciple of the Netherworld sect, so he must have a lot of good things on him. How could Yang Kai miss this opportunity? Before he could turn around and deal with Hua Fei-chen's body, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed. He hurriedly threw away the Emperor Authority bead in his hand. Bang! With a loud explosion, the Emperor Authority bead exploded and turned into dust that dissipated into the air. Yang Kai's face was gloomy and uncertain. His good mood was instantly ruined. He gritted his teeth and said, restrictive spell. He didn't know what kind of restriction had been placed on the Emperor Authority bead, but it was definitely related to Yin Lusheng's life and death. After all, this was a protective treasure given to Yin Lusheng by the Netherworld sect master. Once Yin Lusheng died, the restriction would be triggered, causing this Emperor Authority bead to go to waste. Yang Kai's heart ached, but at this point, there was no point in feeling distressed, so he could only collect his emotions, walk over to Hua Fei Chen, and collect his space ring. On the other side, the Ghost King that had lost control was no longer a concern. Countless soul-devouring insects were gnawing at its body. They treated it as a delicious meal. Presumably, it wouldn't take long for it to be completely devoured. More than 20 corpses were strewn all over the ground, and the smell of blood was pungent. Yang Kai himself was also injured. The wound caused by the Ghost King's scythe had not healed yet. The edges of the wound were twisted with dark energy, constantly corroding his flesh. Yang Kai waved his hand. Immediately, a small swarm of soul-devouring insects flew toward him and landed on his wound. Since the soul-devouring insects could eat the Ghost King, then they would definitely be able to deal with the Ghost King's cold aura. He had summoned them over to treat his injuries. Just as he thought, the soul-devouring insects started devouring his wounds as soon as they fell into them. A moment later, the pitch-black energy was completely swallowed up, and without the erosion and interference of this cold aura, the powerful restorative ability of Yang Kai's golden blood finally played a role. His flesh and blood began wriggling, and it would probably only take a few days for him to fully recover. Until now. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at the girl in red. The moment their gazes met, Lin couldn't help but gulp. Even though she spoke beautifully just now, she was actually scared to death. She had never seen anyone so savage. He could actually fight one against many and kill all of his enemies. Moreover, the people he killed were not ordinary people. Those were two from the Emperor realm of the Netherworld sect, plus a group of Dao Source realm masters who had arranged the Heavenly Net Absolute Sealing Array. Coupled with the huge wound on Yang Kai's chest, he looked even more ferocious. Seeing Yang Kai looking at her, Lin would be lying if she said she didn't panic. She felt a little regretful now. If she had known this would happen, she would have fled with old Fu instead of staying here and acting brave. She didn't think that with Yang Kai's ability, even if she wanted to escape, she wouldn't be able to get far unless she and old Fu returned to the ancient land's passageway. It was clearly the soul descent of a master. That day in the Shattered Star Sea, Fengshi had played such a trick, and it was still fresh in his memory. These elites from the top sects all seemed to have their own trump cards. The Emperor Authority bead was the most common one, but the Soul Descent bead was undoubtedly more powerful. It was the descent of a true expert's soul. Although it wouldn't be able to display the full strength of the expert, it wasn't something that ordinary people could deal with. The descent of a master's soul not only brought about pressure in terms of strength, but also prestige and reputation. There were only so many top masters, so once a soul descent occurred, who dared to underestimate them? Fengshi could make his father's soul descent into the Shattered Star Sea, so this young lady Lin could naturally do the same. Yang Kai had long known that this would happen, so he didn't expect to kill the girl, but he couldn't vent the anger in his heart. Chapter 2556. That inexplicable master had his own reasons for choosing to use soul descent on old Fu. Firstly, Lin was a woman, so it was somewhat inconvenient. Secondly, old Fu was much stronger than Lin, so the soul descent would allow him to display more of his abilities. Moreover, it wouldn't matter even if old Fu's body was damaged afterwards. The soul descent of a master was also a great burden on the body of a weak person. Under Yang Kai's gaze, old Fu, who was lying on the ground, stood up straight. His white hair fluttered without the wind, and his eyes were as deep as the sea, inspiring awe in all who looked at him. In the blink of an eye, old Fu's temperament changed drastically. His gaze swept over everyone, as if he could look down on the world with disdain. Old Fu's gaze swept over everyone, pausing on Yang Kai for a moment before turning to Lin. His expression was indifferent, making it impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. Lin also seemed to have reacted at this moment. She reached out and touched the place where the pendant used to be on her neck, then glanced at Old Fu. After meeting his familiar gaze, she couldn't help shrinking her neck as she realized what was going on. "Father!" Lin called out softly like a mosquito. Instead of feeling happy about her father's soul descent, she looked scared instead. "Humph." Old Fu coldly snorted and said indifferently, "Shouldn't you be reflecting on your mistakes behind closed doors? Why are you here?" Lin was rendered speechless by this question. Her eyes flinched, not daring to look at her father at all. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. This young lady must have snuck out secretly. No wonder she's so scared even after her father's soul descent. Why do all these little girls like to do this? Mo Shaoqi also often comes out of Spirit Beast Island. This girl in front of me is also the same. They're all spoiled. Yang Kai coldly snorted in his heart. "What trouble have you caused this time?" Old Fu asked. Lin didn't answer. Instead, she looked around, as if looking for a way to escape. "Why aren't you answering my question?" Old Fu suddenly shouted. Lin's tender body trembled as she reflexively blurted out, "Your daughter was bullied." As she spoke, tears fell one by one down her white cheeks. She was as sad as she could be. She was no longer as arrogant and domineering as before, as if she was a completely different person. Yang Kai was stunned. This young lady's acting. It seems she's done this kind of thing. Tears flowed down her cheeks as if they were free. She cried in a heartbroken manner, as if someone had really done something to her. She even pointed at Yang Kai and said, "It's him. Father. Is Lin's crying stopped abruptly. Old Man Fu turned his head and looked at Yang Kai indifferently. "This king is talking to his daughter. Since when did you have the right to interrupt?" Yang Kai couldn't help curling his lips. His heart was filled with disgust. Old Man Fu asked, "You don't seem surprised to see this king?" Yang Kai snorted. "What's there to be surprised about? If it weren't for your protection, with your daughter's temper and ability to cause trouble, she wouldn't have lived to this day. God knows where she would have died long ago." This guy wasn't polite to him at all, so Yang Kai didn't bother to give him a good face. Anyway, he wasn't in the wrong this time. Yang Kai didn't believe that this old man could really bully him. Feng Shi's father, Feng Xian, could stand up for his son regardless of his face, but this old man in front of him would never do that. He had to consider his own identity. It was because of this that Yang Kai wasn't afraid at all. Lin stared at Yang Kai in amazement. She had never thought that this guy's courage would be so big, daring to say such words to her father. This was not something anyone could do. How did she provoke such a person? Lin regretted it so much that her intestines turned green. Old Man Fu's eyes sharpened as he asked, "Boy, are you accusing this king of not disciplining her?" Yang Kai snorted and ignored him. Why ask such a simple question and slap his own face? Seeing his indifferent look, Old Man Fu was surprised and asked, "Aren't you afraid of this king?" Yang Kai glanced at him and said, "Why would I be afraid of you?" If it was before he went to the Shattered Star Sea, Yang Kai might have been afraid, but he was not an ignorant person now. He had even seen the great emperors of the secular world and the heaven-devouring great emperor, so he had a lot of experience. "Do you know who this king is?" Old Man Fu asked again. Yang Kai remained indifferent for a while before cupping his fists and saying, "Junior Yang Kai greets the Serene Soul Master." This salute was not out of fear, but out of respect for the master. Old Man Fu was really shocked this time. Yang Kai had actually seen through his identity, so it was obvious that he knew who he was. As Yang Kai said, the Soul Descender was one of the 10 great emperors of the Star Boundary, the Serene Soul Great Emperor. He was also the overlord of the Eastern Territory and the founder of the Serene Soul Palace. The soul contracts that circulated throughout the entire Star Boundary were also created by this person. Yang Kai knew this only because of the attitude of the Netherworld sect and the others towards Lin. The Netherworld sect was a top sect in the Eastern Territory, so if Lin Er's identity was not more noble than theirs, how could they be so polite to her? Who else could be more noble than the people of the Netherworld sect? It wasn't surprising that he knew about this after all the connections he had. How do you know? Old Man Fu raised his eyebrows. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and said, I guessed. Old Man Fu's eyes flashed, but he didn't dwell on this issue and pondered for a moment before saying, since you already knew Lin Er's background, why did you dare to kill her? Could it be, you want to lure this king out? This old man's mind is not ordinary. After being exposed, Yang Kai didn't hide it anymore and cupped his fists. Master's eyes are sharp. This junior does have such intentions. Of course, if he didn't show up, Yang Kai would really kill him to silence him. Lin had provoked him time and time again and almost caused him to die at the hands of the Netherworld sect. Yang Kai couldn't pretend that this matter didn't happen. Old Man Fu curiously asked, why did you try so hard to lure this king out? Yang Kai sighed and said with a bitter face, Master, this junior had no choice but to do this. I was forced by your daughter. What does it have to do with me? Lin didn't panic at this moment. Her father's soul was here, so her life was definitely not in danger. What she was worried about was how long she would be imprisoned after she was captured. Yang Kai glanced at her and snapped, if it weren't for your background, do you think you would still be alive to speak? Lin snorted and turned her head away, too lazy to argue with him. However, when she recalled the scene when Yang Kai swung his sword without the slightest hesitation, she couldn't help but feel some lingering fear. In her heart, she knew that he was right. If it weren't for her father's protection, she really would have died. Yang Kai frowned and cupped his fists. Serene Soul Master, your daughter has made things difficult for me time and time again. This junior didn't want to argue with her. She's a little girl, after all, so it's understandable for her to be a little naughty. But this brat let her go again and again. Not only did she not appreciate it, she even colluded with the people of the Netherworld sect to ambush and kill me. This is truly intolerable. This brat was enraged and killed more than 20 people of the Netherworld sect here. Old Man Fu raised his eyes and looked over. He had noticed the corpses on the ground earlier, but he didn't expect them to be from Netherworld sect. Is this brat really so strong? He's just a first-order Emperor Realm Master, so how can he kill so many people? Yang Kai continued, the deaths of the people from Netherworld sect are not regrettable, but your daughter didn't dare to act rashly. You're lying. Lin pointed angrily at Yang Kai and shouted, you clearly wanted to kill me just now. Yang Kai sneered, if I didn't put your life in danger, how could I lure the master out? Old Man Fu narrowed his eyes at Yang Kai and asked, what do you want to do after luring this king out? Yang Kai was stunned for a moment and said, Master, I don't dare to kill your daughter, but I have to vent my anger, right? Naturally, I can only look for you to reason with. Who told my fist to be weaker than yours? Old Man Fu sneered softly. What do you mean? Do you think I deserve to be bullied? Yang Kai was furious and said, Master, I almost lost my life because of your daughter. Look at this wound, it hurts a lot. Old Man Fu glanced down at the foot-long wound on Yang Kai's chest and was a little moved. This brat can still talk to me without batting an eyelid after suffering such a serious injury. What a weirdo. Isn't he afraid that I'll smash him into a meat patty? This king understands. Then how are you going to reason with this king? Old Man Fu looked at Yang Kai calmly and said, this king is here now. Say whatever you want. You won't have the chance if you're too late. Yang Kai's face darkened and said, Master, don't tell me you're thinking of killing me to silence me? If word of you doing such a thing as a master gets out, what will happen to your reputation? Old man Fu said, no matter what your motive is, it's a fact that you want to kill this king's daughter. What does it matter if this king kills you? Yang Kai was furious and said, Master, are you trying to bully me with your power? This old man is too shameless. I thought that as one of the 10 great emperors, he would at least care about his reputation. Who would have thought that he would be so shameless? On the other hand, Lin was happy and shouted, Father, don't talk nonsense with him. Hurry up and kill him. Old man Fu sneered and looked at Yang Kai, are you afraid? Yang Kai gritted his teeth and said, what's there to be afraid of? This young master has fought side by side with the great emperors. It's not like I haven't seen the great emperor's abilities. This young master is also a person who has seen the world. What's there to be afraid of? As soon as he said this, old man Fu's expression became strange and he asked, you fought side by side with old man Hongchen? Yes. Yang Kai snorted and said, if master's true body came, this junior would naturally run away, but master is only a wisp of your soul now. How much strength can you display? Forgive this junior for being blunt, but this junior can drag your daughter down with me before I die. I don't know if master cares about your daughter's life. Chapter 2557. Yang Kai's ferocious look showed that he really intended to do so, not just for show. Despicable. Lin Er's face turned white with anger. This bastard really wants to kill me. You better not fall into this young lady's hands, or I'll make you suffer. Master, if you don't believe me, you can try. Yang Kai shook his myriad sword and assumed a posture of mutual destruction. Old Fu's expression was indifferent as he whispered, fighting side by side with the great emperors of the human world? Boy, you're bragging a bit too much. Aren't you afraid of being exposed? Yang Kai said, boy, I'm just stating facts and reasoning, I never brag. Is that so? Old Fu smiled meaningfully, pausing for a moment before saying, just wait. Wait for what? Yang Kai looked at him in amazement, frowning slightly. He didn't know what this person in front of him wanted to do, but he knew that he was no match for this person, so he didn't dare to take him lightly. This person in front of him was not someone Yang Kai could compare to. Although he was only a soul descender, Yang Kai didn't have much confidence in being an enemy, but when it came to escaping, he still had some confidence. If it wasn't for this, how could he still stand here and speak so confidently without a change in expression? Old Fu's eyes darkened as he stood motionless. Yang Kai was suspicious, but he didn't dare to make any movements lest he annoy the other party. Towering mountains were covered in white snow. Within the snow-capped mountains, there was a continuous rise and fall of buildings. From time to time, cultivators would fly through the air. The pavilions below were also bustling with people coming and going, creating an extremely lively scene. Brothers from the same sect were comparing notes with each other, just like beautiful flowers playing chess in a pavilion. Groups of maidservants passed by. They came and went in a hurry. Countless plum blossoms bloomed, releasing a delicate fragrance. Many tamed rare beasts ran through the forest, rolling up rays of light. It was like a paradise on earth, and the world energy was extremely rich. This was the overlord sect of the Eastern Territory, the Serene Soul Palace. Those who had never been to the Serene Soul Palace would never have dared to imagine such a scene inside the sect. Just by hearing the name of the sect, one would think that this place was filled with a ghostly aura. The difference between imagination and reality was simply too great. At the peak of the tallest mountain, under the cover of white snow, there was a palace that occupied a vast area. The palace was cold and cheerless, as if no one had lived there for a long time. Within a radius of 100 miles around the mountain, not a single person could be seen. Even the birds and beasts that scurried about in the wilderness did not dare to approach this place. This was the forbidden area of the Serene Soul Palace, the place where the great emperors of Serene Soul cultivated in seclusion. Serene Soul was one of the 10 great emperors and stood at the peak of the star boundary. It was normal for her to be in seclusion for several decades or even centuries. Without being summoned, no one dared to disturb him. Even her children needed to ask for permission before they could set foot in this place. However, even the young palace master of the Serene Soul Palace, Hyoji, had not seen his father for a full 3 years. He only knew that his father seemed to be comprehending some kind of secret technique and could not be disturbed. At this moment, in the palace, under the flickering lights, 2 figures sat cross-legged facing each other. One of them had black hair without a beard, wore a black robe, and had an indifferent expression. However, he had the natural dignity of a superior, causing others to feel fear. This was the palace master of the Serene Soul Palace, one of the great emperors, the Serene Soul Palace master, one of the 10 great emperors. The person sitting opposite him was an elderly man. This elderly man did not seem to be sitting properly. His body was slumped, and he had a bored expression on his face. His eyes were rolling around, constantly looking left and right, as if he wanted to see if there was anything valuable in this damned place. He was prepared to take advantage of the great emperors of Serene Soul to steal it when they were not paying attention. That expression coupled with his actions at this moment could not be described as sneaky. If Hyoji saw this scene, he would definitely be shocked. This was because only his father and a few of his closest confidants were allowed to set foot in this palace. No outsider had ever entered this place. However, at this moment, there was an elderly man of unknown origin sitting face to face with his father. Yet, his father wasn't on guard at all. If Yang Kai saw this scene, he would definitely be shocked. This elderly man was none other than Duan Hongchen, who had not been separated from him for long in the wilderness of Purple Mountain. He did not know why Duan Hongchen had come here, and directly found the great emperors of Serene Soul. In the silence, only the crackling of the lights could be heard. Suddenly, the great emperors of Serene Soul slowly opened his eyes. Duan Hongchen was shocked. He straightened his back and asked anxiously, "Is it done?" "Not yet." The great emperors of Serene Soul slowly shook his head. Duan Hongchen was startled and asked in astonishment, "If it's not done, then why are you opening your eyes? Hurry up and finish it, this old man still has something to ask of you." He had an extremely impolite look on his face, as if he was very familiar with the great emperors of Serene Soul. The great emperors of Serene Soul smiled and said, "Your matter is not urgent. I have something to ask of you." Duan Hongchen curiously asked, "Ask of me? What do you need to ask of me?" The great emperors of Serene Soul smiled and said, "A guy who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth said that he had fought side by side with you. Is this true?" Yang Kai had just started bragging, and he had already come to confront Duan Hongchen. Who knew what Yang Kai would think if he knew? Duan Hongchen sneered and said, "You believe what others say. What nonsense. When did this old man ever fight side by side with others? He must be using this old man's tiger skin as a flag to scare you. Quickly send him away, this old man's matter is more important." Serene Soul nodded and said, "I think so too." He also felt that Yang Kai was bragging. Who was Duan Hongchen? Even if he had cut off his own cultivation and his strength had greatly decreased, there was no need for him to join forces with others to fight against an enemy. However, Duan Hongchen happened to be in his Serene Soul Palace at this moment, so it was not difficult to ask. "Wait a minute." Duan Hongchen suddenly shouted again with a strange expression on his face, "Who said this guy? What does he look like?" He suddenly remembered that there was indeed a guy who had fought side by side with him, and it was not long ago. Serene Soul did not answer and just waved her hand in front of her. The space between them quickly rippled, and a clear image was immediately imprinted in Duan Hongchen's eyes. It was the scene of Yang Kai holding the myriad sword and standing in front of the entrance of the ancient land's passageway, surrounded by corpses. Duan Hongchen glanced at it, and the corner of his mouth suddenly twitched. How could it be this kid? The great emperors of Serene Soul was stunned. You know him? Duan Hongchen's face suddenly became ferocious, and he gnashed his teeth. This seat will recognize him even if he turns into ashes. Serene Soul, quickly kill him and help this seat vent my anger. This seat will remember this favor. The great emperors of Serene Soul sighed. Heaven-devouring great emperor of heaven-devouring great emperor, if you continue to be long-winded, this seat will not be polite to you. This seat Serene Soul finger is not to be trifled with. He could tell at a glance that the one who had spoken was not Duan Hongchen, but the great emperors of heaven-devouring great emperor of great emperors of heaven, Wukong, who shared a soul with Duan Hongchen. Duan Hongchen laughed strangely. Serene Soul, how dare you speak to this seat with this kind of tone? I didn't see you with this kind of courage in the past. The great emperors of Serene Soul smiled. This seat Serene Soul finger is not to be trifled with. He did not mention what had happened in the past, so it was obvious that he had also suffered a great loss at the hands of the heaven-devouring great emperor. Duan Hongchen's face darkened. Can't you change your lines? What's the point of threatening this seat with this? The great emperors of Serene Soul's expression did not change, and he still smiled. This seat Serene Soul finger, fuck you. Even the great emperors of heaven-devouring great emperor of great emperors of heaven could not help but curse at this moment. At this moment, Duan Hongchen suddenly shivered, and the ferocious expression on his face disappeared in an instant, replaced by a look of anger. No one would be in a good mood if their body was suddenly controlled by another soul. However, neither he nor the heaven-devouring great emperor could do anything to each other. Serene Soul saw that the heaven-devouring great emperor of heaven-devouring great emperor had been suppressed, so she asked, do you really know this kid? Oh. Duan Hongchen smacked his lips. The kid I told you about before, this is him. Serene Soul raised her eyebrows. He's the one who joined forces with you to attack the heaven-devouring great emperor? And he ruined the heaven-devouring great emperor's plan? Duan Hongchen said helplessly, that's right, but the situation is a little complicated, so I can't explain it in a short time. Anyway, you saw the end result. The great emperors of Serene Soul nodded lightly, so, he really wasn't bragging. What do you want to do with him? Duan Hongchen glanced at Yang Kai on the hologram in front of him with some worry. He knew that the great emperors of Serene Soul had descended somewhere, and it seemed that his troublemaking daughter had encountered some kind of danger. The descent of the great emperor's souls was no joke, so they had to get something out of it. Just like some treasured swords, once they were out of their sheaths, they had to drink blood. The descent of the great emperor's souls would be shameful if they ran back without killing some people. If it was someone else, it would not be a big deal, but Yang Kai. Duan Hongchen really did not want him to die at the hands of Serene Soul. In any case, he had helped a lot in the Shattered Star Sea. Serene Soul glanced at him and said, you want me to let him go? Both of them were old monsters who had cultivated for who knows how many years, so Serene Soul knew what Duan Hongchen was thinking. It just so happened that this old thing would owe her another favor. Serene Soul secretly calculated in her heart. I'm not related to him, so whether he lives or dies has nothing to do with me. You can do whatever you want. Why ask me? Duan Hongchen flicked his sleeves, acting as if this matter had nothing to do with him. Serene Soul could guess what he was thinking, so how could he not guess Serene Soul's plan? He already owed her a favor, so if he owed her another one, he was afraid that he would have to work like an ox for Serene Soul for the rest of his life. He would not do such a bad deal. Okay, then this king will kill him. Serene Soul nodded. Although my daughter is a bit mischievous, she is not someone that can be bullied by just anyone. Ha ha. Duan Hongchen smiled slyly and said, if you want your daughter to be buried with him, you can do it. Serene Soul's face sank. Duan Hongchen, you are looking down on this king too much. Although this king is only a soul wisp, it won't take much effort to take down a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. Duan Hongchen shook his head and said, an ordinary First-Order Emperor Realm Master is naturally not your opponent, but this boy, TSK, he's not ordinary. If you want to take him down, I'm afraid it will take some effort. Chapter 2558. Serene Soul said angrily, Duan Hongchen, enough is enough. This was no longer respect for that little brat, but looking down on herself. How could Serene Soul not be angry? Duan Hongchen said indifferently, he is proficient in the Tao of space. Is that so? Serene Soul was slightly surprised. Since Duan Hongchen said that this little brat was proficient in the Tao of space, then he really was proficient in it. Such a person was not easy to kill. He has also learned the Flowing Time Great Emperor's Shuttle Seal. What? The Flowing Time Great Emperor's Shuttle Seal. Serene Soul was really shocked this time. The Flowing Time Great Emperor's Shuttle Seal was a divine technique of the Great Emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. It was the only divine technique in the world that involved time principles. Even Serene Soul could not comprehend it. Once the Flowing Time Great Emperor's Shuttle Seal was used, he might really be able to kill his own daughter. Right, the mountains and rivers bell is also in his hands. Duan Hongchen threw out a little bit of information, but it seemed to hit Serene Soul again and again, causing his expression to become more and more exaggerated. Quietly looking over, Duan Hongchen was very pleased. He did not know how he knew this. After all, Yang Kai did not reveal so much information in the Shattered Star Sea. Serene Soul's face was already dull, the corners of his mouth twitching. After a long while, he asked in a deep voice, Yuan Ding's mountains and rivers bell? Duan Hongchen raised his eyebrows. Besides that mountains and rivers bell, what other mountains and rivers bell does he have? Serene Soul's expression twitched even more. Although he was one of the 10 great emperors and didn't lack emperor artifacts, the mountains and rivers bell was an ancient exotic treasure. It was impossible for him not to covet it. In the past, when they besieged the heaven-devouring great emperor, the heaven-devouring great emperor had risked injury to kill Yuan Ding first. The biggest reason was that he feared the suppression power of the mountains and rivers bell. Even the heaven-devouring great emperor was afraid of it. How could Serene Soul ignore this? The power of space. The Flowing Time Great Emperor, the mountains and rivers bell, this brat's luck was too good. How could he get all the good things? If an ordinary martial artist could get even one of them, it would already be a blessing. But this brat had it all in his hands. Who knew where his family's ancestral grave was? Those without fortune had no luck. This kid's luck was a little too heaven-defying. After a moment of silence, Serene Soul snorted coldly, "Why are you telling me this? You're so boring." Duan Hongchen chuckled and said, "We're just chatting." He knew that Serene Soul probably wouldn't kill Yang Kai. This was because he didn't have the confidence to kill Yang Kai with his soul descent. If not, Duan Hongchen wouldn't have revealed this information. While talking, Duan Hongchen impatiently urged, "You should quickly solve the matter over there. This old master is still waiting for you to separate me from the heaven-devouring great emperor. This old dog has been entrenched in this old master's body. It's not convenient for this old master to go to the brothel to have some fun." Serene Soul's title was Serene Soul. Naturally, she was extremely proficient in the power of the soul. She was also one of the great emperors who had the most thorough understanding of the power of the soul. This was why Duan Hongchen had come to the Serene Soul Palace to seek help from the great emperors of Serene Soul. He wanted to see if there was a way to separate the heaven-devouring great emperor's soul from his body. If even Serene Soul couldn't do it, then he could only maintain this state for the time being and think of another way. Thinking about the future, Duan Hongchen couldn't help but shudder. Speaking of serious matters, Serene Soul's expression turned serious. "Hongchen, I won't hide it from you. Your situation is a little tricky. I might not be able to help. Whether you can help or not, we'll see after we try, Duan Hongchen said in a low voice. Serene Soul nodded and closed her eyes again. Outside the ancient land's passageway, Yang Kai held the myriad sword and kept his attention on Old Fu. He didn't dare to let his guard down. After the great emperors of Serene Soul told him to wait, they suddenly stopped moving. Yang Kai was puzzled. He didn't know what they were up to. Should he take advantage of their unpreparedness and run away first? But if he didn't solve the problem here, he might be targeted by the Serene Soul Palace. The Serene Soul Palace and the Netherworld sect weren't on the same level. Being targeted by the Serene Soul Palace was definitely not a good thing. As he thought about it, an even bolder idea came to his mind. Should he make the first move and kill the two people in front of him? Once and for all, everything would be over. However, this idea only appeared in Yang Kai's mind for a moment before it was thrown out of his mind. If he really did that, he would completely offend the great emperors of Serene Soul. Yang Kai decided to deal with the situation by sticking to the status quo. If the great emperors of Serene Soul really wanted to attack him, then it wouldn't be too late to make a plan. Thinking of this, he glanced at Lin and happened to meet her gaze. As their four eyes met, Yang Kai grinned wickedly, his expression terrifying. Lin was startled and quickly looked away. She wondered what her father, the master, was doing. Wouldn't it be fine if he just killed this brat? His daughter was being bullied, but he didn't stand up for her. How sad. At this moment, Old Fu, who had been standing still, suddenly seemed to come back to his senses and looked up at Yang Kai. Yang Kai couldn't help but swallow his saliva and ask, "What can I do for you, master?" The corners of Old Fu's mouth rose slightly as he looked Yang Kai up and down, then glanced at the more than 20 Netherworld sect disciples who had died. He knew that these people's deaths were not unjust. A person with so many blessings and who had joined forces with the great emperors of the secular world to deal with the heaven-devouring great emperor, how could they be a match for him? The mountains and rivers bell, an ancient exotic treasure that had been taken out by Yuan Ding tens of thousands of years ago, had actually returned. "I've pretty much understood what happened," Old Fu said lightly. "This matter is indeed my daughter being a little unreasonable. You have nothing to do with this." "Huh, master's eyes are really sharp." Yang Kai relaxed when he heard this, knowing that he was no longer in danger. Serene Soul was one of the great emperors, so since she had said so, she would definitely not make trouble for him. On the other hand, Lin pursed her lips in anger when she heard this, her face full of displeasure. Old Fu nodded and said, "The ancient lands are dangerous. Take care of yourself." Saying so, Yang Kai stretched out his hand towards Lin, his emperor chi surging as he pulled Lin, over. "Wait!" Yang Kai hurriedly shouted when he saw this. "Is there anything else?" Old Fu turned his head and looked at Yang Kai impatiently. The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched as he said, "Master, you're not thinking of just leaving like this, are you? Are you kidding me? I was injured because of that troublesome woman, and you want to leave without saying anything?" Even if the Heavenly Emperor came, Yang Kai wouldn't agree. Old Fu was stunned and asked with a strange expression, "What do you want?" Yang Kai grimaced as he pointed to the gash on his chest and snorted, "Senior, this junior's injury was caused by your daughter. Even my bones were broken. If I were to recuperate like this, I'm afraid I won't be able to recover without a year or so." Old Fu looked down and saw the wriggling granulation around Yang Kai's wound, and the corner of his eyes couldn't help twitching. "Does he think I'm blind?" Although Old Fu didn't know what kind of body-tempering secret art he cultivated, this kind of injury was nothing more than a flesh wound that would heal in a few days, yet he dared to say it would take him a year or so. How presumptuous. Yang Kai didn't seem to notice his expression and continued, "Sir also said that the ancient lands are dangerous, and this junior has something to do inside. If this junior were to fall because of this wound, it would be difficult for your daughter to absolve herself from blame. If word of this spreads, Master's face will definitely be damaged. Others will definitely say that Master allowed his daughter to commit such a crime. TSK, does Master still care about his reputation? You dare threaten me? Old Fu raised his brows slightly and asked with a dark expression, what do you want? Yang Kai sheathed his sword and said in a trembling voice, this junior's strength is not bad, but I am not confident I can enter this ancient land. If Master can reward me with a defensive artifact to cover my wound, that would be best. Old Fu laughed in anger and asked, what kind of defensive artifact do you want? Tell me. Yang Kai said seriously, the bowl in your daughter's hand. I think it's quite good. Lin was shocked and shouted angrily, you scoundrel, how dare you have ideas about my baby? Yang Kai glared at her and snorted, children shouldn't interrupt when the master is speaking. Old Fu looked at Yang Kai with a smile and asked, do you want the Jade Osmanthus bowl? That thing is called the Jade Osmanthus bowl. Yang Kai raised his brow and grinned meaningfully, if Master can reward this junior, it would be best. To tell you the truth, this junior has been wandering the star boundary alone and is quite embarrassed. Although I have already broken through to the Emperor realm, I haven't been able to buy a handy artifact. Life is tough. The mountains and rivers bell is in your hands, yet you still dare to complain about being poor? Only a fool would believe you. Old Fu coldly snorted in his heart. Master is one of the great emperors of this generation, so you don't lack an emperor artifact, right? Yang Kai continued to pester Lin. He really did want the Jade Osmanthus bowl. It was a good defensive artifact, and he just happened to lack one, so it would be a waste to leave it in Lin's hands. If he could get his hands on it, he would be like a tiger that had grown wings. My father is my father, and I am me. Why do you keep eyeing my baby? Lin was so angry that her nose was crooked. This little thief was too hateful, pestering her like this. If it weren't for the fact that she couldn't beat him, she would have already taught him a lesson. You're the one who brought this up. Look at my wound. Yang Kai puffed out his chest, scaring Lin so much that she immediately turned her head. He was always talking about his wound, but it really did look quite scary. Old Fu was indifferent for a while before nodding, what you say makes sense. It's not like I can't give you the Jade Osmanthus bowl. Yang Kai was overjoyed when he heard this. He just wanted to fight for it. After all, the great emperors of Serene Soul had a great reputation, so even if they couldn't give him the Jade Osmanthus bowl, they could at least give him something else. Otherwise, wouldn't his enmity with Lin be in vain? But he never expected that the great emperors of Serene Soul would be so easy to negotiate with. Listening to what they said, it seemed that they really wanted to give him the Jade Osmanthus bowl. Yang Kai beamed with joy and directly stretched out his hand to Lin. Give it to me. Lin opened her mouth wide and looked at Old Fu with an aggrieved expression. Father. Old Fu remained calm and said lightly, I can give you the Jade Osmanthus bowl, but not for nothing. This king wants to exchange something with you. If you agree, the Jade Osmanthus bowl will be yours. Yang Kai immediately became vigilant. What is it? There was actually a condition? What did this mean? Chapter 2559. Moreover, what could he possibly have that could catch the eye of the great emperors of Serene Soul? Myriad sword? That's impossible. Myriad sword might be good, but it might not be in Serene Soul's eyes. The great emperors of a generation could have any emperor artifact they wanted, so why would they want Myriad sword? So what did he want in exchange? Yang Kai thought about it, but he still couldn't figure out Serene Soul's intentions. What senior wants to exchange for, wouldn't be this little one's life, right? Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Old Fu sneered, what use does this king have for a cheap life? Yang Kai's face turned black. Although he didn't think his life was worth much, he was naturally unhappy to be called cheap in front of others. If not for the other party's identity, he would have already rushed up and fought him. Just tell me if you agree or not. Old Fu looked at Yang Kai with a mocking smile. You don't even make it clear how I'll agree. Do you really think this young master has a limited IQ like your daughter? Yang Kai coldly snorted and said, Master's words are unclear. Forgive this junior for not agreeing. In front of him was an old monster who had lived for who knows how many years. Kai Yang didn't dare to casually promise anything, lest he fall into the other's trap. If he fell into the other's hands, then it would be a big joke. Old Fu said indifferently, this king wants a bell in exchange. As soon as he said this, Yang Kai was shocked and became vigilant. Change the bell. What bell? What other bell could he have besides the mountains and rivers bell? How did he know? In today's battle, Yang Kai hadn't used the mountains and rivers bell at all, and all the enemies who had seen it before were already dead. So how did the great emperors of Serene Soul know about this? Did they sense it? But that was impossible. The mountains and rivers bell had been refined by him. If he didn't use it against the enemy, no one would be able to sense it. But this old man had spoken so confidently, as if he was certain Yang Kai had a bell on him. Yang Kai really couldn't tell if he was just bluffing or if he really had a card up his sleeve. Could it be that he wanted to kill them and steal their treasures? Yang Kai secretly gritted his teeth. If the soul devourer great emperors really had such thoughts, his future days would not be easy. What clock? What does master mean? Yang Kai's mind was racing, but his face was expressionless. He revealed a puzzled look. Old Fu looked at him mockingly and sneered, do you really not know? Yang Kai naturally didn't dare to reveal any flaws. He gritted his teeth and said, Master, please enlighten me. I'm confused and don't know what you're talking about. He swore in his heart that if this old man mentioned anything about the bell again, he would send his daughter off first. Old Fu said, in that case, I won't force you. As he spoke, Di Yuan wrapped Lin up and flew out. In the blink of an eye, he rushed into the ancient land's passageway and disappeared. He actually left as soon as he said he would, without giving Kai Yang the slightest chance to react. Damn it! If you don't give me the osmanthus bowl, at least give me some source crystals or something. This young master suffered for nothing. After a long time, Yang Kai finally reacted. He was so angry that he cursed. This time, he had suffered a big loss. Lin had repeatedly made things difficult for him and even joined forces with the Netherworld sect to threaten his life, but all he did was force Serene Soul to surrender. He didn't get the slightest benefit from it. But soon, Yang Kai felt a cold sweat on his back. Just now, Serene Soul had suddenly mentioned the bell, which really scared him. Looking around for a while, Yang Kai didn't dare to stay any longer. He walked over to the dead Netherworld sect disciples and collected their space rings before hurriedly rushing into the ancient lands. Out of the passageway. He had officially stepped into the ancient wild land. This was an area that had never been developed. It was one of the most dangerous places in the entire star boundary. Even the Emperor realm couldn't guarantee their own safety. In this ancient lands, there were countless dangers that were difficult to resist. There were many natural barriers and savage species that lived here. They were all life-threatening existences. There were also rumors that there were divine spirits living in this ancient lands, but no one knew whether it was true or not. Yang Kai went less than 100 miles in and noticed the strangeness of this ancient lands. There was an inexplicable energy flowing in the air. This energy seemed to have the effect of suppressing the power of a cultivator. The deeper he went, the more obvious this effect became. Towering ancient trees towered into the sky. On the ground, there were many strange flowers and plants that Yang Kai had never heard of before. An ancient and desolate smell greeted him. Savage force. The entire ancient wild land was filled with this strange savage force. This was the great desolate force that came from the beginning of the world. Under this force, any creature would feel small and insignificant. Under the suppression of this force, any cultivator who entered would not be able to display their full strength. Yang Kai felt it for a while and found that this savage force didn't have the slightest effect on him. When it entered his body, it was like a gentle breeze that could be ignored. He had the mountains and rivers bell, a great desolate treasure, in his body, so all the savage force that invaded his body was automatically neutralized by the mountains and rivers bell. Realizing this, Kai Yang's heart calmed down. He had already noticed it when he drank the wild wine. Although he had some guesses in his heart, it wasn't until now that he confirmed them. It seems that with the mountains and rivers bell, I'll have a great advantage in this ancient wild lands. Yang Kai was quite pleased with himself. Fortunately, he had obtained this opportunity in the Shattered Star Sea, otherwise, he wouldn't have had such an advantage. As he walked, he took out a jade slip and compared it to the scenery outside. This jade slip was given to him by Pai San. It contained all the known landforms of the savage desolate ancient lands, as well as the distribution of demonic beasts. However, the information in this jade slip was not complete. Yang Kai didn't know how large the ancient wild land was. So far, the cultivator had explored less than 1/10 of the ancient wild land. However, with this jade slip in hand, Yang Kai could save a lot of trouble. An hour later, he had completely entered the ancient wild land and found a cave and walked in. He didn't know what kind of monster beast occupied this cave. The cave was dry and spacious, but there was no sign of the monster beast. He didn't know whether it had gone out to look for food or had been killed. Yang Kai guessed that the latter was more likely because this place was not far from the entrance. It would be easy for the cultivator to find this place. There was generally no space for monster beasts to live in this kind of place. With a wave of his hand, Yang Kai released Zhang Ruoxi and ordered, "I need to heal. Guard me and pay attention to resisting the wild force. If there's any movement or you can't hold on, call me." "Yes." Zhang Ruoxi responded obediently. Seeing the terrible injury on Yang Kai's shoulder, her heart inexplicably trembled. She didn't ask much and went directly to the entrance of the cave and sat down cross-legged. Inside the cave, Yang Kai took out some healing pills and stuffed them into his mouth. He closed his eyes and began to refine them. His injury was actually not serious. Even if he didn't treat it, it would only take a few days for him to recover. However, Yang Kai didn't dare to be careless while walking in this kind of place. If the smell of blood around his wound caused some unnecessary trouble, the loss would outweigh the gain. So, he decided to heal his wound first. There was no need to be in a hurry. The flesh around the wound was squirming, constantly healing towards the middle. It was a scary sight. Yang Kai's body's resilience was already strong. Now, with the help of the healing pills, it would take him less than a day or two to fully recover. Outside the cave, Zhang Ruoxi followed Yang Kai's instructions and urged her source qi to protect herself. At first, she was a little worried about the so-called wild force. After all, Yang Kai had mentioned it to her before. She knew that all cultivator who entered the ancient lands would be suppressed by the wild force. The lower the cultivation, the greater the suppression. Although she had the cultivation of the third order Dao source realm, she couldn't help Yang Kai at all. During the last part of the ancient lands passageway, Yang Kai even took her into the sealed world bead. Zhang Ruoxi hated herself for being so weak. Not only was she unable to help Yang Kai, but she was also a burden to him. The wound on Yang Kai's shoulder was so big. She didn't know how much blood he had lost, how painful it was, and how dangerous it was. Everything she had now was given to her by Yang Kai. If it weren't for him, she would have been taken back by the Lu family and ruined by them. A small family like the Zhang family wouldn't have been able to survive in Maplewood City. Not only did Yang Kai save her, but he also saved the entire Zhang family. He also gave her countless cultivation resources, which allowed her to achieve what she had today. She didn't know why Yang Kai brought her out of the Zhang family, but after so many years, she had long been used to following Yang Kai everywhere. But when would he be able to block the calamity for Mr.? She couldn't always be protected by Yang Kai like this. Even if he asked her to take care of his meals and make his bed, that would be fine. Unfortunately, she hadn't done much of that. Zhang Ruo, she bit her red lips with her pearly white teeth. Her heart tightened. Her yearning to become stronger drove her to silently circulate her secret art and meditate to cultivate. This was an involuntary action. But soon, Zhang Ruo, she was startled and quickly stopped. It couldn't be helped. She suddenly remembered that this was the ancient wild lands. The world energy here was full of wild force. It was not a place to cultivate at all. If she absorbed the wild force into her body, not only would she be unable to absorb it, it would also hinder the progress of her cultivation. Realizing this, Zhang Ruoxi's face suddenly turned pale and she quickly checked her own situation. Zhang Ruoxi was baffled by her own condition after a quick check. Because she found that although she had inadvertently absorbed some wild force, it didn't seem to be harmful to her. Instead, it spread out in her body and became the source of her own strength. In this short period of time, his cultivation efficiency was more than twice as fast as before. What's going on? Zhang Ruoxi looked surprised. She didn't understand. She wanted to ask Yang Kai. After all, Yang Kai knew more than she did. But Yang Kai was at a critical juncture of healing, so she didn't want to disturb him. Chapter 2560. After remaining indifferent for a long time, Zhang Ruoxi mustered up her courage and began to circulate her secret art again. This time, she carefully sensed it and found that if she cultivated here, other than absorbing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, there was also the savage force. But the strange thing was that both of these forces were greatly beneficial to her, especially the wild force. It made her feel like she had tasted it and couldn't stop. What's going on? Could there be something wrong with his body? That was the power of the wild. Zhang Ruoxi suddenly became afraid and didn't dare to cultivate anymore. She stopped circulating her secret art and sat silently in place with a bewildered expression. She really couldn't find a reason for this. The only possible explanation was her bloodline. Her teacher had said that her bloodline was very strange and he didn't know what kind of inheritance it had. She was also very confused because the secret art she used to cultivate was something she comprehended on her own and wasn't taught by the Zhang family. It was as if these things were engraved in the depths of her mind and she knew how to circulate them as soon as she started cultivating. She sat in place and didn't do anything. Her surroundings were quiet and peaceful. Zhang Ruoxi thought for a while and took out the space spirit jade from her space ring. Before entering here, her teacher had given this thing to her and asked her to study it, saying that it might unlock the secret of her bloodline. As soon as she took it out, Zhang Ruoxi's body suddenly shook and she raised her head to look in a certain direction. That feeling came again. It seemed that something was resonating with the space spirit jade in her hand and calling out to her from afar, making her blood flow faster. It was extremely hot. She had this feeling once before. Now that she experienced it again, Zhang Ruoxi was sure that it wasn't an illusion. But it only lasted for a moment. When Zhang Ruoxi tried to sense it again, she couldn't find anything. All kinds of beautiful scenery flashed on the space spirit jade. Zhang Ruoxi turned it over in her hand and studied it for a long time, but she still couldn't figure it out. She didn't know what it was for, in the depths of the ancient lands in a dense jungle. This was the true depths of the ancient wild lands, a place where no human had ever set foot. For hundreds of millions of years, only a variety of ancient wild races lived here and multiplied. This was a completely different world from the four territories of the star boundary. On top of the towering mountain, there was an oval-shaped object that was emitting a blood-red light. This object was blood-red, as if it was made from fresh blood. However, it also emitted a strange fragrance. Blood Gate. The demon clans that lived in the depths of the savage desolate ancient lands all knew that there was a blood door here, but no one could enter it, let alone know what kind of secrets this blood door hid. But in the ancient lands, there was a rumor that the blood door had a secret that could allow the creatures of the ancient lands to evolve into holy spirits. The living beings of the ancient lands all had remnants of the ancient divine spirit's bloodline power in their bodies. The only difference was the amount. Even if it looked like an extremely ordinary little snake. Tracing back to ancient times. Perhaps it could also be related to the dragon race. Once the ancient bloodline hidden in their bodies was activated, the ancient land's life forms would possess strength comparable to the ancestral divine spirits. Since the beginning of time, how many of the billions of living beings had successfully excavated the power of their own bloodline and evolved into a holy spirit? At the very most, no more than 10 people had succeeded. But in the legends of the ancient lands, the blood door had a mysterious power that could allow the monster clans and savage races that entered to fully excavate the power of their bloodline. Once they succeeded, they would have a great chance to restore the glory of their ancestors. Evolve into a holy spirit. Because of this rumor, the blood door was the holy land of the entire savage desolate ancient lands. Countless creatures who thought that they had the strength or opportunity to pass through the blood door one after another, wanting to activate their bloodline. But not a single one succeeded. They couldn't even get close to the blood door. Most of the ancient land's life forms that got within 10 kilometers of the blood door would turn into a pool of pus and die a miserable death. There was once a powerful monster king who had reached the peak of the 12th order who came here before the end of his life, wanting to give it a try. Because his lifespan was reaching its end, if he didn't think of a way, he was afraid that he would soon die of old age. The blood door was his last hope. The peak of the 12th order was equivalent to a 3rd order emperor realm master of the human race. How many such existences were there in the entire star boundary? But even with all his strength, he could only get 3 kilometers away from the blood door and couldn't go any further. In the end, he persisted for 3 days and 3 nights before turning into a pool of pus and dissipating. Since then, no creature of the ancient lands dared to approach the blood door at will. Even the peak of the 12th order monster king couldn't enter the blood door and activate his bloodline, so how could other creatures dare to try? For a time, the blood door became a forbidden area in the ancient lands. No creature of the ancient lands dared to approach it at will, fearing that they would die for no reason. Although this matter happened a long time ago, the creatures of the ancient lands, whether it was the monster race or the savage species, all had extremely long lifespans. So, many monster kings and overlords had personally experienced this matter and witnessed the tragic fate of the peak of the 12th order monster king. Under their strict warnings, none of their subordinates dared to approach the blood door. At this moment, the blood door that stood at the peak of the mountain that hadn't changed in the slightest for countless years suddenly bloomed with a dazzling red light. The red light converged into a pillar of light that shot straight into the sky, breaking a large hole in the clouds. But soon, the pillar of light disappeared, leaving behind only specks of red light that gradually dissipated in mid-air. 100 kilometers away from the blood door, a pitch-black python was using its thick body to wrap around its prey, tightly strangling it. It opened its bloody mouth and swallowed its prey. It was facing the direction of the blood door. The sudden appearance and disappearance of the red pillar of light was clearly seen by it. The dark python's eyes widened in an instant as it stared at the place where the blood door was located. Its eyes were filled with horror. It had no choice but to be afraid. The legend of the blood door was too terrifying. For so many years, the blood door had stood there without any changes. Who wouldn't be on tenterhooks when it suddenly appeared? However, this unforeseen event happened very quickly and didn't affect it, which made it feel a little relieved. After waiting for a long time, it didn't dare to act rashly. After a while, seeing that the blood door was no longer abnormal, it suddenly twisted its body. Accompanied by the sound of bones dislocating, the huge python's body that was more than 50 feet long underwent a huge change. In the blink of an eye, the python turned into a middle-aged man with a dark complexion, wearing a pitch-black robe, and a malicious gaze. His mouth was still a bloody mouth filled with dense fangs. He was still holding his prey in his mouth, looking as frightening as it could be. With a slurping sound, the middle-aged man that the python had transformed into suddenly sucked the prey into his stomach. His stomach suddenly became round and rolling, as if he was pregnant for 10 months. He stretched out his hand and patted his stomach, causing it to immediately deflate. Something big has happened. I have to report this to Master quickly. The middle-aged man muttered with a gloomy expression. Demonic chi surged from his body as he turned into a streak of black light and fled into the distance. Looking at the aura fluctuations emanating from his body, it was actually on the level of an 11th order master, almost equivalent to a Dao source realm cultivator. An hour later, in front of a huge mountain, outside the gate, a streak of black light approached from afar. The 2 monster race guards at the gate immediately became vigilant. One of them took out a bone hammer while the other held 2 bone spurs and glared at the black light. Who goes there? The monster race guard with the bone hammer shouted and pointed to the front. This is the Rhino Thunder Monster King's palace. Quickly show your true form, or we'll kill without mercy. Kill without mercy. The monster with the 2 bone spurs also roared, his aura surging. The black light suddenly stopped not far in front of them and revealed its true form. It was the middle-aged man transformed from Dark Python. We're on the same side. Brothers, I am also a subordinate of the Rhino Thunder Master. I have something important to report to the Master, please let him know. The middle-aged man cupped his fists and said. The 2 monster race guards at the gate glanced at each other and looked at him suspiciously. They couldn't blame the 2 monster race guards for not having good eyesight. It was just that there were many monster race cultivators here, and the Rhino Thunder Monster King controlled more than 100,000 monster race cultivators. They were all scattered across hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Except for those they usually saw, who would recognize each other. Moreover, the Rhino Thunder Monster King was not someone that anyone could meet. The monster race guard with the bone spurs coldly snorted, you say we're on the same side? What evidence do you have? The middle-aged man seemed to have expected this question and quickly reached out to take out something from his space ring and handed it over respectfully. The monster race naturally didn't know how to refine things like space rings, but they couldn't do anything to humans who came here to die. If a human cultivator died here, the space ring would naturally be snatched away by the monster race. The middle-aged man had also killed a human cultivator before, so he obtained a space ring. He usually kept everything in it, so it was very convenient. The human brain was really good. The artifacts and pills they refined were also very good. Unfortunately, no one in the monster race could refine them. The monster race guard with the bone hammer took it and found that it was a bone token. On the front of the token was an image of a 4-hooved rhino galloping, and on the back was a huge, thunder, character. This was the token made by the Rhino Thunder Monster King. Although it was crude, it was not something that anyone could imitate because the material used to make this token came from the remains of the same monster beast. The 2 monster race guards at the gate had seen many such tokens, so they knew at a glance that this token was real. Not many monster race guards were able to obtain this token. Among the hundreds of thousands of monster race guards, only about 2,000 of them were able to obtain one. This was a symbol of status. So when the middle-aged man took out this bone token, the 2 monster race guards' expressions became much better. The monster race guard with the bone spurs said, although you are also one of the master's subordinates, we can't let you in. The master said not to disturb him if it's a small matter. If you have something to say, we can pass on the message for you. The middle-aged man anxiously said, this is not a small matter. I have to tell the master face to face. This matter could be a great merit, so how could the middle-aged man borrow someone else's hand? Chapter 2561. No matter how hard the middle-aged man tried to persuade the two gatekeepers, they still couldn't get them to agree. Left with no choice, the middle-aged man could only take out a small gift. There was nothing good in the wilderness, just some monster beasts' monster cores. Monster cores were hard currency among the various races in the savage wildlands because anyone could use them to improve their strength. This made the two beasts smile. After discussing with each other for a while, one of them turned around and walked inside, obviously to report. The man transformed from the dark python truly understood what it meant to meet the king of hell, but the little demons were hard to deal with. He chatted with the remaining gatekeeper to pass the time. He swore in his heart, "Once I've made a great contribution and received a reward, I'll show you how powerful I am. If you dare to give me a hard time, I'll make you spit out what you've eaten." After a short while, the gatekeeper returned and cupped his hands to the middle-aged man. "Master is in a good mood today. He allows you to have an audience with him. Go ahead." The middle-aged man thanked him and hurriedly walked up the mountain. The two demonic beasts guarding the mountain gate were left to play with a few inner cores in a happy mood. Although there was no one to guide him, it was obviously not the middle-aged man's first time here. He was quite familiar with the place. Along the way, he passed through several checkpoints and soon arrived at the peak of the mountain. There was a palace-like building on the mountain peak, but it was different from the buildings of the star boundary. This palace had a rough and bold style. It was made of huge stones and had no sense of beauty. Outside the palace, there was also a huge rhinoceros statue. Its 4 hooves were galloping as if it was launching a charge. It was unstoppable. The real body of the Thunder Rhino Monster King was a rhinoceros. It was unknown what kind of opportunity it had, but it had cultivated to the peak of the 12th level, allowing it to oversee a region in the savage wildlands. There were more than 100,000 monster beasts under its command. In the entire savage wildlands, there were a total of 32 existences like the Thunder Rhino. They were under the command of the 4 great holy spirits. Their territories were divided and they didn't invade each other. Each family had 8 monster kings, all of whom were at the peak of level 12. Below the monster king, there were monster commanders and monster generals. There were also countless level 12 monster beasts under their banner. One could only imagine how dangerous the savage wildland was. Of course, it was impossible for outsiders to know about these things. It was said that the savage desolate ancient land was full of danger and chaos. In fact, the depths of the ancient land already had their own way of survival. The middle-aged man arrived in front of the palace. The gatekeeper verified his identity. Thus, he let him in. It wasn't that he was careless. It was mainly because the middle-aged man's level of cultivation was nothing in front of the Rhino Thunder Monster King. The demon clan had always been unconventional in their actions, so they didn't pay much attention to details. Otherwise, if it were a human race sect, how could it be so easy for a Dao Source Realm cultivator to meet a third-order master from the Emperor Realm? Upon entering the palace, a wave of decadent music immediately entered his ears. There was light singing and graceful dancing, surrounded by strings and bamboos. The middle-aged man was taken aback and subconsciously thought that he had gone to the wrong place. However, when he looked up, he found a burly man sitting cross-legged at the top of the palace. On the table in front of him was the corpse of an unknown monster beast. It looked like it had died not long ago. The burly man held the corpse of the monster beast with both hands and ate heartily. Blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth. It was a horrifying sight, but he was still eating with relish, his eyes flashing red. The middle-aged man's calf twitched and he almost ran away. He had long heard that these monster kings liked to eat the flesh of their subordinates. He thought it was just a rumor, but after seeing it today, he realized that there was no such thing as groundless rumors. The burly man was undoubtedly the Rhino Thunder Monster King. The middle-aged man had seen him once from afar, so he recognized him at a glance. After taking a few bites of the flesh, Rhino Thunder was in a good mood and laughed heartily. On his left and right, there were two other women with revealing clothes and large patches of their snow-white bodies exposed in the air. They were doing their best to please him. Their graceful and delicate bodies were lightly covered by gauze, and the beautiful scenery was faintly discernible. It caused one's blood to boil and it was difficult to breathe. One of the women took advantage of Rhino Thunder's laughter to reach out and pick up a grape-like spirit fruit on the table, peel it and stuff it into Rhino Thunder's mouth. Rhino Thunder roared and hugged the woman, unscrupulously violating her. After a while, the woman's mouth was also full of blood, but she was not angry and instead enjoyed it, sticking out her scarlet tongue to lick the blood off her mouth. Her licentious appearance was simply outrageous. The middle-aged man watched from below with fear, but he also yearned for it. He did not know when he would be able to reach Rhino Thunder's level of cultivation. When that time came, he would be able to enjoy the happiness of having multiple lovers and have beauties throw themselves into his arms. In the hall below the table, there were a few seductive women singing and dancing. They had thin waists and full buttocks, and their dressing could only be described as offensive. The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment. His eyes rolled around, not knowing which beauty to look at. The beauty who had been violated by Shilei earlier seemed to have noticed the middle-aged man's existence. The corners of her mouth curled up, revealing a smiling expression. Her watery eyes looked at him tenderly, almost stealing the middle-aged man's soul away. She leaned over to Rhino Thunder's ear and whispered something. Only then did Rhino Thunder raise his eyes to look at the middle-aged man. With a wave of his hand, the seductive women below immediately retreated to the side. The middle-aged man did not dare to be presumptuous at this moment. He hurriedly walked forward and knelt. "This little one, Wu Zhui, greets master." Rhino Thunder said in a deep voice, "You were the one who said you had something to report?" "Yes." "Speak, what is it that you have to see me for? If it's a small matter, be careful of your head." Wu Zhui's face darkened, but he did not dare to hide it and quickly said, "Master, it's about the blood door." "The blood door?" Rhino Thunder Monster King suddenly stood up. The female monsters in the palace all covered their red lips and stared at Wu Zhui with their beautiful eyes. The two words blood door meant too much to the creatures of the ancient land. It was rumored that the blood door could allow the creatures of the ancient land to awaken their bloodline power and evolve into holy spirits. Even though Rhino Thunder was a peak 12th order monster, he could not suppress his desire to enter the blood door. If he could really evolve into a holy spirit, he could rewrite the situation of the ancient land for tens of thousands of years. The ancient land's 4 holy sages would become 5 holy sages. "Everyone, leave." Rhino Thunder waved his hand and shouted. Realizing the explosive news, he could not remain calm. "My lord." One of the 2 female demons who had served him earlier leaned forward with an adorable look on her face. Clearly, she wanted to stay and listen to what he was saying. Rhino Thunder turned his head and glared at her with his red eyes. The female monster's body stiffened and she did not dare to be presumptuous. She quickly retreated and disappeared with the others. "Tell me, what's wrong with the blood door?" Rhino Thunder asked in a deep voice after everyone had disappeared. Wu Zhui quickly said, "There's something wrong with the blood door." "What's wrong?" Rhino Thunder asked in surprise. Wu Zhui hurriedly recounted what he had seen. After Shilei heard it, his brows furrowed tightly, and his expression was uncertain. The main reason was that the change was too obvious. His subordinates could not have faked it. He could not have been the only one who saw it. When the time came, he could just ask the monsters near the blood door and the truth would be revealed. But what did this change mean? Since the blood door appeared, it had not changed for many years. It had just stood quietly on the mountain peak. Now, it suddenly shone with a red light that shot into the sky. It was obviously abnormal. No matter what, this news was extremely important to any creature of the ancient land. Rhino Thunder paced back and forth in the hall. He looked hesitant. After a while, he stopped and said, "You, come with me to see the Lord. Tell him everything you saw." "Yes, Lord." Wu Zhui almost bit his tongue. There were 4 heavenly sovereigns in this ancient land, and Shilei was currently loyal to one of them. However, these 4 heavenly sovereigns were very elusive. Normally, the monsters wouldn't even see them. Even the 32 monster kings weren't easy to meet. Wu Zhui never thought that he would be able to see the Lord one day. But soon, he became excited. Since he was going to see the Lord, it meant that the news he brought was extremely important. He might be able to make a great contribution and have a meteoric rise in his career. He didn't expect too much. After all, his strength was there for all to see. He only hoped to be able to obtain some rewards. If he could be promoted to Demon General, that would be the best. At that time, he would be able to command some subordinates and oversee a mountain. It would be better than being all alone now, running around everywhere and trying to survive. After calming down, Wu Zhui clasped his fist and said, "I will follow the master's orders. Let's go." Rhino Thunder was also a fiery character. Since he had decided to meet the Lord, he did not hesitate. He wrapped Wu Zhui in a monster wind and rushed out of the hall. "This news. Who else knows about it besides you?" Rhino Thunder suddenly asked. Wu Zhui said, "I'm sure I'm not the only one who saw the blood door. But I rushed here to report it to the master. I don't know who else saw it." Shilei nodded slightly, knowing that he was right. The strange movement was so obvious that he was not the only one who had noticed it. Perhaps all the 32 demon kings had already known about it and were rushing towards the Lord, wanting to be the first one to report to the Lord and claim the credit. Wu Zhui rolled his eyes and thought of something. He sighed and said, "But I'm of low status. When I came here to see the master, I was stopped for a long time by 2 guys at the mountain gate. They were not allowed to enter. In the end, I had to give them all of my belongings before they let me in." After saying that, he looked at Rhino Thunder uneasily and asked, "I didn't cause any trouble for the master, did I?" Rhino Thunder's face darkened. He shouted, "You're getting out of hand." After saying that, he suddenly threw a punch down. Crack! A thunderclap exploded, causing Wu Zhui's eardrums to hurt. A bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket struck down from the sky and rushed down like a dragon. After a while, there was a roar, mixed with 2 screams that stopped abruptly. Wu Zhui looked down and saw that the mountain gate was in a mess. There was a huge hole in the ground and the 2 monster kings guarding the mountain gate were long gone. Chapter 2562. One day later, Yang Kai walked out of the cave. The wound on his shoulder had healed and he had changed into a new set of clothes to avoid unnecessary trouble from the smell of blood. Zhang Ruoxi, who was guarding the entrance of the cave, heard the noise and quickly got up. She was relieved when she saw Yang Kai's ruddy complexion. Although she knew that Yang Kai's injury was not serious, she was still worried. The 2 looked at each other and Yang Kai nodded. Zhang Ruoxi said, "Sir, I found something strange." "What's wrong?" Yang Kai asked curiously. Zhang Ruoxi hurriedly explained the situation of her cultivation before looking at Yang Kai, hoping that he would be able to explain a thing or two. Yang Kai didn't know what the problem was, but he couldn't show his ignorance in front of Zhang Ruoxi. He could only pretend to ponder for a moment and say, "There's nothing wrong with being careful. Don't cultivate in this ancient land for the time being. If you need to restore your strength, use source crystals and spirit pills as much as possible. If you can't, enter the small sealed world. Zhang Ruoxi naturally obeyed without the slightest hesitation. She hesitated for a moment and asked, "What about Sir?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "I'm fine. The wild force here can't do anything to me." Zhang Ruoxi was surprised. She looked at Yang Kai with a look of worship, stars almost appearing in her beautiful eyes as she thought to herself, "Sir is truly amazing. I heard that even the great emperor would be affected by the wild force here, but Sir is completely fine here." Yang Kai coughed lightly and said, "Let's go." As soon as he said this, his face suddenly changed and he turned his head to look in a certain direction. He shouted, "Who's sneaking around?" Zhang Ruoxi was also startled. She had been guarding here all this time and didn't find any traces of approaching creatures. She didn't expect Sir to do this as soon as he appeared. However, it was impossible for Sir to speak without thinking. In other words, there really was someone here. She looked around and followed Yang Kai's gaze to a big tree. There was nothing unusual there. It was unbelievably quiet. Even when she scanned it with her divine sense, she didn't find anything wrong. Yang Kai coldly snorted and said, "Hiding your head but showing your tail. Do you want this young master to invite you out?" As soon as he said this, a pitter-patter sound came from the top of the big tree. Then, a head poked out of the dense tree and a pair of bright eyes looked at Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi. He grinned from ear to ear. Zhang Ruoxi's face darkened. For someone to suddenly smile at him like that in this damned place, it gave him a feeling that it was too abrupt. Yang Kai called out in surprise, his eyes carefully examining this person's face. This person's hair was disheveled, as if it had not been washed for countless years. It was as if black snakes were covering the top of his head. This person's face was also pitch black, making it impossible to see his true appearance. Only his eyes were incomparably bright, and his teeth were also spotlessly white. Although he couldn't see her face, Yang Kai could tell at a glance that this person was a woman. Which woman didn't like to be beautiful? But this woman looked even more disheveled than the great emperors of the secular world that Yang Kai saw in Maplewood City. Yang Kai didn't know what she had encountered in this ancient wild lands. Not only that, Yang Kai instinctively felt that there was something wrong with this person's mind. Because at this moment, she was hanging upside down from the tree trunk. Although her eyes were bright, they gave off a chaotic feeling. But what Yang Kai was more concerned about was her concealment secret art. If she hadn't suddenly made a noise in the tree, Yang Kai wouldn't have noticed her hiding here. Chapter 2563. Faced with this kind of person, Kai Yang really didn't have much of a temper. If she was sane, he could sit down and chat with her, and ask her about her origins and background. Unfortunately, she had a crazy appearance, so even if he wanted to chat with her, she would have to give him a chance. Yang Kai gritted his teeth in anger, but he didn't dare to act rashly and alert her. This crazy woman came and went without a trace, and her concealment secret art was very strange. If he really scared her away, it would not be easy to find her again. Calming his mind, Yang Kai squeezed out a smile on his face, trying to put on a harmless look, and waved to the front, "You, come here." The crazy woman was not moved at all, just smiling mischievously and saying, "Come and catch me." She seemed to only know this one sentence back and forth, and she seemed to be enjoying it. Yang Kai tried to call her a few times but to no avail, so he felt helpless in his heart. "Sir, take something to tempt her and see if she will come over," Zhang Ruoxi suddenly suggested. Hearing this, Yang Kai felt that it was a good idea. He buried his head in his space ring for a while and soon found a red fruit. He now had a lot of alchemy materials, most of which he obtained from killing people and some of which he found in the ancient medicine garden last time. This jade sand fruit was an emperor-grade alchemy material, so its appearance was naturally extraordinary. What's more, its medicinal age was quite good, and as soon as he took it out, it exuded a strong fragrance. Yang Kai flipped his hand and spread the jade sand fruit on his palm, saying to the front, "Here's something for you to eat. Come here, don't be afraid." He was acting like a bad uncle who wanted to abduct a little girl, and in his heart, he was disgusted with himself. However, he still had to act as if nothing was wrong. The crazy woman hanging upside down on the tree was really interested in this fruit. Her pair of big bright eyes instantly fixed on the fruit, making no attempt to hide the desire in her eyes, even smacking her lips a few times, looking like she was very hungry. However, perhaps it was her nature, but she was still very vigilant. Despite the desire on her face, she didn't rush over to snatch the fruit as Yang Kai wanted. Walala, the leaves rustled and the crazy woman suddenly disappeared. Yang Kai was stunned. He quickly released his divine sense in an attempt to lock onto her whereabouts. This time, she was about to escape. In this vast ancient lands, it was like searching for a needle in a haystack. He really did not know where to find her. Walala, another sound came from the other side. Yang Kai turned his head and saw that the crazy woman had reappeared on the branch of another tree. She stood there quietly with one hand on the trunk. Quick! So fast! Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. He finally had a taste of this woman's speed. He didn't even have time to lock onto the other party's whereabouts before she reappeared like a ghost. However, this time, the distance between them seemed to be much closer than before. Yang Kai secretly let out a sigh of relief, knowing that the fruit in his hand must have piqued her interest. Yang Kai smiled faintly and said in a gentle tone, pushing the fruit in his hand forward, "Do you want it? If you don't want it, I'll eat it." While talking, he took the fruit back and slowly moved it to his mouth. Seeing this, the crazy woman became anxious. She looked like she couldn't wait to rush over and snatch the fruit, but for some unknown reason, she walked back and forth on the trunk, refusing to come down. Yang Kai gritted his teeth in anger and steeled his heart, directly opening his mouth to bite the jade sand fruit. With one bite, his mouth was full of saliva. After all, this was an emperor-grade spirit fruit. The world energy contained in it was naturally extremely astonishing. Moreover, the taste was very good. The alluring fruit fragrance became even more intense. Munch munch, Yang Kai ate with great relish. As he ate, he made some strange sounds, which made the crazy woman's heart itch. She looked at the jade sand fruit again and a trace of determination flashed in her beautiful eyes. As if she had made up her mind, she turned around and turned into a white light shooting towards Yang Kai as fast as lightning. Yang Kai had been waiting for this moment. How could he miss it? He threw the spirit fruit in his hand towards her head and at the same time stretched out his arm like a dragon, grabbing towards a certain spot in the void. A figure flashed and the crazy woman suddenly appeared not far in front of Yang Kai, her pair of bright eyes staring fixedly at the jade sand fruit thrown by Yang Kai, as if nothing in this world could attract her attention. The spirit fruit flew over, and if nothing unexpected happened, it would definitely hit her forehead. Although Yang Kai didn't intend to kill her, he didn't just throw it casually. Instead, he poured some emperor qi into it, intending to interfere with this crazy woman so that his next move would be more convenient. Who would have thought that this crazy woman would lean back at the critical moment, narrowly avoiding the attack of the spirit fruit? Then, she opened her mouth and directly bit the spirit fruit. Her eyebrows instantly curved into a crescent moon shape and she looked like she couldn't contain her joy. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai had flashed to her side and grabbed her arm. The crazy woman was shocked and hurriedly turned her head to look at Yang Kai, an indescribable chill flashing across her beautiful eyes. Her body twisted as if she had no bones, instantly changing positions and standing face to face with Yang Kai. She raised her hand and slammed her other palm towards Yang Kai. Before her attack even arrived, an extremely cold aura spread out, as if it wanted to freeze the world. Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air and couldn't help shivering as he shouted, "Ice Principles." If he had only guessed that this crazy woman was related to Ice Heart Valley's third sister, who had been missing for many years, now he was almost certain. All the disciples of Ice Heart Valley cultivated ice attribute secret arts. Yang Kai's face became serious and he didn't dare to neglect, sending out a palm of his own, space principles pulsing from it. Kong, a loud noise rang out as both of their bodies shook violently, like two small boats tossing about in a storm. The two different principles collided with each other and were actually evenly matched. After all, the crazy woman's cultivation was a minor realm higher than Yang Kai's, and she had attacked in anger, while Yang Kai had reacted hastily. Being able to fight to a draw with her was already the limit of what Yang Kai could do. If it had been any other First Order Emperor Realm Master, they would have suffered a great loss. Before the two's principles could be decided, the crazy woman suddenly twisted her arm, and the hand Yang Kai grabbed suddenly became soft and flexible like a snake, slipping out of Yang Kai's grasp. Kai Yang was shocked, but by the time he reached out to grab her, it was already too late. After being scared by Kai Yang, the crazy woman had already retreated, and in the blink of an eye, she had pulled away from Kai Yang. It wasn't until this moment that the two's principal confrontation came to an end. Yang Kai stood in place with a bitter smile on his face, not daring to act rashly for fear of scaring the other party. More than 20 meters away, the crazy woman stood in place angrily, her eyes full of resentment, as if Yang Kai had abandoned her, making Yang Kai feel very embarrassed. Deceiving someone with mental problems, and a woman at that, was really not something to be proud of. Reaching out and grabbing the spirit fruit in her mouth, the crazy woman took a bite, completely ignoring the fact that it had been bitten by Yang Kai. Eating happily, her face was filled with joy, her nose was not a nose, her eyes were not an eye. Yang Kai sighed slightly. In any case, she was Bing Yun's third disciple and a second-order Emperor Realm Master, but now she was acting like this. A single spirit fruit made her look like she had received the greatest happiness. If the people from Ice Heart Valley saw this, they would be heartbroken. He quietly winked at Zhang Ruoxi. Zhang Ruoxi understood and quickly took out a fruit from her space ring, asking softly, "Do you want more? I have some here too. If you want it, I can give it to you." The crazy woman raised her eyes and glanced at the fruit. Her beautiful face paled and she waved her hand repeatedly. After being teased by Yang Kai, it was as if she had been bitten once by a snake, she would be afraid of ropes for 10 years. Not only that, she turned around and ran in a panic. Yang Kai immediately became anxious, annoyed that he had acted too hastily just now. He hadn't figured out the other party's abilities and had alerted her. In fact, before he made his move, he was very confident. After all, with his current strength, he thought that it would be easy to take down a second-order Emperor Realm Master, but he didn't expect his third sister's reaction and adaptability to be beyond his imagination. But thinking about it carefully, she had been wandering outside for so long and even survived in the ancient wild lands for so long. If she didn't have some ability, she would have become a pile of bones long ago. Her current strength was probably greater than his eldest senior sister and second senior sister. Although Ruo Yun and Sun Yun Xiu were also second-order Emperor Realm Masters, they hadn't experienced as much danger as her. Danger and tribulations were always stepping stones for a person's growth. Seeing the crazy woman turn around and run, Yang Kai no longer dared to hesitate and shouted, "Third sister, Senior Bing Yun is waiting for you to go back. Where do you think you're going?" He didn't know the name of Bing Yun's third disciple, nor had he inquired about it before, so he could only shout out casually. He even mentioned Bing Yun's name, but he didn't know if it would work. If this crazy woman was really Bing Yun's third disciple, even if her mind was in a mess, she wouldn't be indifferent. To Yang Kai's surprise, the crazy woman froze in place after hearing his shout. Her tender body trembled slightly, and her dark face slowly turned around. She even forgot to swallow the spirit fruit in her mouth. When their eyes met, Yang Kai found that her eyes were full of confusion. Obviously, Bing Yun's name had evoked some memories in her, but her current situation couldn't make those memories clear. Under the confusion of her thoughts, a look of struggle and pain appeared on her face. She must be third sister. Yang Kai was certain in his heart and said softly, "Third sister, senior Bing Yun has returned. Your eldest senior sister, second senior sister, and several junior sisters are waiting for you. Don't run around, I'll take you home." While speaking, he stretched out his hand towards her. The struggle on third sister's face became more and more serious. Her pair of bright and beautiful eyes trembled violently. 2 lines of tears slid down her cheeks as she murmured, "Honored master, honored master." Yang Kai was overjoyed when he heard this. Third sister was obviously recalling something. Chapter 2564. Just as Yang Kai was about to strike while the iron was hot, his third sister suddenly grabbed her hair and cried out in grief, "Honored master, where are you? Disciple can't find you." Strands of hair that were stuck together were grabbed by her and fell to the ground. The bleak scene and the sorrowful and self-reproachful tone made those who heard it feel sad and shed tears. Zhang Ruoxi's eyes reddened as she glanced at Yang Kai. "If one day Sir suddenly disappears, I will definitely look for him. Even if it's 3,000 years, or even 30,000 years, the passage of time won't stop me. Honored master." Third sister suddenly shouted again as her body shot up into the sky like a cannonball and shot towards the depths of the ancient lands. Chase. Yang Kai was both angry and helpless. He was angry because he had clearly told his third sister the truth, but she had simply ignored him and instead caused her to become mentally confused. He was also helpless because with his third sister's current situation, he really couldn't reason with her. The only thing he could do now was to find an opportunity to knock out his third sister, even if she had to suffer some injuries. Wrapping himself around Zhang Ruoxi, Yang Kai didn't hesitate to use his space force and teleport several times, but he still lost sight of his third sister after an incense stick worth of time. If his third sister hadn't taken the initiative to appear again, he definitely wouldn't have found her. But this time, his third sister had been stimulated, so it was unlikely that she would take the initiative to appear again. Yang Kai looked around with a face full of annoyance. He had thoroughly experienced his third sister's ability to come and go as she pleased in this damned place. He couldn't help but admire her. Hong long long, a series of noises came from afar. It seemed that many people were approaching. Obviously, the commotion caused by Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi chasing after their third sister had attracted some attention. Yang Kai frowned and looked in the direction of the sound, puzzled. He didn't know how so many people could suddenly appear in the ancient lands. Sweeping the area with his divine sense, he found the aura of a master from the Emperor realm. And this aura didn't seem to belong to a human. Monster race? Yang Kai immediately had a guess. Not long after, several figures suddenly rushed out from the side of the forest. These figures all looked ferocious and looked like they were not to be trifled with. Moreover, the demonic chi on their bodies was rolling and converging in one place, making it seem like their demonic chi was soaring and unstoppable. It was indeed a demon. The leader of the demon clan had a burly figure and held a bone spear in his hand. It was frighteningly white, and it was unknown what kind of monster beast's bone it was made from. It was more than 5 feet long and as thick as a human leg. He held it in his hand, but he was casually swinging it around. He was wearing a simple animal skin. His firm and muscular muscles were exposed. Filled with the beauty of strength, he sat on a steel-backed bristled boar. Its fangs were 2 feet long and curled upwards. Its nostrils exhaled hot air, and its 4 hooves dug into the ground restlessly. Its 2 scarlet eyes emitted a terrifying light. The demonic beast and the demonic beast looked majestic, as if they were gods descending to the mortal world. This was clearly a demon general. Beside this demon general, there were about 30 to 40 demon clan members of varying levels of strength. They spread out with him as the center. They stood there in a disorderly manner. Dozens of pairs of eyes instantly locked onto Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi, sizing them up. Most of them were looking at Zhang Ruoxi. After all, Zhang Ruoxi's appearance was a feast for the eyes. Her slim figure always attracted the attention of males, whether they were humans or demons. The scantily dressed female demons were immediately unhappy. Their eyes were full of hostility as they glared at Zhang Ruoxi. They gritted their teeth and cursed under their breath. Occasionally, one or two could be heard. On the other hand, Zhang Ruoxi curiously looked at this group of people who had suddenly appeared. She had never seen a demon clan member before. She had seen many monster beasts, but a demon clan member in human form was not so easy to see. Seeing that these guys were no different from ordinary people on the surface, she could not help but take a few more glances. However, she was not afraid. After all, Yang Kai was by her side, and she was full of confidence in Yang Kai. Humans, your courage is not small. How dare you trespass on this master's territory? The burly demon general sat on the steel-back bristled boar and pointed the bone spear in his hand at them. Yang Kai's mouth twitched. He did not know how to answer. He knew that there were many demon clans living in the ancient wild lands. The demon clan was different from the monster beast. Most monster beasts did not have sentience. They only knew how to instinctively absorb world energy to cultivate. Although they had a long lifespan, it was difficult for them to improve their strength, let alone take human form. The demon clan was different. Although they were born from the monster beast, they had gained sentience and knew how to cultivate more effectively. They even had some special demon clan cultivation techniques. In the entire ancient wild lands, the demon clan was the most powerful force. In addition to the demon clan, there were many savage descendants. These savage descendants included countless races that were almost extinct. Although they were few in number, they were extremely powerful. Because these savage descendants had the savage bloodline, they were able to display some unimaginable abilities. Yang Kai was not clear about the division of forces in the ancient wild lands. The only information he had was recorded in the jade slip that Pai San gave him for free. The information in that jade slip was not comprehensive and only contained some information about the ancient wild lands periphery. At this moment, seeing this group of demon clans appear, Yang Kai immediately knew that in order to find Ice Heart Valley's third sister, he had inadvertently intruded into this demon general's territory. Kill, kill, kill. The group of demon clans suddenly shouted. If someone who did not know the situation saw this, they would probably think that this group of demon clans were bandits blocking the road. It was truly laughable. This master asks you. The demon general reined in his mount and turned in a circle. The bone spear in his hand was still pointed at Yang Kai as he asked bluntly, "Have you seen a crazy woman? Third sister?" Yang Kai did not want to waste time with this group of demon clans, but after hearing his question, it was obvious that he had seen Ice Heart Valley's third sister. Yang Kai immediately shouted, "Have you seen her?" The demon general was furious. He urged his demonic chi and coldly snorted, "This master is asking you a question. If you don't want to suffer, answer obediently. Otherwise, this master will teach you a lesson." Unable to talk, Yang Kai decided to attack first. He grinned and said, "Then I'll have to see for myself." The demon general sneered, "Since you are courting death, don't blame this master for not showing mercy." Sitting on his mount, he waved his hand and ordered, "Kill the men and capture the women." With this order, the 30 to 40 demon clans roared and moved like the wind. In an instant, the demonic chi rolled and the flying leaves filled the air. Using the flying leaves as cover, the group of demon clans rushed over desperately. What the hell are they doing? Yang Kai was stunned. He knew that the demon clans were simple-minded, but he did not expect them to be this simple. They did not even consider whether they were a match for Yang Kai. Were they not afraid of being wiped out in one fell swoop? It was really rare for these demon clans to survive in the ancient lands for so long. However, this was also because Yang Kai's strength had increased, and so had his vision. In any case, this group of demon clans had a demon general leading them, and they had quite a number of subordinates. Furthermore, there was the suppression of human cultivators in this place. Even if they encountered a second-order Emperor Realm Master, they could still attack together without fear. Over the years, many people from the Emperor Realm had died at their hands. If they did not have some skills, how could they survive in the ancient lands for so long? There was no such thing as peace in this place. Those who did not have skills would have died long ago. The group of demon clans rushed over, using all kinds of methods. Many demon clans revealed their true forms midway. For a moment, all kinds of strange monster beasts roamed around, bombarding Yang Kai with demon clan's secret techniques, causing the world to change color. The demon general sat at the back and did not move. He just watched coldly. A giant python spat out poisonous fog towards Yang Kai, filling the space around him in an instant, making it impossible for Yang Kai to see what was happening in front of him. Suddenly, a figure tore through the poisonous fog and pounced forward, its fangs gleaming with a cold light. It was a wolf-shaped monster beast that was using the poisonous fog as cover to launch a sneak attack. Zheng, with a soft cry, a cold light flashed. Yang Kai stood in place and did not seem to move, but at some point, he had summoned the myriad sword in his hand. The giant wolf brushed past his body. Its scarlet eyes flashed wildly, as if it had seen an extremely terrifying scene. When it landed on the ground, its body rushed forward uncontrollably. With a puff, a large amount of blood spurted out from its neck. Its head was separated from its body, and it fell to the ground, twitching. This demon clans only had a Dao source realm cultivation. Even if it used the poisonous fog as cover to launch a sneak attack, how could it be Yang Kai's opponent? It was killed in one blow. *************************************************************************** transformed into their true forms and rushed out of the poisonous fog, pouncing on Yang Kai from all directions. Yang Kai's sword swung like a dragon, flashing a cold light. With a few muffled sounds, all the demonic beasts that were pouncing towards him were sent flying. Their bodies were split into two in midair. Fresh blood and internal organs splattered all over the ground as miserable howls rose and fell one after another. The demon clans fell silent for a moment. They stopped in their tracks, and all of them widened their eyes in shock. They did not expect Yang Kai to be so powerful. ****drip, drip, drip, ****, only the sound of blood dripping from the myriad sword could be heard, but it was like the sound of death, making the group of demon clans tremble in fear. At this time, they could naturally see that Yang Kai was different from the humans they had encountered before. It seemed, he was not to be trifled with. "Brat, how dare you slaughter my people? Quickly accept your death." The demon general was originally sitting at the rear, his eyes constantly wandering over Zhang Ruoxi's graceful figure, revealing a lustful light. In the blink of an eye, he found that almost 10 of his people had died. Furious, he spurred his mount and rushed towards Yang Kai with his spear. It was unknown what kind of strange beast the steel-backed bristled boar was, but its speed was extremely fast. Its 4 hooves flew, and it actually arrived in the blink of an eye. Along the way, the trees that were hugged by several people were knocked down by it. It was clear how shocking its strength was. Seeing that he had made a move, the other demon clans naturally avoided him and turned to find trouble with Zhang Ruoxi. Yang Kai coldly snorted and wiped his finger on the myriad sword. With a solemn expression, he whispered, "Myriad sword Qi, moon swallows the wolf." Asterisk chi chi chi, asterisk as the broad sword danced, thousands of sword rays shot out in all directions like a fan that had been scattered. His black hair fluttering, his eyes cold, Yang Kai said expressionlessly, "You're not dead because you're still useful to me. Why do you think you can escape?" After saying this, he slashed forward with his sword. The charging steel-backed bristled boar couldn't dodge in time and crashed into the sword ray. Accompanied by a mournful roar, its huge body was neatly divided into two halves. Blood and intestines flowed all over the ground, and the two halves of its body continued to charge forward under the force of inertia. The demon general sitting on its back was also sent flying, crashing into more than a dozen large trees in succession before rolling under a tree root in a sorry state, unable to get up for a long time. Asterisk Sheng, asterisk a cold light flashed as a broadsword was pressed against the demon general's brow. The demon general was startled and his eyes became cross-eyed. Gradually, he saw Yang Kai standing in front of him, looking down at him condescendingly. Cold sweat instantly oozed out of his forehead. The demon general knew that Yang Kai wasn't lying. He didn't die because he was spared, not because of his strength. If this human in front of him really wanted to take his life, it would be a piece of cake, asterisk gudong, asterisk the sound of him swallowing his saliva could be heard. The demon general's face paled as he squeezed out a forced smile. Without any demeanor of a demon, he opened his mouth and begged for mercy, "Sir, please spare my life. Please spare my life." It wasn't Yang Kai's first time dealing with the monster race. When he was in Tong Xian Realm's Nine Heavens Holy Land, he had lived with many monster race people. He knew that these guys were no different from humans. There were many who were afraid of death. Although the one in front of him had a cultivation comparable to the Emperor realm, he was undoubtedly a coward. "Do you want to live or die?" Yang Kai asked coldly, the myriad sword in his hand moving forward. A trace of blood immediately oozed out of the demon general's forehead, causing him to tremble in fear and hurriedly say, "Live, I want to live. If you want to live, answer my questions obediently. If you dare lie, I'll immediately take your dog life." "Master, ask away." The demon general didn't dare to move, otherwise, he would definitely nod his head like a chicken pecking at rice. Yang Kai's face sank as he asked, "I heard you mention a crazy woman earlier. Could it be that you've seen her?" When the demon general heard this, he immediately understood that some of the trouble he had encountered this time came from his mouth. This human powerhouse was undoubtedly related to that crazy woman. He swallowed his saliva and carefully asked, "Sir, may I ask if that woman is your, Yang Kai glared and snorted coldly, "I'm the one asking you a question, you only need to answer honestly." "Yes, yes, yes." The demon general felt a chill in his heart and hurriedly said, "I've seen her." They were definitely not enemies, otherwise, why would he show such a worried look? Rolling his eyes, the demon general said, "That woman's figure is strange and unpredictable. Although we have been searching for her, no one has ever succeeded. Every time, she escapes." Master, what are you doing?" Just as he was speaking, he suddenly saw Yang Kai's eyes turn cold, and the sword in his hand seemed to be showing signs of stabbing into his body. The demon general was scared out of his wits. Knowing that his life was hanging by a thread, he hurriedly begged, "Master, please spare my life. This lowly one will definitely serve the master. What use do I have for a group of monsters like you?" Yang Kai coldly snorted, but his hands didn't stop moving. He only wanted to find out about his third sister, and now that he had found out, there was no need to keep this demon general alive. Sensing his killing intent, the demon general's forehead was covered in sweat. His mind flashed and he hurriedly said, "This lowly one can help Master find that woman's trace. This lowly one has been following her for 50 years, so I have some understanding of her. Please give me a chance, master. When he spoke, he secretly looked at Yang Kai's expression and found that he didn't mind, so he was relieved. The group of monster race masters looked at each other, wondering what their master was doing. No matter how they looked at it, this man and woman were humans. How did they become one of them in the blink of an eye? However, after experiencing the power of Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi, they didn't dare to say anything for fear of provoking another fatal disaster. From now on, when you see this master, it's as if you see me. Do you understand? The demon general pointed at Yang Kai and shouted. Although the group of monster race masters were confused, they still nodded. The main reason was that they were afraid and didn't want to avenge their dead companions. The demon general turned around and smiled flatteringly. Master, you must be tired after such a long journey. Why don't you follow this little one to the mountain to rest first? What rest? Yang Kai didn't give him a good look and waved his hand. Hurry up and let them find her. If they can't find her, you're dead. The demon general's face suddenly turned bitter. Master, you don't know. That woman won't show up for a while. It's useless to look for her. Yang Kai asked with a sullen face, what do you mean? The demon general cupped his fists and said, she is very timid. Every time she is frightened, she will hide for 1 to 2 months. During this time, no one can find her, so if you want to find her, you'll have to wait. Once the limelight passes, she will naturally show up again. Seeing the suspicious look on Yang Kai's face, the demon general made a solemn vow, everything this lowly one says is true, sir can ask them. Yang Kai had already experienced how timid his third brother was. It should be related to his mental state, so he didn't think this demon general was lying to him. What's more, his life was now in his hands, so he didn't have the guts to lie. Even if you can't find her, you still have to look for her. Inform me immediately if you have any news, Yang Kai coldly snorted. Although he knew this demon general wouldn't lie, Yang Kai still held on to the slightest hope. Yes, yes, yes. The demon general couldn't persuade Yang Kai and could only order the monster race masters to disperse and report back immediately if there was any news. 20 to 30 monster race masters of different cultivations received the order and scattered in all directions, leaving only 5 monster race masters on standby. Where do you want to rest? Yang Kai glanced at the demon general expressionlessly. Now that someone was helping him find his third brother, he didn't have to work so hard himself. Moreover, this demon general had said that his third brother wouldn't show up for a month or 2, so he had no intention of looking for him. He would wait for a month or 2 to find out. Hearing this, the demon general immediately stretched out his hand and made an inviting gesture, nodding and bowing. This way, it's not far. We'll be there in half a day. For holy seniors, doesn't that mean there are 4 divine spirits here? Yang Kai's face turned pale. Although his current strength wasn't bad, he didn't have the slightest ability to fight back against an existence like a divine spirit. Yang Yue observed Yang Kai's expression and found it strange. He secretly laughed in his heart. Who told you not to give me face? Are you scared now? Unexpectedly, Yang Kai turned his head and looked at him coldly. No matter how powerful a holy senior or a monster king is, I can take your life with a single thought. This time, it was Yang Yue's turn to turn pale. He cried out in sorrow, Master, this little one is loyal to you. The sun and moon can bear witness to this. Heaven and earth can bear witness to this. Master, you are wise. Loyalty my ass. How long have we known each other? How can you talk about loyalty? You are simply lying through your teeth. Don't worry, I will return your freedom when I find that woman. Yang Kai snorted. After hitting him with a club, he naturally had to give him a date. Yang Yue was overjoyed, but he said, this little one is willing to be at master's beck and call. This little one will never be disloyal. Where did this guy learn to say such things? He is so good at flattering people. He specializes in making people happy, but he says it like it's true. Zhang Ruoxi's gaze became more and more disdainful. Offending her would not end well. He quickly bowed and apologized before leaving with the two dragon ladies. The two dragon ladies had come in high spirits but returned in disappointment. Needless to say, they were full of resentment. Shameless vixens. Zhang Ruoxi clenched her teeth and cursed, holding the wine jug in one hand and the fruit plate in the other. These two vixens who were like withered flowers and withered willows had actually set their sights on Mr. It was really too infuriating. What was even more infuriating was that Mr.'s eyes were actually shining just now. He was actually looking at them from head to toe with a curious expression. Turning around, Zhang Ruoxi suppressed her anger and was about to push the door open when her raised foot suddenly froze in midair. She suddenly remembered that after following Sir for so many years, she had never seen him have intimate contact with any woman. She was no longer a child, so how could she not know about love between a man and a woman? When she lived with Sister Hua in the sealed world bead, Sister Hua would often tease her about it, making her blush. She was very clearly aware that with Mr.'s current cultivation and strength, if he wanted a woman, there were a myriad of beauties for him to choose from. However, he just happened to not have such thoughts. He'd overcome all obstacles and cultivated bitterly, and he'd utterly not had the time to relax. What man doesn't like women? Why is Sir so self-disciplined? She suddenly felt a little guilty, feeling that she shouldn't have stopped the two dragon lady. After all, from Sir's gaze just now, he seemed to be very interested in the two dragon lady, but she acted on her own initiative and casually sent them away. She pushed the door open and entered uneasily. Zhang Ruoxi put the spirit wine and spirit fruit on the table and explained what happened just now, carefully looking at Yang Kai's expression. Kai Yang only made a sound of acknowledgement, and didn't make any further movements. Sir isn't angry because I ruined his good time, right? Otherwise, why is his reaction so calm? Zhang Ruoxi suddenly felt a little worried. Some things can't stand up to speculation, and once speculations start, it gets out of hand. After a long silence, Zhang Ruoxi bit her red lips and said, Sir, you've been working hard for so long. Do you want me to call the two dragon lady back and let them serve you while you rest? After saying this, Zhang Ruoxi's cheeks blushed and she felt a little uneasy, afraid that Yang Kai would agree. Yang Kai sniffed the fragrance of the spirit wine and said without raising his head, no need. He looked around just now and was just curious about what kind of monster beast the two dragon lady had transformed into. They were so enchanting and charming. If they were in the outside world, they would definitely be a source of calamity. He had no other intentions. While speaking, he poured himself a glass of spirit wine to taste. Then, Ruoxi will serve you personally? PFFF. Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of spirit wine and hurriedly wiped it. Seeing this, Zhang Ruoxi giggled and walked forward, rolling up her sleeves and gently wiping Yang Kai's wet clothes. Yang Kai stared blankly at Ruoxi's jade-like face and smiled, Ruoxi, you've grown up. He still remembered when he brought Zhang Ruoxi out of the Zhang family, the little girl hadn't grown up yet. After following him for so long, she had already become a great beauty. Perhaps it was because it was dark under the light, but Yang Kai hadn't noticed until now. Zhang Ruoxi heard this and paused slightly, her cheeks blushing. Yang Kai patted her on the shoulder and motioned for her to get up. He then stood up and shook off the wine on his clothes. If you take a fancy to any man in the future, just tell me and I'll make the decision for you. I'll make sure he marries you grandly. Zhang Ruoxi pursed her red lips and didn't say a word, a bitter look in her eyes. Well, there shouldn't be anything to do for now. Go cultivate, I'll call you if something happens. Yang Kai waved his hand. Zhang Ruoxi opened her mouth and seemed to want to say something, but in the end, she responded, yes. Walking out of the room, Zhang Ruoxi closed the door behind her and went into a nearby rock cave. Zhang Ruoxi covered her cheeks with her hands, feeling the burning heat on her cheeks and the thumping sound of her heart beating like a war drum. She didn't know what was wrong with her today. She suddenly felt like she was on a whim and said the words she normally didn't dare to say. Now that she thought about it, she really didn't know where she got the courage. She had a feeling that if she didn't say these words now, she wouldn't have a chance in the future. Could it be that she had reached the so-called young girl yearning for love stage? Chapter 2568. Cultivating in the mountains, Yang Kai was unaware of the flowing time great emperor. Yang Yue was very tactful. Ever since he was sent away by Zhang Ruoxi that day, he hadn't shown his face again. However, Yang Kai wasn't afraid of him playing any tricks. Now that he had the soul seal in his hands, Yang Yue couldn't get rid of his control at all. If he dared to have any devious thoughts, he would be courting death. Zhang Ruoxi didn't come again either. She cultivated next door wholeheartedly. She now had the cultivation of the third-order Dao source realm. She had obtained a lot of benefits in the Shattered Star Sea, including the complete star's star source. Now was the time to integrate her star source, comprehend Emperor intent, and break through to the Emperor realm. A month later, there was a knock on the door again. Yang Kai opened his eyes and waved his hand to open the door. Yang Yue walked in respectfully and cupped his fists. "Master, there's news." Yang Kai was shocked. He stood up and shouted in a low voice, "Lead the way." The matter of his third sister couldn't be delayed. Only by resolving it as soon as possible could he find Xiao Xiao with peace of mind. Therefore, when he heard Yang Yue's report, he didn't want to delay for a moment and set off immediately. After leaving the room, Zhang Ruoxi, who had received Yang Kai's message, also hurried out. Their eyes met. Yang Kai nodded gently while Zhang Ruoxi followed Yang Kai without saying a word. A ray of light shot up into the sky, left the mountain, turned in mid-air, and flew in a certain direction. Along the way, Yang Yue described his discovery in detail. Over the past month, the 20 or so monster race subordinates who were still alive had been looking for his third sister. Half a day ago, a small monster race subordinate suddenly discovered something and quickly reported it to Yang Yue. However, they didn't dare to act rashly and alert the enemy. His third sister was too vigilant. Over the past few decades, they had found her many times but never succeeded in capturing her. Therefore, they had been watching her movements from afar and quietly following her. But then again, with the strength of Yang Yue's monster race subordinates, even if they fought her head-on, they wouldn't be her opponent. Yang Kai guessed that Yang Yue didn't know that his third sister was a second-order emperor. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to come out valiantly a month ago. According to the report of his subordinates, third brother seemed to have been hiding under a river. It was a coincidence that he was able to discover him this time. Perhaps third brother had been hiding for too long and wanted to come out for some fresh air. Who would have thought that he would be exposed as soon as he left the river? Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh. It was indeed easier to work with more people. If he were to look for Yang Yue, who knew when he would be able to find him? Last time, he had failed to kill Yang Yue and had instead subdued him. It was a wise decision. It wasn't a long journey, but before Yang Kai and the others arrived, a monster race cultivator flew towards them. Yang Yue took a closer look and hurriedly said, "It's one of us." He took the lead and walked towards the demon. The moment the two demons met, the demon was stunned. He then whispered a few words. Yang Yue's expression changed. He turned around and looked at Yang Kai uneasily. Seeing his strange expression, Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. He asked in a low voice, "What happened?" Yang Yue said bitterly, "We've been discovered." Did third brother run away again? Yang Kai's expression darkened. Last time, third brother had run away and hid for a month. If he ran away again, he would have to hide for another month. He didn't have that much time to waste here. You can say that he ran away, but you can also say that he didn't. Yang Yue said awkwardly, as if he didn't know how to explain this to Yang Kai. What do you mean? Yang Kai looked at him coldly. Yang Yue opened his mouth. He sighed and said, "That woman entered the tomb." What tomb? Yang Kai frowned. The 10,000 spirit tomb. Yang Yue said with a bitter expression. When he said these words, his face turned pale and his body trembled, as if he was extremely afraid. Yang Kai didn't know the inside story and said impatiently, "Since you know she went there, why didn't you continue to follow her?" Yang Yue's expression changed greatly as he said in panic, "Master, you don't know. The 10,000 spirit tomb is a place that cannot be entered. It is the burial place of all the creatures in the ancient lands. It has always been a place where people enter but never come out." Yang Kai sneered, "I don't care. Tell your people to continue to follow her, or I'll teach you a lesson." Yang Yue said in shock, "Master, listen to me first. What is going on with the 10,000 spirit tomb? After you understand, you will understand that this lowly one is powerless." Yang Kai looked at him coldly and found that he wasn't exaggerating, so he said, "Good, let's see what kind of tricks you can come up with." Yang Yue smiled bitterly, "This lowly one doesn't dare. This lowly one wants to let Master know that the 10,000 spirit tomb is an invisible place and the burial place of all the creatures in the ancient lands." What is an invisible place? Yang Yue said bitterly, "No one knows where it is and it is impossible to find." Yang Kai said angrily, "You just said that third brother entered the 10,000 spirit tomb, and now you say that you don't know where he is? Do you think this young master is a 3-year-old child who can be fooled by you?" Zhang Ruoshi also looked at him coldly with an unfriendly expression. The main reason was that Yang Yue's words contradicted each other so much that it was hard not to be suspicious. Yang Yue was terrified and felt the pressure on his soul. He knew that if he didn't explain clearly, he would die today, so he said anxiously, "Master, please calm down. Everything this lowly one said is true. Moreover, the 10,000 spirit tomb is an existence that all the creatures in the ancient lands know about. You can ask anyone and they will know about it. How could this lowly one dare to deceive you?" Yang Kai frowned. He also felt that Yang Yue wouldn't joke about this, so he raised his hand and said, "Continue." Yang Yue took a deep breath, knowing that he wouldn't die for a while, so he said carefully, "The 10,000 spirit tomb is ethereal and untraceable. It will appear anywhere in the ancient lands without any pattern. It can be as short as a day or two and as long as a few months. Every time it appears, only one door will appear. If you want to enter, you can enter through that door. But for so many years, no one has ever been able to come out after entering." Yang Yue said with a sullen face, "That's why this lowly one said that the myriad spirit tomb is an invisible place. I don't know what happened today." He turned his head and grabbed one of his subordinates by the collar, shouting angrily, "Are you sure there's a tomb door over there?" The monster race cultivator hurriedly said, Yes, that woman disappeared from there. When she went in, the tomb door flashed. I saw it clearly." The two monster race cultivators on the side also nodded repeatedly. Only then did Yang Yue put him down, glancing over at Yang Kai uneasily. Dong dong dong, at this moment, a very dull sound rang out, as if a behemoth was approaching. The sound of trees crashing to the ground came from the direction of the sound. Hearing this, Kai Yang and the others turned their heads, only to see dust billowing in the distance. A huge figure was winding its way out of the forest. Every step it took caused the earth to shake. In the air above the huge figure, there were many monster race cultivators who were following closely behind. As they flew, they were constantly shouting something, appearing to be extremely anxious. Since they had already come in, what was the use of scolding Zhang Ruoxi? Moreover, he had already noticed that Zhang Ruoxi didn't do it on purpose. The most important thing now was to leave this damned place. He turned his head and looked at Yang Yue. After all, Yang Yue was a native of the monster race here. In terms of understanding of the myriad spirit tomb, Yang Kai couldn't compare. If there was a way out, he would definitely know. At a glance, the corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. He knew that Yang Yue couldn't help him because at this moment, Yang Yue and the group of monster race cultivators were standing in place foolishly. A layer of gray-black light enveloped them, and specks of fluorescent light were floating out of their bodies. Chapter 2570. It was the same for Niu Quan, Yang Yue, and the other monster race cultivators. The fluorescent light that flew out of their bodies was obviously related to their vitality. The more they lost, the dimmer their vitality became. As time passed, they would die without a doubt. Niu Quan could be said to have come here to die, but Yang Yue and the other monster race cultivators had all been implicated. "Sir, help." Yang Yue noticed Yang Kai's gaze and raised his head, his face filled with death chi as he called out in a trembling voice. Yang Kai looked embarrassed and coughed dryly, "I can't do anything about this. You're on your own now." He didn't understand what was going on with the myriad spirit tomb and how he could save Yang Yue and the others. He could send them into the sealed world bead and they might be able to escape, but the sealed world bead was Yang Kai's top secret. He wouldn't expose it except for a few people he could trust. It wasn't worth it to expose the existence of the sealed world bead to save these monster race cultivators. Yang Yue was in despair when he heard this, but soon looked at Yang Kai in surprise and asked, "Master, why are you safe and sound?" Yang Kai had also noticed this. Of all the people who had been sucked into the tomb door, only he and Zhang Ruoxi were safe. The other monster race cultivators were all rapidly losing their vitality. If he hadn't noticed this, Yang Kai wouldn't have calmed down so quickly. "I don't know. Maybe it's because we're not from the ancient lands. Didn't you say that this is the tomb of the ancient land's inhabitants?" Yang Kai explained casually. Other than this explanation, he didn't know the reason for the situation in front of him. Is there such a good thing? Yang Yue's mouth twitched and his eyes glowed with resentment. "If you hadn't ordered us to find the whereabouts of that crazy woman, how could it be related to the myriad spirit tomb? Now that we're here, we're so unlucky that we won't be able to survive. On the other hand, you're free and unfettered. You don't have to worry about dying here at all, yet you refuse to help us." Yang Yue was infuriated. He wanted to tear Yang Kai apart to vent the hatred in his heart. "Master, you can't abandon us." Yang Yue gritted his teeth and shouted. Yang Kai frowned and said impatiently, "I already said that I don't have a solution. Who knows what's going on with this tomb?" As he spoke, he suddenly glanced at Yang Yue, and a wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of his mouth as he said, "What, are you very angry?" "Nonsense. Who wouldn't be angry if this happened to them?" Since he was going to die anyway, Yang Yue's courage suddenly grew. His eyes were cold as he said, "Master, if you don't care, we might have to drag you down with us." Yang Kai was amused. He squinted at him and said, "You want me to die with you? Have you forgotten that your life and death is in this young master's hands?" What right do you have to drag me down with you? Yang Yue's expression stiffened, and he was instantly silenced. Just now, he was too busy being angry. He had actually forgotten about this matter. Only now did he realize that even if he wanted to drag Yang Kai down with him, he didn't have the ability to do so. His soul seal was still in the other's hands. For a moment, grief welled up in his heart. He fell to the ground and cried, "What a tragedy, what a tragedy. I, old Yang, have worked so hard to cultivate until now, but before I can enjoy my life, I'm going to die. The heavens really don't have eyes. Damn heavens, this old Yang will never forgive you." His cry was heart-wrenching. His voice was sorrowful, and when the other monster race people heard it, they also felt sad. Falling into the tomb, they could all foresee their fate. It was just that they weren't as exaggerated as Yang Yue, but they definitely felt bad in their hearts. Yang Kai snorted and said, "Don't cry so hard. If we're going to die, we'll all die together. We'll all have companions on the road to the Yellow Springs, so we won't be lonely." Yang Yue wiped his tears and said angrily, "It's easy for you to say that. The tomb is the tomb of the ancient land's inhabitants. It has nothing to do with you." Yang Kai curled his lips and stopped talking. In fact, he was also very surprised. Why wasn't he and Zhang Ruoxi affected by the ancient lands? Instead, all the other monster race people were losing their vitality and turning into fluorescent light. Is it really like what I said just now? At this moment, a whimpering sound suddenly rang out, and strands of dark light suddenly flew out from under the white bones. As soon as the dark light appeared, it turned into a variety of strange monster beasts, pouncing on the living monster race and knocking them to the ground. Every time a monster beast figure rushed over, the vitality of the monster race people dimmed, and the fluorescent light flying out suddenly accelerated. Beast souls! Yang Yue was shocked and shouted in horror. Yang Kai's complexion also changed, because in just a short time, thousands of black shadows had flown out from the bottom of the Bone Mountain. These black shadows were somewhat similar to Yin souls and were emitting dense Yin qi. Obviously, they were the beast souls of the monster beasts that had died here. The All-Spirits tomb had existed for countless years. Over the years, countless demonic beasts had died here. After these demonic beasts died, their beast souls were actually left behind. The number was simply uncountable. In the blink of an eye, countless beast souls flew above the Bone Mountain. Each of them had different appearances, but they all retained the shape they had when they were alive. Each of them had a strong aura. The dark mass seemed to have enveloped the entire tomb, like a swarm of locusts. Yang Yue and the other monster race people wanted to resist, but how could they? It didn't take long for each monster race being to be surrounded by a dense swarm of beast souls. Mournful cries rang out one after another, as if they were suffering some kind of inhumane torture. It was likely that they wouldn't survive. Zhang Ruoxi's pretty face turned pale. She stuck close to Yang Kai, not daring to move. With his previous experience of dealing with Yin souls, Yang Kai didn't say anything. He directly summoned the insect enslavement bracelet and released all the soul-devouring insects. They formed a protective barrier around him and Zhang Ruoxi to ensure their safety. The remaining soul-devouring insects chased after the beast souls to gnaw on them. As soon as the soul-devouring insects were released, the countless beast souls obviously encountered nemesis. They all avoided Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi, not daring to approach them. Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised. The performance of the soul-devouring insects in the ancient lands this time was too eye-catching. They were definitely the best way to deal with Yin souls. He secretly decided to focus on cultivating them in the future. When they grew up, they might be able to fight against the great emperors of serene soul in the future. The old man relied on his high cultivation to indulge his daughter in her outrageous acts, but he couldn't do anything about it. This really made Yang Kai gnash his teeth in hatred. The cries of Yang Yue and the others from the monster race died down one by one. In less than a dozen breaths, there was no more movement. They were obviously all dead. Yang Kai felt that the soul seal that belonged to Yang Yue that he controlled had cracked. He couldn't help but sigh a little. Although he didn't intend to care about Yang Yue's life or death before, and he only controlled him to find the whereabouts of his third brother, it was still a little unexpected that he would die like this. "Sir, open a gap," Zhang Ruoxi suddenly said. Yang Kai didn't know what she wanted to do. He was really scared by Zhang Ruoxi's previous actions. Once bitten, twice shy. But when he saw the big seal in Zhang Ruoxi's hand, his eyes suddenly lit up. He controlled the soul-devouring insects to open a gap. Zhang Ruoxi slapped the seal with her white hand and directly slapped it away. Then, she continued to form seals with her hands to control the power of the seal. After the seal flew out, it grew in the wind and suddenly became the size of a house. It was dark like a black hole. *Walala, the sound of chains swinging rang out. As Zhang Ruoxi's hands changed seals, countless dark chains suddenly shot out from the inside of the seal and shot out in all directions. One by one, the flying beast souls were caught off guard by the pitch-black chains and were bound to death. The chains straightened, and under Zhang Ruoxi's control, they pulled the chained beast souls into the seal. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of aggressive beast souls were pulled into the seal and disappeared. No matter how they struggled, they couldn't break free. "Have you finished refining this 10,000 beast seal?" Yang Kai looked at her in surprise and asked. "I finished refining it a few days ago," Zhang Ruoxi didn't stop her hands and said happily, "I didn't expect to encounter such a good thing." The seal was the 10,000 beast seal of Earth City's city lord, Zhu Hong. After Zhu Hong was killed by Yang Kai in the ancient medicine garden, he gave the 10,000 beast seal to Zhang Ruoxi for self-protection. This was an emperor artifact, and its power had nothing to do with the seal itself. Instead, it was related to the number of beast souls sealed in it. The more beast souls sealed in it, the stronger they were, the more powerful the 10,000 beasts seal would be, and vice versa. After Zhu Hong obtained the 10,000 beast seal, he had only killed less than 1,000 monster beasts and used a secret technique to seal the beast souls of more than 1,000 monster beasts. Most of those beast souls were 11th order, 10th order, and only a handful of 12th order beast souls. They couldn't display the true power of the 10,000 beast seal. However, in this 10,000 spirit tomb, 12th order monster beast souls were everywhere. If Zhang Ruoxi sealed all of them into the 10,000 beast seal, the power this emperor artifact could display would be unimaginable. Beast souls were difficult to find. After all, one had to kill a monster beast to obtain a beast soul, and it had to be refined using a secret technique to prevent damage to the beast soul. Damaged beast souls wouldn't have much power. However, this place was a natural gathering place for beast souls. It was simply tailor-made for the 10,000 beasts seal to replenish its power. Previously, she was still thinking about where she should go to kill a monster beast to improve the power of the 10,000 beast seal, but she didn't expect to run into such a good thing. How could she not be happy? Since ancient times, countless creatures of the ancient lands had died here. Even the powerful monster king, whose strength was comparable to a third-order emperor realm master, couldn't avoid it. One could imagine how many tyrannical beast souls were gathered here. If he really sealed all the beast souls here into the 10,000 beast seal and then took them out to fight, the entire star boundary would be shocked. *Walala, the sound of chains moving through the air continued to ring out. Every time Zhang Ruoxi moved, hundreds of beast souls would be dragged into the 10,000 beast seal, and she would repeat the process over and over again. She was very busy. Yang Kai watched enviously. Chapter 2571. The 10,000 Beasts seal obviously had a strong restraining effect on beast souls. No matter how strong or small the flying beast souls were, once locked by the 10,000 Beast seal, they could no longer break free and were sucked into the seal. Yang Kai clearly saw many beast souls comparable to 12th order monster beast souls being dragged into the seal. Ruo Shi has struck gold this time. I wonder how much more powerful the 10,000 Beast seal will become after this trip. Thinking about it, Yang Kai's face sank again. This was the 10,000 Spirit Tomb. He didn't know how to get out, nor did he know if tearing space would work here. Crash, countless beast souls swam and crashed into each other, shattering the bone mountain into pieces. White bones constantly turned into powder. Suddenly, a dim yellow light appeared in front of Yang Kai's eyes. Out of curiosity, Yang Kai reached out and grabbed the glowing object in his hand. It was cold to the touch and rolling, and a decent energy fluctuation immediately came from it. A monster core. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, showing a look of surprise. It turned out to be a monster beast's monster core. And judging from the energy fluctuation, it seemed to be a 10th order monster beast's monster core. He stood in place for a while, not knowing what to think, but he became very excited. He stretched out his hand and waved his sleeve, causing a gust of wind to blow. Huhuhu, the bone mountain collapsed, and countless beast bones turned into ashes, flying in all directions. It was as if a white storm had arisen, and at the center of the storm, there was an open area with a radius of over 100 feet. On the ground, dozens of monster cores of different colors were scattered in a disorderly manner. Ha ha ha. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh out loud, looking at the dozens of monster cores on the ground. He laughed so hard that tears almost came out of his eyes. Zhang Ruoshi had been carefully sealing the beast souls. But she had also observed Yang Kai's actions. At this moment, when she saw him, she exclaimed, "Sir, could it be that those monster beasts' monster cores were also left here after they died? That must be it. Ruoshi, we've hit the jackpot this time." Yang Kai happily replied and then took back the dozens of inner cores. These dozens of inner cores were of different quality. However, the lowest grade was at the 9th grade, while the highest grade was at the 12th grade. Countless monster beasts died in this tomb of all spirits. After their deaths, their souls turned into beast souls and guarded this place. Their bodies turned into fluorescent light and disappeared, but their nadens remained intact. It was impossible to calculate how many beast souls there were. Similarly, it was impossible to calculate how many inner cores there were. The monster beast's monster core had many uses, but it was mostly used in alchemy. Many spirit pills required the assistance of a monster beast's inner core. Yang Kai had accumulated a lot of spirit grasses and elixirs. If he could get enough nadens here, he would have more choices when refining spirit dawn. Previously, he thought that Zhang Ruoshi coming here was an opportunity, but he didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, this opportunity would also fall into his lap. If he could really sweep away all the inner cores in this tomb, how much wealth would that be? Even the 10 great emperors would be envious of him. After collecting the dozens of inner cores, Yang Kai waved his hand again. He swept away the nearby skeletons. Immediately, dozens of inner cores of different quality appeared on the ground. Zhang Ruoshi was working hard to seal the beast souls, while Yang Kai was also working hard to collect the inner cores. The two of them were performing their respective duties without interfering with each other, truly cooperating seamlessly. In the beginning, Yang Kai would sweep away the skeletons, but after a while, he felt that it was a bit troublesome, so he simply released his divine sense to find the hidden locations of the inner cores. Then, he flicked his golden blood thread to collect the inner cores from the skeletons, saving the place from being in a foul atmosphere. His efficiency suddenly increased a lot. In a short while, all the beast souls in the vicinity were collected by Zhang Ruoshi, and all the inner cores on the ground within a dozen kilometers were also collected by Yang Kai. Although there was no detailed count, there were at least tens of thousands of inner cores. Among these tens of thousands of inner cores, even if the 12th order monster beast inner core only accounted for 1%, it was still hundreds of 12th order monster cores, each of which was priceless. Let's go to another place. The surrounding area was empty, and there were no more beast souls or inner cores. Yang Kai immediately pulled Zhang Ruoxi to another location. As for how to get out, it wouldn't be too late to think about it after he had collected enough benefits. Above another mountain of bones, Zhang Ruoxi summoned the 10,000 beast seal while Yang Kai released his divine sense to search for the inner cores hidden under the skeletons. In less than a cup of tea's worth of time, this place was once again cleaned up. Needless to say, Yang Kai wrapped Zhang Ruoxi and changed locations again. Along the way, all the beast souls were sealed by Zhang Ruoxi, and all the inner cores were plundered by Yang Kai. This was the first time the entire Myriad Spirit Tomb had encountered such a change since its birth. This was simply a robbery. If the four great divine spirits of the ancient wild lands knew about this, who knew how they would feel? There was no sun, moon, or stars here, nor was there any distinction between night and day. However, Yang Kai estimated that he and Zhang Ruoxi had stayed here for about 3 days and had almost finished running through the entire tomb. This should be a small isolated world, the area was not too big. The two of them spent 3 days here, mainly to seal the beast souls and collect the beast cores. If they really ran at full speed, they should be able to run all over the graveyard in less than 2 hours. The harvest was unimaginable. The 10,000 beasts seal was dark and gloomy. Even without urging its power, one could feel its tyrannical power. According to Zhang Ruoxi, the 10,000 beasts seal was almost full. There were at least hundreds of thousands of beast souls sealed inside, not including those devoured by the soul-devouring insects. The soul-devouring insects had also been greatly nourished these days. More than half of the beast souls were sealed by Zhang Ruoxi, and the rest were devoured by the insects. As a result, the soul-devouring insects were now conveying a lazy mood to Yang Kai, as if they were about to fall asleep. Its 2 eye sockets were profound, and its eyes were somewhat lifeless. It was indeed an arrow at the end of its flight. Why is it a human again? The Monster King's mouth opened and closed, and its turbid eyes revealed a look of surprise. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. He understood the meaning behind its words and frowned. Have you seen other people come here before? The Monster King looked like it was about to die, but it was still extremely rebellious. Hearing this, it grinned and tried to squeeze out a sneer that was uglier than crying. Why should this king tell you? Yang Kai's eyes flashed. He pointed to the light door and said, I'm going to leave from there. If you want to live, I can give you a ride. The rebellious Monster King suddenly lost its calm. Its lifeless eyes suddenly lit up, and it looked like it was tempted. But it quickly disappeared and it snorted, Are you that kind? Yang Kai said indifferently, We're just taking what we need. As long as you can tell me what I want to know, I'll save your life. After pondering for a while, he said, Hand over the soul seal and I'll spare your life. He wanted more. Previously, he had controlled Yang Yue to work for him. Yang Yue was only a demon general and had limited subordinates. If he could control a Monster King to work for him, not only would he be able to find Xiao Xiao with half the effort, but he would also be able to find Xiao Xiao. Moreover, with the Monster King's protection, it would be much more convenient for him to move around the ancient land. When the Monster King heard this, he was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He sneered, wishful thinking. He was one of the 32 Monster Kings. He had a noble status and powerful strength. How could he be willing to be controlled by a human? This human was not even as powerful as he was. At his peak, he could kill him with one slap. How dare he ask him to hand over the soul seal? What a joke. Yang Kai did not force him. He just said casually, if you die, you have nothing. There is only hope when you are alive. The Monster King sneered, it's still better than being enslaved and struggling at death's door. Yang Kai glanced at him and said indifferently, Monster King, you have children, right? If you die here, what will happen to your children? The monsters who were bullied by you will not be polite to your children. By the way, Monster King should have wives and concubines, right? With the Monster King status, all of his wives and concubines should be beautiful, enchanting and charming. After you die, I'm afraid that your wives and concubines will follow others and be ravaged and tasted by others. The Monster King will not be able to feel the ecstasy of it anymore. What a pity, a group of orphans and widows. I'm afraid that the days ahead will not be easy. When the Monster King heard Yang Kai's words, his originally gloomy face became as black as the bottom of a pot. He felt that this human's words were too harsh. He could not help but think of the tragic fate of his children and concubines after he died. Especially his wives and concubines. If they were really pressed down by others and freely ravaged, there was no way to think about it anymore. The Monster King's eyes were red and his nostrils were constantly snorting hot air. Zhang Ruoxi was also extremely uncomfortable listening to this. Her face was slightly red. She thought to herself, how can Sir say anything? It's too embarrassing. The Monster King's face changed. The speed of the light that flew out of his body suddenly increased. It seemed that he was unable to suppress his aging due to the change in mood. To Yang Kai's surprise, after a while, the Monster King turned his head and said, this king would rather die than submit. That didn't make him submit? Yang Kai was slightly stunned. He felt some admiration for this guy in his heart. Most people would agree to any condition when they were about to die. Take Yang Yue for example. He immediately handed over his soul seal when Yang Kai asked. However, this Monster King had some integrity. It was really impressive. There was no other way. He could only use his ultimate move. Yang Kai still counted on the Monster King to work for him. He couldn't kill him now. He raised his head and gave Zhang Ruoxi a look. He coldly snorted and said, show him what you're made of. Zhang Ruoxi was stunned. However, she was smart and immediately understood what Yang Kai meant. She stretched out her hand and patted the void, immediately summoning the 10,000 beast seal. The Monster King sneered, if you want to kill me, then kill me. There's no need to talk nonsense. His attitude of facing death was quite eye-catching. Yang Kai did not say a word. Zhang Ruoxi, on the other hand, made a series of hand seals. She kept attacking the 10,000 beast seal. In an instant, whooshing sounds could be heard. Beast souls of different sizes flew out of the 10,000 beast seal. In a short time, they filled the void. Each beast soul retained their appearance when they were alive. Each of them had an extraordinary aura and an awe-inspiring temperament. Judging from their auras, they were no weaker than the Monster King. Some were even stronger. The Monster King's eyes widened as he stared at them in a daze. Zhang Ruoxi said, this is the 10,000 beast seal. It has a strong restraining effect on monster beast souls. Monster King, do you want to submit to my sir now, or do you want me to use the 10,000 beast seal to take your soul after you die? You will never be reincarnated. It's your choice. The Monster King's thin body trembled all of a sudden. He raised a hand and pointed at Yang Kai, saying in grief and indignation, you've gone too far. He would rather die than submit. He wasn't willing to give up his soul seal in order to live, but so what? Once the 10,000 beasts seal appeared, he wouldn't be able to rest in peace even if he died. His soul would still be taken into the 10,000 Beasts seal. At that time, he would really be better off dead. Yang Kai chuckled and motioned for Zhang Ruoxi to take back the 10,000 Beasts seal. Then, he reached out and patted the Monster King's shoulder. He said, "Don't make it sound so bad. Monster King, you would rather die in glory than live in dishonor. Your heroic spirit is really admirable. However, you and I have different paths. Why would I save you if there were no benefits? You promised me just now." The Monster King glared at Yang Kai, but he couldn't do anything about it. Yang Kai rubbed his chin and said, "Times have changed. As the saying goes, a wise man submits to circumstances. To tell you the truth, Monster King, I won't make things difficult for you. You've submitted to me, and I just want you to do a small thing for me. Once it's done, I'll leave the ancient lands. At that time, I'll definitely return your freedom. Do you think I'll believe your words?" The Monster King looked at Yang Kai contemptuously. Yang Kai snorted, "Do you have a choice now?" This person changed his face faster than flipping a book. The Monster King was stunned. "I don't have time to dawdle with you. Either you hand over your soul seal, or I'll immediately kill you and take your soul into the 10,000 Beasts seal. It's up to you." Yang Kai waved his hand and said in an unquestionable tone. Zhang Ruoxi had already controlled the 10,000 Beasts seal to fly above the Monster King's head. If he didn't agree, she would immediately attack. The Monster King was unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. He could only grit his teeth and growl, "Hand it over." His voice was full of grief, indignation, and unwillingness. This time, it was really a case of a tiger being bullied by a dog, or a dragon being played by a shrimp in shallow water. Yang Kai immediately put on a smiling face and stretched out his hand to him. The Monster King activated his secret technique, and soon, a golden light appeared on his forehead. Yang Kai grabbed it and sealed it into his knowledge sea. This trip to the graveyard, without Yang Yue, had gained the Monster King, so it wasn't a loss. The Monster King, who had used his secret technique to hand over his soul seal, was extremely weak at the moment. The flowing light on his body was dissipating, and he seemed to be about to die. Yang Kai grabbed him, turned around, and rushed toward the grayish-black light gate, asking, "Is it okay to leave from here?" The Monster King nodded gently, his gaze complicated. This time, he had escaped, but he had lost his freedom. From now on, he would be enslaved. This was not what he wanted, so he didn't feel the joy of escaping death. Instead, he was very depressed. Not long after, Yang Kai carried the Monster King to the light gate. He activated his Emperor Qi and enveloped the Monster King and Zhang Ruoxi before rushing in. In a flash, 2 people and 1 monster had left the myriad spirit tomb and reappeared in a lush world. They were surrounded by ancient trees that towered into the clouds, and wild energy flowed around them. This was a certain place in the ancient wild land. It was so easy. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little surprised. From the looks of it, the all-spirit tomb's existence was really targeted at the living beings in the savage desolate ancient land. It did not restrict the entry and exit of outsiders. Of course, after entering, one would have to escape the pursuit of countless beast souls. Otherwise, only death would await them. Looking around, they were no longer in the valley where they had entered the myriad spirit tomb. They had no idea where they were. Chapter 2573. The appearance of the 3 seemed to have caused a bit of a commotion. Not far away, a shifter quickly rushed over to investigate. Before he could even get close, the Monster King in Yang Kai's hand let out a low roar and shot out like lightning, heading straight for the shifter. There was a miserable cry. The shifter didn't even see who had ambushed him before he was pinned to the ground. The Monster King opened his mouth and bit down on the shifter's neck, swallowing mouthfuls of blood. In an instant, there was a burst of miserable howls. The shifter who had been pinned to the ground struggled but was unable to break free. Gradually, there was no more movement. A moment later, the Monster King got up, wiped the corner of his mouth, and turned back. The shifter's blood seemed to be a great supplement to him. His originally skinny appearance had improved a bit. At the very least, his skin had a bit more luster. Even his flesh had grown a lot, and his withered vitality had increased a bit. He glanced at Yang Kai with a somewhat complicated expression, but in the end, he lowered his head and sighed heavily. "Monster King, how should I address you?" Yang Kai asked. "Xia Wuwei." The Monster King replied unhappily. However, seeing that Yang Kai didn't slight him in the slightest because he was a soul slave, he felt a lot more relieved. He was really afraid that Yang Kai would order him around as soon as he came up. If that really happened, with his explosive temper, he definitely wouldn't be able to tolerate it. No fear, no matter. Monster King, what a good name. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Xia Wuwei waved his hand and said, "I just randomly came up with it." After a moment of silence, he asked again, "How should I address you?" Yang Kai said, "Just call me Young Master Yang." Xia Wuwei nodded slightly and said, "Young Master Yang, you said that you wanted me to do something. I wonder what it is." He looked like he couldn't wait to finish Yang Kai's matter. Then, he would be able to get rid of his intentions of controlling him. He didn't hide it at all. "No rush." Yang Kai chuckled. "First, take me back to your territory. What I want to do can't be done without help." "You want to return to your own territory?" Xia Wuwei had a disgusted look on his face. As one of the 32 Monster Kings, he had a revered status. If he was seen with a human, he would definitely be punished. Furthermore, he was being ordered around by this human. Where was he supposed to put his face in the future? As if reading his mind, Yang Kai said, "Monster King, don't worry. I won't make things difficult for you. If your subordinates ask, you can say that I'm a friend from the outside world who came to visit you. It doesn't matter if the ancient land demon clan has 1 or 2 human friends outside, right?" The corner of Xia Wuwei's mouth twitched, and he said against his will, "It's okay." If not for the fact that the soul seal was controlled by Yang Kai, he would not have obeyed his orders. But now that he was under someone else's roof, he had no choice but to lower his head. Then, the 3 of them started to move and headed deeper into the ancient lands. Xia Wuwei was undoubtedly very familiar with the ancient wild lands, so he didn't need to hide at all as he led Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi on a rampage. Along the way, a few ignorant demons would occasionally come to investigate. They all became food for Xia Wuwei to replenish his vitality. Half a day later, a towering mountain appeared in front of them. There were some buildings on the mountain. After taking a closer look, Yang Kai found that these buildings were clearly made of large and small stones. There wasn't much beauty in them, but they looked rough and bold, just like the nature of the monster clan. There were countless caves on the mountainside, and many monster clan members lived in them. The arrival of Yang Kai and the others had obviously alarmed these monster clan members. They all walked out of the caves to investigate, but before they could see clearly, the 3 of them had already rushed into the only hall. Immediately, several beautiful maidservants in the hall greeted them. They looked at Xia Wuwei in fear and bowed, "Master." Xia Wuwei was in a bad mood, so he didn't bother to pay attention to these maidservants. He rushed in without looking at them. However, Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi, who followed behind Xia Wuwei, attracted the attention of the maidservants. After all, the 2 of them didn't have the slightest demonic chi on them. They were clearly humans. They didn't know why Xia Wuwei had brought 2 humans back with him. Moreover, these 2 humans didn't seem to be the master's captives. In the hall, there was a white bone throne. It was unknown what kind of demonic beast it was carved from. It was crude as always. Xia Wuwei directly walked forward, turned around, and sat on it. His tiger-like eyes looked disdainfully in all directions, and he had a sense of majesty. But soon, Xia Wuwei's expression became awkward. As soon as he returned to his own place, he calmed down and forgot about his current situation. Seeing Yang Kai standing below and looking at him with a smile, Xia Wuwei quickly stood up. "Monster King, please sit down. We are just your friends from outside." Yang Kai transmitted his voice. He had seen the Monster King's unyielding temper, so he didn't want to embarrass him too much. After all, there were still things for him to do, so he didn't need to care too much about superficial things. Xia Wuwei was grateful. He felt that this human was reasonable, so the rejection in his heart wasn't as strong. He sat down again and stretched out his hand. "Young Master Yang, please sit." Yang Kai smiled slightly, turned around, and walked to the side. He found a place to sit down and looked around. He found that this place was much more impressive than Yang Yuwei's. Whether it was the style or the layout, it was on a different level. He thought to himself, the Monster King is worthy of being the Monster King. Yang Yuwei, a mere monster general, couldn't compare at all. When he came here just now, he also felt the aura of many 12th order monster beasts on this mountain. In other words, they were more or less equivalent to the masters of the Emperor realm. The Monster King had so many subordinates of the Emperor realm, so how many were there in the 32 roads? Not to mention, there were also the 4 great divine spirits in the ancient wild land. If such a group of monsters were to be brought out, unless the 10 great emperors joined forces to resist, they would probably be able to sweep through the entire star boundary. The ancient wild land was really not to be underestimated. Zhang Ruoshi obediently stood behind him, her pair of beautiful eyes looking around curiously. "Come!" Xia Wuwei shouted in a deep voice. Immediately, 6 monster race cultivators with imposing auras rushed in. It seems to be emitting a kind of magical power. Many people can't help but want to rush in after getting close to it. Many people have already been killed there. Bloodline attraction? Xia Wuwei's eyes flashed wildly. The monster race cultivator nodded and said, "We also guessed so." This subordinate risked his life to go investigate and found that the blood gate could indeed attract this subordinate, making this subordinate want to rush in regardless of everything. If it wasn't for Shu Yu and the others at the critical moment, this subordinate would have been killed. All signs show that the blood gate is about to open, and the ancient rumors are true. Xia Wuwei listened with a face full of excitement. He put his hands behind his back and paced back and forth on the high platform. After a while, he stopped and said in a deep voice, "What did the Saint Venerables say?" The monster race cultivator said, "The Saint Venerables are all in agreement. They don't want us to mistakenly believe the rumors and throw away our lives. Now, the 8 envoys near the blood gate have all been dispatched and sealed off the surroundings. No one can get close. Mistakenly believe the rumors." Xia Wuwei sneered, "The attraction of bloodline is our instinct. The Saint Venerables thought that they would be safe and sound after blocking the mouths of others. They have a good plan. I'm afraid they are just worried that 1 or 2 more Saint Venerables will appear and affect their status." Xia Wuwei scoffed, "That would require the master to give him a chance. They have sent out the 8 great saint envoys to seal off the surroundings. Who can get close? However, if we do this, it will be a bit embarrassing. If we're talking about who knows the secrets of the blood door the most, it will undoubtedly be the 4 saint masters." Yang Kai nodded slightly. Hearing Xia Wuwei's words, he immediately understood the meaning of the blood door. If he could really activate the ancestral bloodline in the bodies of the creatures of the ancient land, then his strength would definitely soar. This blood door was indeed a place of new life. It was the complete opposite of the 10,000 spirit tombs place of old age and death. The world was so big, and there were indeed all sorts of strange things. Yang Kai sighed in his heart. If it wasn't for Xiao Xiao entering the savage desolate ancient land, he probably wouldn't have been able to imagine that there would be such a magical place in this world. The few Saint Masters have been accumulating power for a long time. Once the 8 envoys come out, I'm afraid no one will dare to make a move for the time being. In the end, I'm afraid it'll backfire. Pass down the order to closely monitor the situation at the blood door. If there's any movement, report it immediately. I don't believe that those 30 or so old fellows will obediently go into hiding. Xia Wuwei waved his hand and said. The old fellows he was referring to were undoubtedly the other 31 Monster King. When Yang Kai heard this, he faintly realized that this savage desolate ancient land didn't seem to be a monolithic place. Yes, sir. The skinny goblin clan received the order and immediately went to prepare. Xia Wuwei stood on the high platform, his expression uncertain as he pondered for a while. Only then did he suddenly raise his head to look at Yang Kai, and say, Young Master Yang, what did you say you wanted this king to help with? Looking for someone. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Who are you looking for? Xia Wuwei asked in surprise. It's that crazy woman you saw earlier. As Yang Kai spoke, he stretched out his hand and pointed in front of him. With a ripple, the image of old San appeared. When Xia Wuwei saw it, his face couldn't help but darken. He still remembered the scene when old San smashed him with his inner core in the myriad spirit tomb. I have some relationship with this woman. Her mind is not clear right now, so it's very dangerous for her to wander around the savage desolate ancient land, so I need to find her and take her away. This wasn't difficult, so Xia Wuwei was relieved when he heard this. He was originally worried that Yang Kai would take his soul seal and ask him to do something difficult, but now it seemed that it was just looking for a person, which was really a small matter. He turned his gaze to a man with the face of a rat and said, Shu Yu, pass down the order. Tell our brothers to pay more attention to this woman's whereabouts. If they find anything, report it immediately. Also, don't let anyone hurt her. The goblin clan man named Shu Yu immediately cupped his fists and said, Yes sir. He turned around and left. Xia Wuwei turned to look at Yang Kai and said, If this woman is still in the savage desolate ancient land, as soon as she shows herself, this king's subordinates will definitely notice her. Young Master Yang, just wait for good news. Yang Kai nodded in satisfaction, Thank you, Monster King. Xia Wuwei's mouth twitched, and he said against his will, Young Master Yang's matter is this king's matter, no need to be so polite. Men, take young Master Yang to rest and settle him down. He couldn't wait to send Yang Kai away. In the end, it was because he felt uneasy being with Yang Kai, and he was afraid that his subordinates would notice something wrong and lose face. No rush. Yang Kai raised his hand and interrupted him. I still need to ask Monster King for some information. Xia Wuwei frowned slightly as he looked at him. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and was about to condense a small image when suddenly, a loud noise came from below. Then, the whole hall shook, and the maidservants screamed in fright. The 4 goblin clan men's faces also changed. Roar. A muffled roar suddenly came from the depths of the ground, like a beast that had been trapped for thousands of years. It was extremely oppressive, and everyone could feel the anger of the owner of the roar. Yang Kai was as still as a mountain, and he looked at Xia Wuwei curiously. He didn't know what happened here, and what kind of monster was suppressed under the mountain. Xia Wuwei's face didn't look good either. He turned to look at the goblin clan men below and shouted, That big guy still hasn't surrendered? One of the goblin clan men said with an ugly face, That thing is a little stubborn. We used many methods, but we still couldn't make it surrender. A bunch of trash. Xia Wuwei snorted coldly. The Goblin clan men were scolded until they couldn't raise their heads. I'll go take a look myself. Xia Wuwei didn't know what use the suppressed monster under the mountain had. He waved his sleeves and was about to ask about it himself, but after walking a few steps, he turned back and said, I've neglected young Master Yang. Something has happened here, and I need to go take care of it. You follow my maidservant to rest, and I'll come back later to apologize. It's okay, I'll go and join in the fun. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Xia Wuwei rolled his eyes, but he couldn't stop Yang Kai, so he could only walk forward. The remaining 4 Goblin clan men hurried to follow, and they were muttering in their hearts. They felt that the Monster King Master was too polite to this human, even allowing him to participate in such a confidential matter. After leaving the hall, they quickly came to a cave, and the group went in one by one. The cave seemed to be the entrance, and there were stairs leading down to who knows where. There were fluorite stones on both sides of the cave, so it didn't seem dark. The few of them took large strides as if they were flying, rushing down the stairs. After descending for more than a few thousand feet, the terrain suddenly opened up, revealing a spacious underground palace. There were many Goblin clan members gathered in the underground palace, but at this moment, these Goblin clan members were facing a great enemy. Many Goblin clan members even revealed their true forms, looking at the underground palace in horror. Seeing the arrival of Xia Wuwei and a few of his subordinates, these Goblin clan members retreated to the side, their expressions respectful and fearful. Xia Wuwei glanced around, reached out his hand to summon a small Goblin clan member, and shouted, "What's the situation?" The small Goblin clan member's face was pale, and he stammered, "We don't know." That big guy suddenly woke up and flew into a rage. "We were too weak to stop him, and several of our brothers have already died. If it weren't for the god-binding chains that Master personally set up, I'm afraid he would have already escaped. Scram, what use do I have for you?" Xia Wuwei's expression was displeased, and with a wave of his sleeve, he swept the small Goblin clan member to the side and walked straight into the depths of the underground palace. Roar! Another roar came out, and the sound waves wrapped in a gust of wind swept through the underground palace, causing everyone's clothes and hair to flutter. Yang Kai couldn't help showing a look of surprise as he wondered what kind of strange thing was being suppressed in this underground palace that possessed such power. Out of curiosity, he focused his vision and looked inside. What he saw made Yang Kai's expression turn blank, as if he had been struck by lightning, and he froze on the spot, saying in a trembling voice, "Xiao Xiao." A few dozen feet away, there was a huge humanoid creature that was at least 15 feet tall. It was chained to the ground by a series of black chains. That huge creature had distinct edges and corners. At first glance, it seemed to be carved out of stone. Its entire body glowed with a stone luster. However, it had distinct facial features and strong limbs. It was full of explosive power. The big guy in front of him was clearly Xiao Xiao after she grew up. It was not easy for him to catch the stone giant alone, so he imprisoned him here, hoping that he could completely make him work for him. Who knew that Yang Kai would suddenly appear out of nowhere? "Young Master Yang, what are your orders?" Xia Wuwei walked closer, lowered his voice, and pretended to ask. Yang Kai tilted his head and said, "Let him go." This. Xia Wuwei was hesitant. The stone giant stared at him angrily, as if he wanted to kill his father and steal his wife, and was absolutely irreconcilable. Xia Wuwei said with a bitter face, "Young Master Yang, it's not that I don't want to, but look at him. If I let him go, I'm afraid that he will immediately cause trouble for me." I don't want this place anymore, and if he wants to cause trouble, my mountain will be razed to the ground. Chapter 2576. This was not an exaggeration. The rock spirits were born with the ability to control the laws of the earth. It was normal for them to move mountains and seas with a flip of their hand. Yang Kai turned to look at the rock giant and said, "He'll let you go. How about you let him go?" The rock giant snorted, "Anyone who dares to attack the rock spirit tribe is an enemy." He was unwilling to give up, which made Yang Kai speechless. "Young Master Yang, look." Xia Wuwei pointed at the rock giant, which meant that it was not that he did not want to let him go, but that he could not do anything about it. Yang Kai rubbed his forehead and looked at the rock giant helplessly. He said, "The Monster King is strong. If we fight again, both sides will suffer. As the saying goes, it's better to squash enmity than to keep it alive. How about you just let it go? You have nothing to lose anyway. You should let him go." The stone giant snorted twice. It seemed that he was still very reluctant. Xia Wuwei also flung his sleeves, very unhappy. Yang Kai looked at the rock giant and said sincerely, "Didn't you say that I'm an important guest of your tribe? Can you give me some face?" The rock giant huffed and puffed for a while, then said unhappily, "Fine, let's leave it at that." He was willing to turn big problems into small ones, and small ones into nothing. Yang Kai immediately signaled to Xia Wuwei, "Let him go." Although Xia Wuwei was still a little reluctant, he couldn't change Yang Kai's mind. He could only push his monster chi, and in an instant, monster chi filled the air and rushed towards the black chains that were binding the stone giant. It was unknown what Xia Wuwei did, but after a few cracking sounds, the chains binding the stone giant fell to the ground. Seeing that the rock giant was free, Xia Wuwei immediately flashed behind Yang Kai. He was vigilant. It was not that he was afraid of the rock giant. It was just that this thing was not to be trifled with. If he took a punch, he would vomit blood. If he had a choice, Xia Wuwei did not want to fight with him. The rock giant only glanced at Xia Wuwei with a fierce look in his eyes. However, he kept his promise and did not do anything as soon as he was free. Yang Kai said, "Can you take me to Xiaoxiao now?" The stone giant nodded lightly. With a series of crackling sounds coming from his body, he directly transformed from 5 zhang tall to as tall as a person. All of a sudden, he became much more refined. He waved his hand at Yang Kai, then strode out in large strides, treating Xia Wu as if he was nothing. That was what one would call condescending. Yang Kai hurriedly followed. Xia Wuwei had a sour expression on his face. After hesitating for a moment, he also followed. All the monsters were puzzled. They didn't know why the Monster King Master would listen to a human's instructions and release the stone giant that they had painstakingly captured. Xia Wuwei naturally couldn't be bothered to explain anything to them. He just walked up with a sullen face. After an incense stick's worth of time, the group left the underground palace. He returned to the ground. The stone giant turned its head and looked around. After identifying the direction, he didn't say anything. He stomped his feet on the ground and soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he rushed into the dense jungle. Seeing this, Yang Kai could only anxiously say to Xia Wuwei, "Monster King, please pay attention to what I asked you to do. After you find that woman, it would be best if you can capture her safely. If you can't, send someone to monitor her. I will be back. Don't hurt her." Xia Wuwei looked bitter, but he had to cup his fists and say, "Rest assured, young Master Yang. This king will not disappoint you. However, young Master Yang, you must be careful." He couldn't wait for Yang Kai to leave without returning. However, if Yang Kai was in any danger, as a soul slave, he wouldn't have it easy either. Naturally, he didn't want Yang Kai to be in any danger. Yang Kai didn't have time to talk to him. He just nodded and wrapped Zhang Ruoxi in his Emperor Qi. Using his space principles, he disappeared and chased after the stone giant. The group of monster beasts watched Yang Kai leave before they came forward and looked at Xia Wuwei in confusion. They didn't know what the Monster King Master was up to. Xia Wuwei said with a sullen face, "Today's matter is not to be leaked, or you will be killed without mercy." The group of monster beasts were terrified and they all cupped their fists and said yes. The stone giant didn't seem to be able to fly, but its jumping ability was beyond imagination. Every time it jumped, it would cover a distance of several thousand feet, so its speed wasn't slow. After waiting for Yang Kai for a while, the stone giant saw that Yang Kai was quickly following and continued forward without looking back. He was undoubtedly very familiar with the ancient wild lands. Along the way, he avoided the territories of many powerful existences and didn't cause too many twists and turns. However, Yang Kai telling him not to embarrass Yang Kai seemed to have made him a little unhappy, so along the way, he didn't want to communicate with him at all. Yang Kai wanted to ask him about the Stone Spirit Clan and Xiao Xiao, but he didn't have a chance and could only follow behind. Ruoxi could also see that Yang Kai had something on his mind, so she didn't say a word and didn't dare to disturb him. The journey was rather depressing. After a full day and night in the ancient land, the stone giant in front of them suddenly stopped. The stone giant stood on top of a huge tree and looked into the distance under the morning sun. Schwa, Yang Kai's figure landed beside him and followed his gaze. In the depths of the jungle, there was a lush primitive land. Ancient trees towered into the sky, layer upon layer, and the morning clouds lingered in the air. It was a fairyland. The stone giant stretched out his hand, clenched his fist, and hammered his own chest, making a thumping sound. Zhang Ruoxi watched with a frightened expression, afraid that he would beat himself to death. Roar! The stone giant roared towards the sky, with an inexplicable emotion in his voice. The roar fluctuated, as if he was using some mysterious means to transmit a message. Walala, the surrounding birds flew away in fright and beasts scattered. Immediately afterward, in the depths of the jungle, another roar sounded, responding to the stone giant's call. Yang Kai's mood was surging, because after arriving here, he suddenly felt that somewhere in the jungle, there was an invisible telepathic connection that suddenly connected with him. This was a connection between bloodlines that couldn't be erased even after 10,000 years. Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao's birth was catalyzed by Yang Kai using his own blood essence. She finally understood what true strength was. The uprooted tree was as light as a feather in Xiao Xiao's hand. Directly thrown into the sky, it turned into a small black dot. Who knows where it will end up? Roar! Xiao Xiao roared towards the sky. His roar was continuous, his fists constantly pounding his chest. The thumping sounds were like the beating of war drums. Chapter 2577. Little fool, why aren't you pulling up the honored guest? What are you doing? An old voice suddenly sounded in front of them. Although it was forceful, it was gentle and kind, making those who heard it involuntarily feel a sense of intimacy. Xiao Xiao shuddered violently, as if in awe of the owner of this voice. He bounced back to Yang Kai's side and reached out to pull him up, looking at him foolishly. After venting his anger, he finally calmed down. Yang Kai raised his eyes and looked forward. What he saw stunned him. Stone spirits that were as tall as a human slowly walked out from various parts of the forest. With a rough count, there were actually 7 or 8 of them. Obviously, they had all sensed the commotion here and gathered over. Those pairs of round eyes were curiously sizing him up. The rock spirit in the middle was particularly prominent, but it wasn't because he was strong or tall. Compared to the other rock spirits, he was a little shorter. His short stature wasn't because of his height, but because his body was a little hunched. The first impression this rock spirit gave off was that he was old. His hunched waist was supported by a stone crutch. The stone skin on his body was also in a cracked state, which was the mark of the endless flowing time great emperor. On his chiseled chin was a small stone awl, like a beard. Only his eyes were extremely bright, flashing with wisdom. The rock spirit clan's innate intelligence was worrisome, but Yang Kai didn't know why, but when he looked into the eyes of this old rock spirit, he saw the reflection of a wise old man. Yang Kai was in awe. He knew that this old rock spirit had probably lived for tens of thousands of years. At the same time, he also realized who this old rock spirit was. He cupped his fists. Bowing, he said, "Junior Yang Kai greets Elder. I took the liberty to disturb you, I hope Elder won't take offense." Hearing this, Zhang Ruoxi knew that this was a master and quickly bowed. The elder chuckled, his laughter was extremely hearty. "No need to disturb you. My rock spirit clan has been waiting for you for a long time. Today, you have finally arrived." "Waiting for me?" Yang Kai was stunned, but soon seemed to recall something. He turned his head and glanced at Xiao Xiao, who was standing beside him. He smiled and patted Xiao Xiao's shoulder. He thought that it was because of Xiao Xiao that this so-called Elder Shi Ling said that he had been waiting for him. "Honored guests, you've come from afar and must be tired from the journey. Please follow this old man to rest. My rock spirit clan hasn't had a guest for many years." After the elder finished speaking, he didn't wait for Yang Kai's agreement and turned around to walk into the depths of the forest. Although he looked extremely old and had a walking stick in his hand, his stooped figure moved as if he was flying. Its speed wasn't any slower than the other rock spirits. As soon as he left, the rest of the rock spirits also followed him and left, but before they left, they looked at Yang Kai with a strange gaze. Xiao Xiao grabbed Yang Kai's hand and whimpered a few times before dragging him away. Yang Kai was helpless and could only ask Zhang Ruoxi to follow. After walking for a short while, the group came to a place surrounded by some towering ancient trees. Each of these towering ancient trees was as thick as 10 people hugging around it. There was a tree hole under the tree root. The tree hole seemed to have been turned into a natural treehouse, and there were traces of living creatures living inside. Yang Kai looked at it curiously. He suddenly realized that these treehouses should be where the rock spirit clan lived. Thinking about it, these guys could easily transform into dozens of feet tall and hundreds of feet tall. Ordinary houses really couldn't withstand their torment. This kind of natural treehouse was the best habitat for them. Who knew how many years the rock spirit clan had lived here? Each treehouse had traces of the ancient desolate flowing time great emperor. After arriving here, the rock spirit elder walked straight into a treehouse and disappeared. Another rock spirit came up and bowed with one hand in front of his chest. The elder said that honored guests should rest first and come back to talk at night. Yang Kai glanced at him. He didn't know if this stone spirit was the one captured by Xie Wuwei. These guys all looked the same. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to tell them apart unless they lived with them for a long time. Imitating him, Yang Kai bowed with one hand in front of his chest and said politely, "Thank you for your trouble." Although he didn't know why he had to talk at night, he came here to find Xiao Xiao. Now that he had seen Xiao Xiao, his wish had been fulfilled. Other things didn't matter. Whether Xiao Xiao wanted to leave with him or not wasn't something Yang Kai needed to consider. It would be best if Xiao Xiao was willing to leave with him, but if he couldn't abandon his clan and chose to stay, Yang Kai wouldn't force him. Every living creature had their own clan. Xiao Xiao was able to find his own clan and was no longer alone. Yang Kai was sincerely happy for him. Entertain the guest well. The rock spirit ordered Xiao Xiao again. Xiao Xiao scratched his head and nodded. The rock spirit glanced at him, sighed slightly, and turned away. It seemed to feel helpless towards Xiao Xiao, who was still a child. However, in the entire rock spirit clan, only Xiao Xiao was still a child. There was nothing to be done about him being naughty and willful. After the rock spirit left, Xiao Xiao dragged Yang Kai under a big tree. There was also a treehouse under the tree. It was obviously Xiao Xiao's residence. After Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi followed him inside, Xiao Xiao looked around for a while and suddenly rushed out. Who knows what he ran out to do? After a while, a roar came from a nearby treehouse. Little guy is being naughty again. Be careful or I'll tell the elder and have him punish you. Hong long long, after a while, Xiao Xiao ran back with 2 stone stools on his shoulders and threw them on the ground. He looked at Yang Kai and pointed at the stone stools while whining. Ruoxi couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. She understood that these 2 stone stools were probably stolen by Xiao Xiao from another rock spirit. Yang Kai also couldn't help but smile. Exchanging a glance with Ruoxi, he sat down with a shake of his robe. Looking around, Yang Kai found that the treehouse was empty. The area was not small, larger than an average house. However, there were no furnishings inside, not even a table or chair. Instead, it was a few stone sculptures nearby that attracted Yang Kai's attention. These stone sculptures looked very rough. It was obvious that the sculptor's skill was not skilled. Chapter 2578. As Xiao Xiao continued to walk forward, she soon arrived at a spacious area. There were already 7 or 8 rock spirits gathered here, standing behind a stone plate. Each of these stone plates was the size of a millstone, probably made by the rock spirit clan themselves and placed here to serve as tables. Behind the stone tables, there were also stone stools. Behind the stone table at the front, the aged rock spirit elder had already taken his seat and was looking over with a smile. When Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi followed Xiao Xiao through, the rock spirits standing on both sides bowed one after another, making Yang Kai feel very embarrassed and could only return the greetings with Zhang Ruoxi and Xiao Xiao. Each of these rock spirits had lived for who knows how many years. It could be said that they lived longer than 90% of the people in the star boundary today, so of course Yang Kai couldn't be rude in front of them. Below the elder, there were 2 empty stone tables, obviously prepared for Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi. When they approached, the elder raised his hand and said, 2 guests, please take a seat. Yang Kai excused himself and went to sit behind the elder's stone table. Ruoxi glanced at him and could only go to the other side and sit quietly. Xiao Xiao, on the other hand, ran to the back of the table and squeezed in with a rock spirit with a disobedient look, provoking the rock spirit to raise his hand and knock on his head. He immediately behaved himself. Guests from afar, my rock spirit clan is extremely honored to host a banquet to entertain our esteemed guests. I hope that guests won't mind the shabbiness of the banquet. The elder chuckled, his voice like a thunderclap that was deafening to the ears. Yang Kai got up and said, Elder is too polite, it is this junior's honor to be entertained by a noble. How could I dare to care too much? The elder smiled and nodded. He gestured for Yang Kai to take a seat before continuing, my stone spirit clan is naturally lacking in clansmen. Everyone here is the only remaining clansman of my clan. Please introduce yourselves to this honored guest so that he doesn't get confused. Yes. The rock spirits below responded one after another and stood up one by one, saluting in the direction of Yang Kai. They introduced themselves, Stone 1. Stone 2. Stone 3. Sheba. Yang Kai was dumbfounded, the corners of his mouth twitching. The names of these rock spirits were rather simple. Each and every one of them was named by a number. Including the elders and Xiao Xiao, there were only 10 of them in total. It was truly a little too few. The key was that their self-introductions were meaningless. Yang Kai looked at them and felt that they were all made from the same mold. He couldn't tell who was who. Although he couldn't tell. However, they still had to show proper etiquette. Yang Kai returned their greetings one by one, looking as if he had remembered them all, but in fact, he was completely clueless. After the introduction of the 8 rock spirits, the elder chuckled and said, "My rock spirit clan is born with a limit of 10. Anything over 10 is certain to die. This is also fate." Yang Kai was stunned. Nobles have never had more than 10 clansmen. The elder nodded. That's right. Yang Kai suddenly understood. No wonder, even though he had 2 rock spirit embryos back then, in the end, only Xiao Xiao hatched. The other one was really forced to be refined into a Dharmakaya by him. That was how it survived. He thought that he was unlucky. Now it seemed that it wasn't a problem with his cultivation at that time, but fate. He didn't know how this group of rock spirits would react if he released the Dharmakaya. The elder said again, "Although there are few clansmen, we stand aloof from worldly affairs. Just now, we survived until now. We've made a fool of ourselves." Yang Kai hurriedly waved his hand. "Let's not talk too much." The female wood spirit who came to serve Yang Kai seemed to be the one who flew away shyly after being stared at by Yang Kai. Seeing her struggling to carry the wine jars, Yang Kai could not bear it and hurriedly said, "I can do it myself, there is no need to trouble yourself." As soon as these words came out, the female wood spirit could not help but turn her head to look at him. Her eyes reddened and tears welled up in her eyes. It was truly a pitiful sight. Yang Kai was sweating profusely. He did not know what he had said wrong and hurriedly cast a pleading look at the elder. The elder chuckled and said, "Although the wood spirit clan is extremely xenophobic, anyone who can become their guest will be able to experience their hospitality. Serving wine to a guest is the most basic etiquette. If the guest refuses, it means that they have not done a good enough job and will be ostracized by the entire clan." Chapter 2579. Ah! Yang Kai was startled when he heard this. The consequences were quite serious. He just didn't want to tire the little wood spirit out, but who would have thought that he would implicate her and cause her to be ostracized by the entire clan? He quickly retracted his outstretched hand in embarrassment and smiled apologetically at the little wood spirit, saying warmly, "Then I'll have to trouble you." Only then did the little wood spirit continue to hold the wine jar and fill the stone cup in front of him before quietly flying to the side. The elder raised his cup and said in a clear voice, "The bright moon is high in the sky, and the noble guest is like jade. On behalf of the stone spirit and wood spirit clans, this old man proposes a toast to the guest. Guest, please drink." The group of stone spirits also raised their stone cups and motioned to Yang Kai along with the elder. Yang Kai hurriedly got up, held the wine cup in his hand, and drank the wine in one gulp before turning the stone cup upside down, indicating that he had finished it. The stone spirits also drank the wine in their cups in one gulp, each of them shaking their heads with ecstasy, as if the wine tasted wonderful to them. "Guest, please take a seat." After drinking the wine, the elder gestured to Yang Kai, and only then did Yang Kai sit down again. The wine in his stomach tasted really good. After 1,000 twists and turns, the aftertaste was endless. Even he, who was not a good drinker, felt refreshed after drinking it. He wondered what kind of winemaking skills the Wood Spirit clan had. After drinking the wine, Patriarch Muna, who had been standing next to the elder, suddenly clapped her hands lightly. In an instant, more than 20 wood spirits flew to the center of the field. Half of them were holding exquisite and small musical instruments in their hands, and no one was directing them. In an instant, the sound of flutes and zither filled the air, accompanied by the strange sound of wooden drums. It was like the tinkling of a mountain stream. The sound was extremely pleasing to the ears. As the wood spirits played and sang, the beautiful melody echoed in the beautiful forest. The other half of the wood spirits stretched their waists and arms, singing and dancing to the music in the center of the field. It was a very exotic scene. What they saw and what they heard. It was as if there was some kind of magical power that cleansed the hearts of the two guests, causing Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi, who were both outsiders, to suddenly calm down and stare intently. In particular, Ruoxi's eyes were shining. The more she looked at these wood spirits, the more she liked them. Elder Rock Spirit was also watching with a smile on his face. He stroked his beard and nodded slightly when he saw the beauty of the scene. Xiao Muling once again filled Yang Kai's cup with wine, but Yang Kai didn't notice at all. He felt as if his entire body and mind had been drawn in by the music and the song and dance. He felt a sense of tranquility that he had never felt before, and all the distracting thoughts in his heart had disappeared. After the dance, Yang Kai was still in a daze for a long time. However, the noise at the side woke him up. When he turned his head to look, the corner of his mouth twitched. There were 9 rock spirits, including Xiao Xiao. They were all engrossed in stuffing themselves with food. Like the reincarnation of hungry ghosts, all of them hugged their own wine jars and gulped down the wine. The rare wine flowed from the corners of their mouths to their chests, wasting a lot of it. After drinking a mouthful of wine, they grabbed the spirit fruit in front of them and stuffed it into their mouths, chewing madly. The 9 wood spirits who were serving wine at the side looked at them with disdain. When the two races of creatures gathered together, it was simply a combination of beauty and wildness. Yang Kai looked up and saw that Elder Rock Spirit and the Wood Spirit Patriarch had both gotten up and were walking towards a big tree not far away. Muna also looked back at him. Yang Kai understood and hurriedly stood up, quietly sending a message to Zhang Ruoxi, telling her to stay where she was and to follow. When he arrived at the tree, the elders were already gone. Only Muna was still waiting. When she saw Yang Kai, she stretched out her hand and said, "Please." Yang Kai didn't know why these two races were looking for him, but he didn't ask and walked into the treehouse. This treehouse seemed to be bigger and older than the others. The surrounding walls were mottled with vicissitudes. Elder Rock Spirit stood quietly in front of him. Yang Kai looked around before asking, "What is Elder's order?" The elder turned around and gestured for Yang Kai to sit down. After the host and guest were seated, the elder asked, "Is honored guest planning to take 9th stone away?" 9th stone was Xiao Zhao's name in the Rock Spirit clan because he was the youngest. So that's what he's asking. Yang Kai understood and smiled. "If he is willing to leave and your clan is willing to let him go, I can naturally take him away. To tell you the truth, elder, I came to the ancient wild lands this time to look for him." The elder gently nodded, indicating that he understood. Yang Kai continued, "But if he is willing to stay, I won't force him. I also want to see him find his own clan and live with them." Chapter 2580. Sir, you are so kind, but this old man has been too narrow-minded. The elder stroked his beard and smiled. Yang Kai said, "Actually, this is my original intention. I would rather have Xiao Xiao stay and live with you all. I am already satisfied that I was able to find him on this trip." Just as he said, Xiao Xiao being able to find his own tribe and live with his own people was better than being alone with him. No matter what kind of creature it was, they all had the characteristics of living in groups. Being alone would cause problems with one's mentality sooner or later. The elder and Mu Na looked at each other and nodded slightly, as if agreeing with Yang Kai. Mu Na smiled and said, "I wonder if Sir has heard of the Blood Door?" Yang Kai frowned, not knowing why this topic had suddenly jumped to this, but he nodded and said, "I didn't know before coming to the ancient lands, but I happened to hear some legends about the Blood Door a few days ago." Mu Na's beautiful eyes lit up. "Since Sir knows, then this mistress won't have to explain." Yang Kai was stunned. "What does the Blood Door have to do with you?" Mu Na did not speak this time, instead turning to look at Elder Stone Spirit. The elder said in a deep voice, "The Blood Door has a great relationship with all living beings in the ancient lands. In the ancient lands, there is a saying, enter the Blood Door, obtain a new life, awaken your ancestral bloodline, and transform into a divine spirit." Xie Wuwei had said this before, which was a few days ago, so Yang Kai naturally remembered it clearly. The elder said, "Although most living beings in the ancient lands have heard of this rumor, there is no way to verify it. Only a few people know about it." "This is true." Yang Kai was slightly moved. He said, "After entering the Blood Door, can one really awaken their ancestral bloodline and transform into a divine spirit?" The elder chuckled and said, "Not necessarily, it is just a chance." Yang Kai's interest was piqued, and he said, "I'd like to hear the details." The elder pondered for a moment, as if he was considering his words, and only after a while did he say, "Living beings in the ancient lands. Most of them are wild species, so they more or less have the bloodline and inheritance of the ancient divine spirit. Only those who inherit the bloodline of the ancient divine spirit can enter the Blood Door and transform into a divine spirit. Moreover, the process is extremely dangerous, and it can be said that there is a slim chance of survival." Mu Na continued, "Since guest dares to enter the savage desolate ancient lands, your cultivation must be extraordinary. You should have already come into contact with source energy, right?" Yang Kai nodded. Source strength was something he had never seen before. A cultivator of the Tao source realm had already made initial contact with it. He was already a venerable emperor, so how could he be unfamiliar with it? Mu Na said, "If you want to transform into a holy spirit and restore the glory of your ancestors, entering the Blood Door is only the first step. After entering the Blood Door is the true test." Most of the creatures in the ancient lands thought that they would have a chance to become a holy spirit after entering the Blood Door. Although it was not wrong. But this is too one-sided. They only know how it is, but they don't know why it is. What's the test? Yang Kai frowned and grasped the key point. The elder said in a deep voice, "Every holy spirit has its own holy spirit origin. Bloodline atavism is one thing, but the most important thing is to be recognized by the Holy Spirit origin. Only those who have obtained the Holy Spirit origin have the chance to become a true Holy Spirit." Although these words were a bit of a mouthful, Kai Yang immediately understood what she meant. The Holy Spirit origin was a very strange power. For example, the Phoenix True Fire was the Holy Spirit origin. Those who obtained the Phoenix True Fire had a high chance of becoming a fire phoenix. For example, Lu Yen had obtained this opportunity, but whether she could succeed or not depended on her own luck. If she could not obtain the recognition of the Phoenix True Fire, Lu Yen would be doomed. This was also a test for her. In other words, if one wanted to become a Holy Spirit, one's bloodline power and Holy Spirit origin were indispensable. Yang Kai was shocked and hesitated. "Do you mean to say that inside the Blood Door, there is a Holy Spirit origin?" The elder and Mu Na looked at each other in surprise. They seemed to feel that Yang Kai's mind was too sharp to even think of this. The elder nodded, "Yes, there is indeed a Holy Spirit origin inside the Blood Door. If a creature is lucky enough to enter, they can try to fuse with it. Once they succeed, they can become a true Holy Spirit, but if they fail, they will die." "How can there be a Holy Spirit origin inside the Blood Door?" Yang Kai was stunned. The elder smiled bitterly, "Because the Blood Door is only an entrance. Inside the blood door is the Holy Spirit Palace, where many Holy Spirit's origins are hidden. It can be said that the Holy Spirit Palace contains almost all of the Holy Spirit's origins. Yang Kai was shocked. How can this be? He suddenly had a guess and asked in shock, could it be that the Holy Spirit Palace is the same as the Myriad Spirit Tomb, where those Holy Spirits will take the initiative to enter before they die and leave behind their origins? If not, how could the Holy Spirit Palace inside the blood door contain the origins of countless Holy Spirits? That's not it. Muna shook her head and said, the heavenly Tao is unpredictable, and the heavenly Tao is constant. The strength of the divine spirits is too strong, and it isn't something that can be resisted by humans. During the ancient times, there were numerous divine spirits, and every single one of them possessed extraordinary ability. Moreover, every single one of them was cruel and violent, and they would attack at the slightest provocation, causing the heavens and the earth to be unable to be at peace. However, all things were born together, and yin and yang countered each other. One day, a peerless powerhouse was born from the human race, and that person's strength was extremely effective against the Holy Spirits. He could be said to be the natural enemy of many Holy Spirits. He spent countless years of the flowing time Great Emperor to kill countless evil Holy Spirits, took away their origins, and sealed them in the Holy Spirit Palace. He then used his great powers to seal the Holy Spirit Palace and hide it inside the blood door, cutting off the inheritance of countless Holy Spirits and preventing them from continuing their evil deeds. The natural enemy of the Holy Spirits. Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air, never having imagined that there would be such an existence in this world. Chapter 2581. Seeing the ugly expression on Yang Kai's face, the elder and Muna exchanged a glance before bowing and pleading, "Honored guest, please lend our two clans a hand." Yang Kai stepped aside and said lightly, "The two of you are trying to make things difficult for me." The elder shook his head and said, "That's not the case, we are simply following the will of the heavens." Will of the heavens? Yang Kai sneered, "What will of the heavens?" The elder smiled lightly, stepped aside, and pointed to the cave wall. "Honored guest, please take a look." Muna also waved her hand and a stream of light suddenly flew out, illuminating the entire cave wall. The stream of light stuck close to a certain spot on the cave wall and slowly lingered there. As the light shone, Yang Kai suddenly discovered that several extremely ancient paintings had appeared on the cave wall. In the first painting, there was a person sitting cross-legged with a stone placed on his knees. That person extended a finger, and blood dripped from the tip of his finger onto the stone. Strangely, the blood dripping from the fingertip of the person in the painting was not dark red in color. Instead, it was a strange golden color. Yang Kai was startled by this sight, but before he could see it clearly, his eyes involuntarily followed the stream of light to the second painting. In the second painting, the man was still sitting cross-legged, but there was a small figure nearby. This figure had a stooped waist and was on all fours, jumping around like a monkey as it chased after a fluttering butterfly. Both drawings were only sketched with the simplest lines. It was obvious that they were extremely rough, but they vividly displayed the meaning that was to be conveyed. Is this Xiao Xiao and me? Yang Kai's mind went blank, unable to believe his eyes. That small figure was clearly Xiao Xiao. As for the figure dripping golden blood, who else could it be but himself? However, this painting was clearly modeled by the flowing time Great Emperor and was extremely ancient, at least hundreds of thousands of years old, so how could he be recorded in it? Yang Kai couldn't help feeling that this was an extremely surreal scene. When he looked at the third image, Yang Kai's pupils couldn't help but constrict because it was the scene of him and Xiao Xiao fighting side by side. The image of Xiao Xiao wielding the heaven-shaking pillar was deeply engraved and lifelike. The fourth painting seemed to be in a passageway. Starlight lingered, and space shattered. Xiao was sucked into a spatial rift, leaving only her hand outside, as if she was trying to grab something. This was what he had encountered in the starlight corridor when he first entered the star boundary. The fifth painting. Around him, there were 9 stone golems just like him. They were recuperating in the primitive and dense forest. Many smaller wood spirits were flying around them. In the sixth painting, the person who first appeared in the painting found the petite figure, reuniting after a long time. He was overjoyed. The bonfire was brightly lit, and many stone spirits and wood spirits were singing and dancing at the side, completely overlapping with the scene that had happened tonight. In the seventh image, there was an oval-shaped gate that was as red as blood. Countless creatures of all shapes and sizes were fighting near this blood-red gate, and there were many casualties. In the eighth image, the petite figure flew through the air and rushed into the blood-red gate with the help of the human, disappearing from sight. In the ninth image, there was nothing left, only a blood-red gate. Besides this, there was nothing else, leaving behind a great deal of suspense. There was a total of 9 brand images on this tree wall. Although they were simple outlines, they were vivid and lifelike. After Yang Kai finished looking at them, his mind raced. If it really doesn't work, I have some confidence in escaping with them. Ruoshi's eyes flashed as she bit her red lips and said, "Then I want to help." Yang Kai glared at her and said, "No, if you really want to break through the blood gate this time, the situation will be very dangerous. Your strength is not enough. Just stay here obediently." Zhang Ruoshi looked aggrieved, but she didn't dare to go against Yang Kai's will and could only whisper, "I know." Yang Kai glanced at her and said softly, "I brought you out of the Zhang family, so I have the responsibility to protect your safety. When you break through to the Emperor realm, it won't be too late to participate in this kind of thing." "Yes." Ruoshi responded in disappointment. Chapter 2583. At this moment, Ruoshi was hiding in the canopy of a big tree, trying her best to restrain her aura. Although she was quite strong now, she absolutely didn't want to get into any trouble in this place, so naturally, she focused on hiding and waiting for Yang Kai to arrive. As long as she waited for Sir to arrive and clash with the monster race, she would rush out to help Sir. Presumably, Sir wouldn't blame her at that time. She really just wanted to help. She didn't want to be sucked into Yang Kai's sealed world bead and wait in boredom whenever there was danger. That would make her seem useless. A group of patrolling monster race monsters passed by nearby, but they didn't find any trace of Zhang Ruoshi. This made her secretly rejoice and gave her a lot of confidence. This was the first time she had done such a dangerous thing, so naturally, she was nervous. Fortunately, following Yang Kai around all these years wasn't a fruitless journey. She had experienced a lot of storms, so even if she was nervous, she could barely maintain her current state. Time passed by little. Another group of patrolling monster race monsters came from the front. These monster race monsters were extremely vigilant, looking around as if looking for any suspicious traces. Seeing this group of monster race monsters passing by under the tree, one of them suddenly stopped, his nose twitching slightly, constantly sniffing in the air. "What's wrong?" Another monster race looked at him and asked suspiciously. The monster race monster didn't answer and sniffed for a while before suddenly raising his brow and saying, "There's the scent of a human." As soon as this remark came out, Ruoshi's face changed drastically. She knew this was bad. She was afraid that she had exposed something. Once this group of monster race monsters determined her whereabouts, it would be difficult for her to escape. She could only hope that this monster race monster was just suspicious. She couldn't be sure. This way, she might be able to escape this disaster. But her hopes were quickly dashed. After sniffing for a while, the monster race monster suddenly raised his head and looked at the canopy. Although they were separated by a thick layer of leaves and their eyes didn't meet, Zhang Ruoxi's heart still beat violently. She knew that she could no longer hide in this place. Just as she made up her mind to escape from here. Suddenly, a dirty head with disheveled hair appeared beside her. It hung upside down in front of her and grinned at her. Ruoxi was so startled that she almost exclaimed out loud. But after seeing clearly who this unkempt person was, she quickly covered her mouth and didn't dare to make any noise. She just stared at the dirty face with her pair of beautiful eyes. A hand reached out towards Zhang Ruoxi. He grabbed her, and with a flash of his body, he disappeared on the spot like a ghost. Whoosh! One of the demon clan members jumped up to the top of the tree and looked around for a while. However, he did not find anything. He could not help but scratch his head. His face was filled with suspicion. "What's the situation up there?" asked one of the demons waiting below. "Nothing at all," the spectating Yao replied. He jumped down again and laughed, "Maybe it's just my imagination." The group of demon clan members looked at him with displeasure, scolding him for being too paranoid. Only then did they continue to move forward. Atop the crown of another tree, Zhang Ruoxi watched as the group of monster race disappeared into the distance. Only then did she let out a heavy sigh, her full chest heaving up and down violently. Just now, her heart had almost jumped out of her chest. She almost thought she was going to die. Fortunately, a noble person came to her rescue at the critical moment. She quickly turned her head and looked to the side. Beside her, Iceheart Valley's third sister was looking at her with a silly smile. Taking a closer look, Ruoxi realized that this woman should have a beautiful face. But now, her mind was damaged and she was slovenly. Living in the ancient lands all year round, her face was completely covered in dust and dirt. It was hard not to sigh. "Third senior, why are you here?" Ruoxi didn't know the name of this person in front of her. After all, she didn't even know Yang Kai, so she could only vaguely address her. It's hard to tell if he understood Ruoxi's question. Anyway, he didn't seem to have any intention of answering. Instead, he kept sniffing like a demon. His dirty nose was almost sticking to Ruoxi's body. He seemed to think that Ruoxi's body smelled very good. While sniffing, he showed an intoxicated look. Ruoxi felt very uncomfortable being sniffed and felt itchy all over. She quickly stretched out her hand in front of her, blocking third sister's intention to continue to violate her. She said, "Third senior, don't make trouble. You'll be discovered by those demon clan members." Third sister was pushed away by her. She immediately pouted and looked unhappy. Seeing her like this, Ruoxi couldn't bear to see her like this. She was a beautiful woman with a powerful second-order emperor realm cultivation. In the outside world, she would definitely be admired and pursued by countless men. But now, she was in such a state. Ruoxi wondered if her master, Senior Bing Yun, would be distressed if she knew about this. "Okay, third senior, I have something to do. Be good." Zhang Ruoxi reached out and held third sister's two dirty paws. She didn't show any disdain. Patting them gently, she said softly, "I'll wait for Sir here." "Sir, do you know the person who gave you the fruit last time? Sir has been looking for you. Don't run around and wait for him here with me, okay?" Third sister looked at Zhang Ruoxi for a while and suddenly nodded vigorously. Ruoxi smiled, "You can understand?" Third pounced on Ruoxi like a tiger and hugged her tightly. Burying his head into Ruoxi's ample bosom, he began to crazily rub his head against her. Third Senior. I can't breathe. Ruoshi's face flushed red. A strange feeling in her chest made her feel weak all over. The strength that was tightening around her made it difficult for her to breathe. Unfortunately, she wasn't as strong as third sister, so she couldn't break free. Just as Mu-Na had said before, after the blood door's mutation, the inexplicable force in the vicinity seemed to have disappeared. Usually, no one could get close to the blood door. Even the most powerful monster king would be turned into pus by that mysterious force and die. But now, weak monster race cultivators were constantly pouring in from all directions. As if they had lost their minds, they rushed towards the blood door. Bloodline attraction. Xia Wuwei had mentioned this before. After the blood door's mutation, the aura of the divine spirit source of the divine spirit palace began to leak out. This was a great temptation to any ancient lands creature. Those weak monster race cultivators were lured in and gradually lost their minds and rushed towards the blood door. But these monster race cultivators were destined to be unable to get within 10 kilometers. Because at this moment, 8 figures were constantly shuttling around the blood door. Once they found a monster race cultivator trying to get close to the blood door, they would not hesitate to kill them. These 8 monster race cultivators were the left and right divine envoys under the 4 great saints. For a time, corpses were everywhere within 10 kilometers of the blood door. In just a few days, countless ancient lands creatures had died at the hands of the 8 divine envoys, but they still couldn't stop the countless monster race cultivators from rushing in. 50 kilometers away, on top of a mountain peak, there was a stone pavilion. Inside the stone pavilion, 4 figures were either sitting or standing. Outside the stone pavilion, some monster race cultivators were respectfully guarding. From time to time, they would look at the 4 figures with awe. These 4 figures were the 4 great saints of the ancient lands. The blood door's mutation was a matter of great importance. Even the 4 of them had to personally investigate the situation and guard the vicinity in case of any accidents. The figure on the left was a middle-aged man. He wore a purple brocade robe and a crown on his head. He looked no different from an ordinary human, but his face was dignified. His eyes were like lightning, causing people to feel a chill in their hearts. This person was the Eastern Holy Sage, Fan Qi. The figure on the right looked somewhat similar to the rock spirit. They both had stone-like bodies, and their skin was like a stone helmet. However, unlike the gentleness of the rock spirit, this figure gave off an extremely fierce feeling. His entire body was covered with stone spikes, and even his face was fierce and fiendish. A vicious aura lingered around his body, and his 2 eyes burned like flames, as if they wanted to devour someone. The Northern Holy Sage, Shihua. In the star boundary, the other 3 territories might not have heard of Shihua's name, but to the cultivators in the Eastern Territory, Shihua's name was like thunder to their ears. There was no other reason. 30,000 years ago, a top sect in the eastern region, the Black Tortoise sect, had been annihilated by Shihua, and the tens of thousands of disciples in the sect were practically slaughtered. After the massacre, the Serene Soul Emperor was furious and had personally made a move to capture Shihua, yet Shihua still escaped into the barbaric desolate ancient grounds. To be able to escape safely under the great emperor's personal pursuit, one could see how strong Shihua was. In Maplewood City, Qin Chaoyang's ancestor was a disciple of the Black Tortoise sect. The Emperor Artifact Myriad sword was his ancestor's sword. The 7 points Black Tortoise array that Qin Chaoyang taught to Yang Kai was also a secret of the Black Tortoise sect. After the destruction of the Black Tortoise sect, the Qin family's ancestor wandered to the Southern Territory and settled down in Maplewood City. Not long after, he died from his injuries. Generation after generation, the family had declined. In the middle of the stone pavilion, on a stone table, there was a pot of hot tea. A beautiful woman sat at the table. Her skin was white as snow, her eyebrows were picturesque, her figure was enchanting, and her beautiful eyes were charming. Her hair was like a waterfall falling behind her head, straight down to her delicate buttocks, and her face could be described as peerless. The beautiful woman stretched out her delicate hands and poured herself a cup of tea, quietly sipping it. The Southern Saint Senior, Luan Feng. If one didn't know her background, perhaps no one would dare to believe that such a seductive beauty was actually a top saint spirit with an ancient inheritance. Those who dared to provoke her had already been burned to ashes by the world-extinguishing black flames. The last figure had a sinister look in his eyes. At first glance, one could tell that he was not someone to be trifled with. He sat on the stone bench in front of Luan Feng, motionless, as if he was a fossil. Intentionally or unintentionally, his gaze would always wander towards Luan Feng's beautiful body, but he did not dare to be too presumptuous. Luan Feng gently sipped her tea and said lightly, "Tsang Dog, if you look around again, do you believe that this queen will gouge out your eyes?" When the man who was called Tsang Dog heard this, a trace of fear flashed in his eyes, but he could only smile and say, "Lady Luan Feng, why do you keep people 1,000 miles away? Don't you know this king's feelings for you?" Luan Feng did not raise her eyes, her voice still indifferent. "This queen only knows that you are very annoying." Chapter 2584. If someone else dared to say that Tsang Dog was annoying, he would have already torn that person apart. However, the person in front of him had the qualifications to say that. Not to mention that Tsang Dog liked her very much, he was not as strong as Luan Feng. Among the holy spirits, there were differences in strength. In ancient times, there was even a ranking list of holy spirits. On that list, dragons and phoenixes were ranked at the top. Compared to the two holy spirits, the holy spirits ranked at the bottom were not on the same level. Luan Feng was a branch of the Phoenix clan. Although she was not as strong as her ancestor, she was still very strong. Especially that world-destroying black flame, it was very difficult to deal with. Among the 4 holy spirits of the ancient land, if there was a ranking, Luan Feng would definitely be ranked first. This was something the other 3 holy spirits could not deny. However, these 4 holy spirits lived in the ancient land all year round. If there was no need, they would not fight. Although Luan Feng was strong, if it was a life-and-death battle, the other 3 were not weak either. Even if they could not kill her, they could still severely injure her. The 4 holy venerates barely managed to maintain a balance in the ancient lands. After being looked down upon by Luan Feng, Tsang Dog could not help but become angry. He said unwillingly, "My eyes are on my body. I can look wherever I want to." Luan Feng's hand paused. She slightly raised her eyes. Her beautiful eyes were cold as she stared at Tsang Dog for a while. Suddenly, she opened her mouth and blew in his direction. A wisp of black flame suddenly appeared and attacked Tsang Dog like a snake. World-destroying black flame. Tsang Dog's expression changed. He realized that he had gone too far. Luan Feng actually attacked him. He hastily retreated. At the same time, he slapped forward with both hands. With one slap, the void shattered and the entire stone pavilion turned into dust. Several figures jumped out one after another and stood in the air. "What are you two doing?" Fan Hua's face was cold. She glanced at Tsang Dog and Luan Feng and coldly shouted, "Why do you two act like this every time you see each other?" Luan Feng stroked the hair on her shoulder. She said flirtatiously, "It's him who comes to provoke me every time." Tsang Dog was furious. He said, "I just looked at you a few times. It's not like I'll lose my flesh. You want to kill me? Do you really think I'm easy to bully?" The Luan Feng looked at him coldly and said, "I won't lose anything, but your gaze makes me feel very uncomfortable. Since I feel uncomfortable, I naturally have to make a move." The dog said, Good, good, good. This lord has tolerated you for a long time. Since you look down on this lord so much, then let's see who's better today. Sure. The Luan Feng turned around and sneered, I've been wanting to kill you for a long time now. Since you're asking for death, I'll kill you. Then this consort will fulfill your wish. You too. Fan Hua's face was frosty. He gritted his teeth and shouted, have you had enough? He seemed to have some prestige among the four of them, so when he spoke, whether it was the Tsang dog or the Luan Feng, they didn't say anything. They just turned their heads and coldly snorted. In such troubled times, not only are you two not working together, but you are also fighting among yourselves. Fan Hua looked as if he was exasperated. Is it fun to be laughed at by your subordinates? Tsang Go and Luan Feng both had embarrassed expressions and curled their lips. Around the stone pavilion. Sure enough, a group of monster race guards stared at them with wide eyes, as if they didn't understand why the high and mighty Saint Venerables would suddenly start fighting. And you? Fan Hua turned to Shi Hua. What does it have to do with me? Shi Hua shook his head, an innocent expression on his face. You only know how to watch the show every time. Don't you know how to stop them? Fan Hua coldly snorted. Shi Hua muttered unhappily, they're fighting among themselves, and I'm just watching. It's none of our business. The corners of Fan Hua's eyes twitched a few times, a helpless expression on his face. After a while, he calmed down and said, the blood door has changed. Under the attraction of the bloodline, all the creatures in the ancient lands have acted strangely. If it weren't for the four of us guarding this place, those monster king below would have tried to enter the blood door already. You have all inherited the origin strength and memories of your ancestors, so you should know what secrets lie behind the blood door. In the past, that person wielded the heavenly punishment sword and killed all the saint spirits in the world. Our ancestors were lucky enough to escape. You don't want that person to appear again and we have to run for our lives, do you? Hearing him mention that person, the other three Saint Venerables couldn't help but change their expressions. In the ancient land, even the majority of the 32 demon kings did not know the secrets of the blood door. However, the four of them were different. The four of them had inherited their ancestors' origin energy and ancient memories, so they clearly knew what was sealed within the blood door. Not only was there the origin strength of countless saint spirits, but there was also the heavenly punishment sword, which was feared by all saint spirits in the world. If someone broke the seal of the blood door and released the sword, no matter how big the world was, there would be no place for the saint spirits to hide. The four of them would be the first ones to suffer. It was because of the importance of this matter that the four of them had to take action personally. They ordered the 32 Monster King to guard the surroundings and not let any creatures near the blood door. They were afraid that the seal of the blood door would be broken and the heavenly punishment sword would reappear in the world. Seeing the silence of the three, Fan Hua nodded slightly and said in a serious voice, as long as the four of us are united, even if the Monster King wants to, they won't dare to barge into the blood door. After this period of time, we can rest easy. But if you really fight, the Monster King below will be in chaos. If something happens to the blood door, who can bear the responsibility? His words were reasonable, and the other three Saint Venerables nodded. Tsang Go and Luan Feng also restrained their hostility. They knew that now was not the time for internal strife. 30 miles away from the blood door, Xia Wuwei was leading a group of demon generals to disperse in a territory to stop the creatures of the ancient lands who were trying to enter the blood door. His eyes would look in a certain direction from time to time. That was where the four Saint Venerables were gathered. Xia Wuwei said, according to the demon general's description and my own speculation, that bell is very likely to be the legendary Mountains and Rivers Bell. What? Brahma Centipede was astounded. The other 3 Saint Venerables also looked at him in shock, their eyes sparkling. In an instant, Xia Wuwei's body felt as if there was a huge mountain pressing down on his body, making him almost unable to breathe. Are you sure it's the Mountains and Rivers Bell? Luan Feng could not help but ask. Xia Wuwei said with difficulty, there's an 80% chance. Because my subordinate said that the bell was exuding a very strong wild power. It seemed to be able to suppress the heavens and earth. He only glanced at it from afar and did not dare to approach it. He hurried back to report. Suppressing the heavens and earth, wild power. Sanggo's lips trembled with excitement. It must be the Mountains and Rivers Bell. Where is it exactly? Fan Hua saw his excitement and said indifferently, this is strange. The Mountains and Rivers Bell was stolen by Yuan Ding from the ancient lands and disappeared for tens of thousands of years. Rumor has it that this ancient rare treasure was lost in the Shattered Star Sea along with Yuan Ding's fall. How could it reappear in the ancient lands for no reason, and at this time? He was undoubtedly suspicious, so even though the Mountains and Rivers Bell was of great use to him, he could not help but inquire about it. Luan Feng's beautiful eyes also flashed when she heard this. She nodded slightly and said, the timing is indeed strange. Shihua rolled his eyes and suddenly asked, do you suspect that someone is trying to lure the tiger away from the mountain? Fan Hua coldly snorted and looked at Xia Wuwei with a cold face. Don't worry, this king has always treated you well. Do you know the consequences of deceiving this king? Xia Wuwei's entire body stiffened, and he was even unable to raise his head under the extremely great pressure. He could only say in a low voice, my lord, I naturally wouldn't dare forget the kindness of recognizing my worth. However, this matter is indeed true, so I don't dare conceal anything. As for the bell, this subordinate heard that the Shattered Star Sea on the human side just opened a few years ago. Did someone bring the Mountains and Rivers Bell out of the Shattered Star Sea? As soon as these words came out, Fan Hua showed a thoughtful look. He naturally knew about the Shattered Star Sea, so Xia Wuwei's words had some basis. Whether it is true or not, we will know once we go and take a look. It's only a few thousand kilometers away, Sanggo urged from the side, looking impatient. Of course we will go and take a look, but who will stay here to keep watch? Fan Hua glanced at the others. Luan Feng pursed her lips and smiled, this queen has not seen much of the world, so I will go and broaden my horizons. Sanggo sternly said, I will also go and take a look. Although the stone spirits weren't very intelligent, they weren't stupid. After all, they had lived for so many years, how could they not know what the 8 divine envoys were planning? They were secretly happy and fought with their opponents. Soon, the bare mountain peak was filled with sand and stones. It looked very lively. Seeing this, Yang Kai already had a plan in his mind. He knew that the 8 divine envoys were tempted by the elder's words. At this moment, they were just acting to prevent the 4 Saint Venerables from investigating. But then again, even if they tried their best, they couldn't do anything to the Stone Spirit clan. Since the 8 divine envoys were willing to act, he had no more worries. He immediately devoted himself to breaking the seal of the Blood Gate. He used the Space Divine technique without holding back. Xiao Xiao and the elder stood aside and watched nervously. But as far as he knew, since the blood door's appearance, no one had been able to break it. Usually, no one could get close to it. If it weren't for the blood door's sudden change this time, the area within a 10-mile radius would still be a forbidden area. Above a towering tree, a small head poked out from the lush canopy. It was Zhang Ruoxi who was hiding here. Widening her eyes and looking forward, Ruoxi saw the battle near the blood door at a glance. She also saw Yang Kai, who was using his Emperor Qi to activate the Space Divine technique. The situation looked very dangerous. From time to time, violent monster race secret techniques would fly past Yang Kai's body. Sir is in trouble. Ruoxi was anxious and her delicate body swayed, wanting to fly over to help. However, at this moment, how could he leave as he wished? If he was alone, he could come and go as he pleased. However, if he wanted to take Xiao Xiao away, he would have to first put him into the sealed world bead. However, Xiao Xiao seemed to have lost his mind and was fighting side by side with the other rock spirits. If he did not take the initiative to cooperate, Yang Kai would not be able to forcibly put him into the sealed world bead. Human, let this king have a taste of your skills. Suddenly, a figure blurred in front of him. Yang Kai discovered that the monster king named Hu Li had suddenly appeared in front of him. He had a slight smile on his face, and he lightly slapped his palm toward him. Scram! Yang Kai also raised his palm and met the other party's attack. You've got guts. Hu Li chuckled. He found this human to be quite interesting. He actually dared to meet him head-on with a cultivation level lower than his. Did this human have no combat experience? But soon, his smile stiffened on his face. This was because the moment his palms collided, Hu Li felt a power that was not inferior to his own come from the front. The power of his palm was easily flattened. Not only that, but the other party's attack also contained a mysterious power that fluctuated freely in space. It seemed to be able to cut his palm open. Hu Li turned pale with fright and hurriedly retreated. He looked at Yang Kai with a look of horror. The contempt and indifference in his eyes disappeared, and it was replaced with extreme seriousness. Condense! Yang Kai shouted in a low voice. The surrounding space law surged, and the space where Hu Li was instantly solidified. It was as if he had fallen into a pool of mud. Not only was his body unable to move freely, but even the power in his body was difficult to circulate. Yang Kai clapped his hands again and pulled, and with a sizzling sound, a huge pitch-black moon blade suddenly took shape and was thrown directly towards Hu Li. Hu Li's complexion changed drastically and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He felt his hands and feet turn cold and his entire body turn cold. He desperately urged his strength to dodge, but he found that he was powerless. Under the inexplicable binding of the space principles, he could not avoid this blow. In a hurry, Hu Li could only open his mouth and spit out a snow-white ball about the size of a quail egg, exuding a strange fragrance. A monster core. At this moment of life and death, Hu Li decisively spat out this monster core that could not be easily exposed. Blowing on the spinning monster core in front of him, a layer of protection suddenly appeared in front of him. Hong, the huge moon blade slammed into the protective layer, as if it had cut into a ball of extremely tough cotton candy. It was not until its own power was exhausted that the layer of protection was broken. At the same time, the space principles that bound Hu Li disappeared. Huli did not dare to hesitate and quickly put away his monster core, then jumped back a few dozen meters. This junior is really honored. Anyone could hear the sarcasm in his words, but whether it was Fan Ku or the Luan Feng, they did not show much shame. Fan Wu said, "To deal with an extraordinary person, we naturally have to use extraordinary means. You don't need to be so sarcastic." Yang Kai sneered, but his heart sank to the bottom. He had never thought that his teleportation technique would be useless in front of these holy spirits. This had cut off his last path of retreat, and he was afraid that he was going to be in grave danger today. Human boy, this king does not want to bully the weak. If you want to live, it's not impossible. Cripple your own cultivation and leave behind the mountains and rivers Bell, then you can get out of the ancient lands. Sherwo glared at Yang Kai, his eyes constantly sweeping over the mountains and rivers Bell, his eyes filled with greed. The elder angrily shouted, "Master, you want him to cripple his own cultivation? What's the difference between that and killing him?" Sherwo turned his head and coldly said, "Elder, don't challenge this king's patience. This king has already been lenient enough. If you continue to be so stubborn, this king will have to teach you a lesson." The elder quickly said, "He is a guest of our race. Today's matter is also our race's fault. If you have any problems, Master can come at us." Sherwo grinned fiendishly and nodded, "Good, since Elder is so stubborn, this king will fulfill your wish." As soon as his words fell, he let out a roar and transformed into a 5-meter-tall stone giant just like the Rock Spirit clan. However, Sherwo's stone giant looked much more ferocious than the Rock Spirit clan. Dark black flames burned all over his body, looking somewhat similar to the Luan Feng's world-extinguishing black flames. On the surface of Sherwo's body, sharp stone spikes stood erect. The extremely violent and evil aura he exuded was extremely uncomfortable, as if it had the effect of suppressing one's mind. After revealing his true form, Sherwo sneered and beckoned to the elder, saying contemptuously, "Come at me together. This king will let you see what the gap in strength is." These words were too insulting. The Rock Spirit clan was a top master, born to be a fighting machine, so in the face of Sherwo's provocation, how could they bear it? Without waiting for the elder's order, they roared and rushed forward. Even if the elder wanted to stop them, he was powerless at this moment. He could only grit his teeth and charge forward. In an instant, a total of 12 giant stone giants were entangled together, like 12 mountains colliding. Their fists danced in the air as they fought back and forth, causing the sky to shatter and the earth to turn upside down. The eyes of all the Monster King trembled as they watched. Yang Kai's face changed drastically as he slapped the mountains and rivers Bell in front of him. The ancient exotic treasure instantly grew to the height of a grown man and blocked in front of Yang Kai. The sound of the bell rang out, turning into a shockwave that met Shihua's fist head-on. Shihua sneered, "If you were a third-order Emperor Realm Master and had this bell in hand, this king might have been a little bit afraid. Unfortunately, you are only a first-order Emperor Realm Master. How much power can you exert from this bell?" Shihua did not try to dodge this punch and directly blasted towards the shockwave. Kacha, the shockwave visible to the naked eye suddenly split apart, and although Shihua's fist was slightly blocked, it still smashed into the mountains and rivers bell without slowing down. Another sound of the bell rang out, and Shihua's huge body shook as he was forced to retreat a few steps. On the other hand, Yang Kai was shaken by the huge force, causing the blood in his chest to roil. He spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying backwards. Ancient exotic treasure, worthy of its reputation. Shihua was not angry, but happy. He gulped as he looked at the mountains and rivers bell that flew out with Yang Kai, the greed in his eyes growing stronger. A trivial first-order Emperor Realm Master had blocked his attack with the mountains and rivers bell. If he could subdue such a treasure, he would even dare to compete in the dragon race. With a bang, the mountains and rivers bell fell to the ground, shaking the ground, as if it had taken root and remained motionless. An ancient rare treasure, worthy of its reputation. Fan Hua's eyes flashed with a trace of shock. Even though the mountains and rivers bell had become an ownerless object, he couldn't pick it up. In this world, perhaps only the master who could subdue it could use it at will. A violent wave of power suddenly fluctuated. "Shihua, what are you doing?" Luanfeng shouted at the same time. Fan Hua's expression changed slightly as he looked up to see Shihua rushing towards Yang Kai with a ferocious grin on his face, his fist burning with black flame smashing towards Yang Kai as he shouted, "Boy, die." Yang Kai's face changed drastically. Although he had always been vigilant against Shihua, he never expected that this guy, a saint master, would actually go back on his word. As soon as he saw that Yang Kai had lifted the mountains and rivers bell's brand, he actually decided to kill him. In such a hurry, Yang Kai had no time to dodge. The scorching power seemed to be able to melt the space within a radius of several dozen meters, and the huge fist seemed to be able to destroy the heavens and earth. Kong, with one punch, Yang Kai let out a muffled groan and was directly smashed into the ground, disappearing without a trace. Roar. The rock spirits roared in unison. Their eyes were filled with rage, especially the embodiment, who could only watch helplessly as Yang Kai was smashed to the point where even his shadow was nowhere to be seen. The power in his huge body suddenly went berserk, but he was restrained by the many monster kings and was unable to break free. "Shihua, do you know what you are doing?" Luanfeng's pretty face was extremely cold, as if a layer of frost could be scraped off from it. Fan Hua and Tsang Dog's expressions also turned ugly. They had just promised Yang Kai to let him live, but Shihua actually went back on his word. He was so angry that he didn't even care about their credibility. Once this matter came out, how would their subordinates, the Monster King, view them? How would they be able to establish themselves in the ancient lands in the future? The strongest forces in the entire ancient lands were gathered here, and dozens of pairs of eyes were watching them. It's over, not far away." Xia Wuwei's face turned pale and he almost collapsed to the ground. Even if he was a monster king who was comparable to a third-order emperor realm master, he couldn't help but feel despair at the scene before him. Although he was far behind the four saint masters before, he had been here for some time and had been on edge for Yang Kai's safety. When he saw Yang Kai reach an agreement with the four saint masters, he secretly rejoiced that he had escaped a disaster. But he didn't expect Shihua to go back on his word and attack a first-order emperor realm master with the strength of a saint master. He was Yang Kai's sole slave, so he was closely related to Yang Kai's life and death. This artifact was absolutely intolerable to the monster beasts of the ancient lands. In the short moment when the four saint sovereigns were absent-minded, tens of thousands of beast souls gushed out of the 10,000 beast seal, and the number was still increasing. Each beast soul exuded a different energy fluctuation, but many of them were not inferior to the monster king present. Where did so many beast souls come from? Shihua's face finally changed. If there were only a few dozen or 100 beast souls sealed in the 10,000 beast seal, it could be explained as the result of this woman killing a monster beast and sealing them in the seal. But among these tens of thousands of beast souls, there were many 12th-order monster beasts. This was a little shocking, and from the looks of it, there seemed to be even more beast souls sealed in the 10,000 beast seal. Little girl, you didn't enter the 10,000 spirit tomb, did you? Shihua had a whimsical thought. As he spoke, he slapped the 10,000 beast seal with his divine spirit power, directly causing the 10,000 beast seal to flicker wildly and its spirituality to be greatly damaged. As for the tens of thousands of beast souls that had flown out of the seal, they were all sucked back into the seal the moment it was attacked, unable to do anything at all. The difference in strength was too great. Even if Ruoshi used the 10,000 beast seal, she couldn't cause any trouble to Shihua. Shihua waved his hand and threw Zhang Ruoshi away, saying, "Little girl, there's something wrong with this artifact. We have to investigate it carefully." The Luanfeng nodded lightly and reached out to pull Zhang Ruoshi over, restraining her in front of her so that she couldn't move. Shihua also played with the 10,000 beast seal in his hand and poured his divine sense into it. After some investigation, his face suddenly changed and he exclaimed, "A million beast souls." What? Fan Hua and the others were shocked. There were actually a million beast souls sealed in the 10,000 beast seal. Not to mention who refined this artifact. Where did these million beast souls come from? Several people realized the seriousness of the problem. Looking at the entire star boundary, there was no place that could provide a million beast souls except for the ancient wild lands, and there was only one place in the ancient wild lands that had a million beast souls, the Myriad Spirit Tomb. Could it be that this little girl really entered the Myriad Spirit Tomb? Was Shihua's guess true? "Little girl, what's your name?" The Luanfeng looked at Zhang Ruoshi who was still struggling in front of her and asked in surprise. Zhang Ruoshi didn't answer and wanted to rush forward, but in front of the Luanfeng, how could she escape? Even moving her body was an extravagant hope. Walla, a strange sound was heard, attracting everyone's attention. They saw that in the pit filled with mud, a bloody big hand suddenly stretched out. Anyone who had been sneak attacked and almost died without a burial site would definitely be enraged. However, not everyone could suppress their anger, judge the situation, and know when to yield and when to stand tall. Yang Kai being able to adjust his mood in such a short time showed that his temperament was really good. This was the wisest and even the only choice. If he was driven by anger and insisted on striking a stone with an egg, the only one who would suffer would be himself. Ruoshi cried bitterly again and wailed, "Sir, it is Ruoshi's greatest blessing to have been educated by you. Ruoshi is already very happy to have been able to follow Sir for so many years. Ruoshi only hates that she has never helped Sir in any way. Instead, she has always been a hindrance to Sir. In the future, when Ruoshi is not by your side, Sir must take care of yourself." Yang Kai's face changed dramatically and exclaimed, "Ruoshi, what are you doing?" Ruoshi did not answer. Instead, she turned her head to look at Shihua, then at the Monster King, and finally fixed her gaze on Fan Hua. Her tear-filled beautiful eyes suddenly became cold, and her voice was deep and powerful. "Since Ruoshi has violated the ancient land's taboo, then I will pay with my life. I hope this can appease the anger in your hearts. After Ruoshi's death, if you still want to make things difficult for my Sir, even if Ruoshi turns into a ghost, I will never let you go. I will pester you day and night and take your lives at all times." As soon as these words came out, the faces of the Monster King changed. Even Fan Hua and the other Saint Masters were moved. They could also see that Zhang Ruoshi was going to protect Yang Kai with her life. But for such a weak girl to say such ferocious words, it was clear how determined her will was and how much hatred she had. If such a great wish was not fulfilled before her death, she was bound to turn into a ghost and pester them endlessly. A chill suddenly rose in the hearts of the Monster King. Ruoshi turned her head, tears flowing down her cheeks. Her beautiful eyes were filled with tenderness and extreme reluctance. She looked at Yang Kai and cried, "Sir, Ruoshi will serve you again in the next life." As soon as the words fell, a hand was raised high. Source chi was abundant in the palm, and it slammed towards the top of his head. If this palm hit, Ruoshi would definitely die. Bastard! Yang Kai's eyes were about to split open in an instant. His figure flickered and disappeared. "Where do you think you're going?" Shihua sneered and took a step forward. His fist, burning with black flames, blasted into the void. There was a loud boom. Yang Kai's figure reappeared, as if he had been shaken out of thin air. The sound of bones breaking rang out, the blood in his body tumbled, and blood gushed out of his mouth. The intense pain made him unable to control himself and let out a roar. Without waiting for the ground to hit the ground, he suddenly disappeared again. Shihua snorted, "The space divine technique is unpredictable, but in front of this king, it is traceable." As he spoke, he sent out a kick, causing Kai Yang's figure to appear once again. Heavily landing on the ground, he rolled over. Shihua. With a roar, Yang Kai forcibly stopped his tumbling body and jumped up. His eyes were red as an indescribable violent aura suddenly filled the air. He just wanted to save Ruoshi, but he couldn't even achieve such a simple wish. His two teleportations were mercilessly blocked by Shihua. Just as he finished speaking, Shihua suddenly descended from the sky and knocked Kai Yang to the ground with a punch. Then, a large foot stomped on Kai Yang as if he was an ant, firmly stomping Kai Yang to the ground. Puff! A mouthful of golden blood sprayed out and sprinkled down like rain. Yang Kai struggled to turn his head and desperately looked in Ruoshi's direction. After being blocked by Shihua again and again, he had missed the best time to rescue her. Now Ruoshi is afraid. His body was in so much pain that it felt like it was falling apart, but in comparison, this pain was nothing. The pain in his heart was like thousands of blades stirring, making it almost impossible to breathe. A weak girl, a shy girl, a very docile and well-behaved girl, a girl who obeyed his every command, from Maplewood City's Jianghu house to this world, he didn't even have time to appreciate the wonders of this world. Now she's going to die here. He hated his own strength for being so weak. He regretted keeping that girl by his side and letting her experience all kinds of dangers. She should have stayed in the Zhang family, found a good marriage, and stayed at home to take care of her husband and children, living a peaceful life. A warm liquid trickled down from the corner of his eyes. In his blurry vision, Zhang Ruoxi was still kneeling in the same place, facing him. Her raised hand had already reached the top of her head, but another hand was holding her wrist. Ha ha ha. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before he couldn't help laughing out loud, seemingly extremely happy. This joyful laughter was in stark contrast to the desperate situation he was in now. Shihua's face sank and he slightly pressed his foot. Pooh. Yang Kai's laughter came to an abrupt end as he spat out another mouthful of golden blood, but he still gritted his teeth and shouted, "Senior Luan Feng, this junior owes you a favor." The one who held Zhang Ruoxi's hand was Luan Feng, who had been standing behind her. With Luan Feng's strength, without her consent, Zhang Ruoxi couldn't kill herself even if she wanted to. Luan Feng's expression was complicated. "You should take care of yourself first." She was clearly about to die, yet she was still talking about owing a favor. What was the use of this favor? What's more, even if Yang Kai didn't die, this favor was worthless. Luan Feng was simply moved by Zhang Ruoxi and didn't want to see a tragedy happen. After all, she was a woman, and even a divine spirit had a sentimental side. "Let go of me." Zhang Ruoxi stubbornly raised her head and glared angrily at the Luan Feng. Facing a powerful existence that even a third-order Emperor Realm Master had to retreat from, Zhang Ruoxi's anger soared to the heavens. She bit her red lips until they bled as she struggled and shouted, "You evil woman, let go of me." Luan Feng said leisurely, "Even if you die, your sir won't be able to live. Why throw away your life in vain?" She could see that Shihua didn't intend to let Yang Kai go at all. This vengeful personality really wanted to take someone's life. Ruoxi was stunned for a moment before suddenly crying and begging, "Senior, please save my sir. Ruoxi will promise you anything, please save him." If there was anyone present who could stop Shihua, it would undoubtedly be the remaining 3 Saint Masters. Ruoxi also noticed this point, which was why she started to plead. Luan Feng looked down at her and said lightly, "Am I not a bad woman?" When Ruoxi heard this, she immediately raised her other hand and slapped her own mouth fiercely. This junior was careless with her words just now. "Master, please be magnanimous and don't bother with this junior. This junior only begs senior to save sir." The slapping sounds were extremely loud as Ruoxi showed no mercy. Just that, the feeling she gave Yang Kai made him a little afraid to recognize her. At this moment, Ruoxi's aura was completely different from before, as if she was a different person. Before entering the ancient lands, it was handed over to Ruoxi because Yang Kai felt that Ruoxi's strength was enough to explore the mysteries contained in the space spirit jade. Maybe she could unlock the secrets of her bloodline. It was just that Ruoxi hadn't been able to find anything, so she didn't expect to take it out at this time. Just as Yang Kai was watching, Ruoxi flicked her finger and the space spirit jade suddenly turned into a stream of light and shot towards the blood door. The white light was embedded in the blood door, dyeing the blood-red color with a layer of pure white. In the next moment, all kinds of fairy-like patterns flashed wildly on the space spirit jade, and as these patterns flashed, a crisp cracking sound resounded through the world. It was as if a door that had been sealed for a long time was slowly opening, and a sensational aura filled the air. The blood door key, the blood door key. Fan Ku frowned and observed for a while, but suddenly her face changed dramatically and she exclaimed, staring at Zhang Ruoxi with wide eyes, "How do you have the blood door key?" Luan Feng also couldn't help covering her red lips as she stared blankly at the blood door, whispering, "The blood door has been opened." Hong long long, the sound of the door opening finally rang out, and from inside the blood door, a beautiful scene loomed, as if there was a magnificent palace standing in the middle of it, but it also looked like it had fallen into the clouds, making it difficult to see through. The blood door key? Yang Kai looked at it in amazement, and the expression on his face was also extremely wonderful. He had been studying the space spirit jade for a long time, but he had never thought that it was actually a key. A key to open the blood door. It seemed that the various beautiful scenes flashing on the space spirit jade before should be the scenery inside the blood door, and that palace was the legendary Divine Spirit Palace. "Why do you think this queen has the blood door key?" Ruoxi replied faintly, her tone soft, but in Fan Ku's ears, it was like a demon's voice, causing him to involuntarily take a few steps back, his face pale. Ruoxi raised her hand and waved slightly towards the blood door, as if summoning something. *Shio, a stream of light shot out from the blood door and was caught by her hand. *Zheng, the sound of a sword rang out, and only now did everyone see that what flew out of the blood door was actually a sword, an extremely exquisite sword. The sword's body shone brightly, and the hilt was engraved with dragons and phoenixes. At the end of the sword was a red tassel, and it looked extremely lively, as if it was alive. With the sword in hand, Ruoxi's aura skyrocketed, and her incomparably powerful aura was not inferior to that of a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Suddenly, a solid shadow appeared behind Ruoxi. Yang Kai tried his best to open his eyes wide as he stared at this phantom in a daze. He had seen this phantom more than once, but every time he saw it, he was shocked. It was a huge phantom of a woman with beautiful hair hanging down behind her head. Her head was slightly raised, and her expression was indifferent. She looked somewhat similar to Ruoxi, holding a sheathed sword in both hands as she stood quietly behind Ruoxi, like Ruoxi's elongated shadow. The Heavenly Punishment Sword. Fan Ku could no longer hold back and cried out in alarm, the blood draining from his face. Not only him, but the other 3 Saint Masters also looked like they had seen a ghost, all of them inexplicably horrified, their eyes filled with fear. "You're actually a descendant of heavenly punishment." Luan Feng's beautiful face paled as her mouth filled with bitterness. Cang Dog trembled all over, almost unable to stand steadily. Shihuo was even more stunned and almost fainted on the ground. As descendants of divine spirits, they had inherited the strength of their ancestors and obtained their memories, so no one understood the horror of heavenly punishment better than them. The era of heavenly punishment was definitely an era of suffering for all divine spirits. More than 90% of the divine spirits in the world were killed by her, and countless divine spirit sources were sealed in the divine spirit palace inside the blood door, never to see the light of day. Many divine spirits paled at the mention of her name and lived in constant fear. However, if Zhang Ruoxi really did inherit Tian Xing's power, Shihuo would be the best test stone. Good, good, good. Shihuo laughed loudly, and his eyes were filled with ridicule. His gaze swept over Fan Ku and the others, and he said firmly, "Since that's the case, then this king will end her. There's no need to thank me." As soon as he finished speaking, Shihuo let out a furious roar and his already massive body swelled up even more. Black flames wrapped around his body and his eyes blazed. The ground around him melted in an instant as a scorching heat filled the air. Dang dang dang, Sherhua took a step forward and rushed in front of Zhang Ruoxi in a few steps, swinging his right arm back and aiming a huge fist at Zhang Ruoxi. From now on, there will be no more descendants of Tianxing in this world. Sherhua sneered, his aura violent. He was not a kind person to begin with. Otherwise, he would not have massacred the entire Black Tortoise sect 30,000 years ago. Back then, the Black Tortoise sect incident happened because one of the disciples was out traveling and had eyes but failed to see and offended him. However, he rushed to the Black Tortoise sect and massacred the entire sect of over 10,000 people. From the way he abused Yang Kai today, it could be seen that Sherhua was extremely cruel, even worse than the infamous Qiongqi Great Beast. The huge fist smashed towards Zhang Ruoxi, causing a gust of wind to blow Ruoxi's hair and dress. Fan Ku also opened his eyes at this moment and stared at the scene, wanting to know if Ruoxi, the descendant of Tianxing, lived up to her name. The Luan Feng and Cang Gu were also watching nervously. The third brother screamed and reached out to cover his eyes, as if he didn't dare to watch the next scene. Yang Kai also shouted, "Be careful, Ruoxi." Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Ruoxi simply stood there without the slightest sign of fluctuation in her strength. She didn't even try to evade or defend herself. In the face of this earth-shattering blow, her expression was as indifferent as a passing breeze. Standing in front of the huge stone fire, she looked as small as an ant. The visual conflict she gave off was extremely strong. Sherhua was overjoyed and his attacks became more and more ruthless, grinning, "You're just SOSO." He seemed to be able to see the scene of Zhang Ruoxi being blown to pieces by him. If he could really kill Zhang Ruoxi, then all the divine spirits in this world would owe him a favor. This favor was very precious. When that time came, even Fan Ku and the others would have to act according to his whims in the ancient lands. Kneel. Seeing that the huge fist was about to hit Zhang Ruoxi, she suddenly reached out and stroked her hair behind her ear, spitting out 2 words from her red lips. "What?" Fan Ku was stunned. The Luan Feng and Cang Gu were also stunned, looking at each other. Did they hear wrong? Zhang Ruoxi actually wanted Sherhua to kneel? Even if she was really a descendant of Tianxing and had awakened her bloodline, in the end, she was still just a young girl. Was it really okay to be so arrogant? She was facing Sherhua, a divine spirit. *Wang, the blood door suddenly buzzed, and a mysterious force suddenly spread out from it. Fan Ku, Luan Feng, and Cang Gu all groaned as their expressions changed dramatically. Under the suppression of this force, the divine spirit sources in their bodies trembled violently, and fear from the depths of their souls filled their minds. Involuntarily, they almost knelt to the ground. These 3 managed to stop themselves at the last moment and didn't make a fool of themselves on the spot, but Sherhua, who was being used as a vanguard by the mysterious force, wasn't so lucky. The huge fist froze half a foot in front of Ruoxi, the burning flames almost burning her hair, but no matter how hard Sherhua tried, he couldn't punch it away. On the contrary, while he was still stunned and panic-stricken, his huge body suddenly shrank and he knelt down in front of Zhang Ruoxi. Fan he and the others took in a cold breath, their faces aghast. They could feel that the force that suppressed Sherhua to his knees wasn't Zhang Ruoxi's own power, but it came from the blood door, and this force was under Zhang Ruoxi's control. She could easily suppress Sherhua, a divine spirit, to kneel on the ground. In other words, it would be easy for her to suppress the 3 of them. You're tuning in to the Unparalleled SwordWill YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.